We're streaming. Now we go to studio and see if there's a connection. Let's hit that studio and see. It says connect to your encoder to go live. And we seem to have a connection, so we'll need help from everyone to let us know if they're seeing it, seeing us. We're going to turn on here, and we're going to help for an echo connection. And we have echo, so but we still need reinforcement from our listeners. Let's upvote as soon as we see that screen and make that reflexive. It is life and death to us. We're going to now start the audio call, and we're going to try and bring Mr. Aristides on, our producer. And here we have Aristides. Any minute, one would hope. And thank you. Dear sir, how are we? Are you ready to deliver that blurb, dear sir?
Yeah, yep, just a moment.
Sure, take your time. I'll hold the stage for you just by muttering. And Thumbslug says, echo, good, we heard the echo. And then T-Tank Perry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother. Thumbslug says, hey, DD, all. So we definitely see you out of Australia. And everybody, please upvote, and we'll have our man Aristides reinforce that. Dear Aristides is ready to jump right in and take your time, but go through everything, of course.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, hit that upvote. I am doing that right now.
Oh, excellent. We're told that you're Crystal, and I see you're moving the bar. Okay, so there we are. Good.
Okay, good. Yeah, hit that upvote. I just did that right now. You have to be signed in to YouTube to do that, unfortunately, but kind of a good thing because it keeps some sort of check on things, because people could be upvoting or downvoting wildly, repeatedly. I don't know how, but so you do have to be signed in. And the easiest way, if you never done it before, is with a Gmail. I believe that gets you signed in without having to make an account, because they're the same company now. Or if you don't have a Gmail, don't want to make one, I'm sure you could create an account with another email, but that's just the easy way in. So Gmail is probably the way to go. In fact, if you have more than one Gmail, as many people do, once you're signed in, you can go to your account menu up in the upper corner where it says switch account. You can actually just switch right over to another account. You might have to add it on, but once you add it on, you can just switch between real quick. And the reason we're even talking about all this is that once you do that and switch, you can upvote again, because that is from a different account. So you can upvote again, and that affects the algorithm, which affects Douglas's ability, likelihood to be shown high up in search results or suggested content.
By the way, I hate to interrupt, but it says that we have a warning that our stream's current bit rate is lower than the recommended bit rate.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. It's probably nothing. So
it sputtered and then kind of respooled for a second. So, but I think it's still going.
Yeah. So I just want everyone to let us know about the quality of our technology. Obviously, I don't usually open the widget without the technical advisor present. So if you're listening at all, Brendan Zogit, join us as soon as you can. Hopefully this resolves. But hopefully we don't need to do anything. Seems to have gone away, the warning. So back to our
usually goes away. Usually you have a widget, huh?
Yeah, open widget. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not there now. Thank God. That's not a good sign when it has that. Yeah.
All right. So as you're saying, you can log in.
Thumbslug from Australia says it sounds fine at the moment. God bless him. Thank you, sir. Okay.
All right. So you can sign in with multiple, say, Gmails once you get that set up, and you can upvote multiple times in the Douglas Dietrich democracy. Yes. You can sway the algorithm against the few cruddy downvotes that are put by bots
Cheap bots
that
at
show
that,
up.
yes.
Cheap, old, first generation, antiquated, crusty, bots to sway that the other way. So we need a few right away to cancel that out, and as many as you can give. You can switch between your, say, Gmails once you get that set up, and then the cool thing is also, even if you don't want to sign in from a bunch of different accounts, under one account you can make channels. And just because you sign into YouTube doesn't mean you can start publishing. You have to make a channel for that, but can make a channel without publishing anything. Just basically like a dummy channel, and that's its own entity that can upvote as well. So a couple different ways there. You can throw down a bunch of upvotes as soon as you show up. Once they're set up, it does sound like a lot. Once they're set up, though, you do that little bit of work. Just switch, click, 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 and there you go. And those downvotes are very needed for the algorithm, as are votes on comments after the episode is not live and it reverts to a regular video. Douglas will put a pinned comment there with his crucial contact information that people need if they want to send him money. And if that gets downloaded, it can disappear. So if you were listening on a replay when the comments are enabled under the window, do consider leaving a comment of your own. It should help the algorithm, upvoting all the comments there, Douglas's, any others, and that helps as well. So what else helps?
By the way, I do want to say that it's a very good sign that we have people able to inter-chat. That's just thought of that now. That's a good sign because otherwise, anyhow, we'll explain that later. There's no need to go into it.
Does that ever go away?
It actually did once. When they really started hitting us hard because of community violations. So we're we have to we don't know if we'll have commentary after tonight, but we expect we should.
I think so, because when that was turned off, it said it even while it was live. I think it already preemptively said comments to say. I think.
Interesting. It did.
I think.
Yeah.
I think.
So do continue. Sorry to interrupt like that. You're doing fine. And
well,
thank you.
Let's see here. What is it showing me? It's showing a separate thing I don't usually see to interact with the live stream for the, I guess, live chat. But I'm already have. I guess that's if you don't have it open. It's just weird but it's already open. For me at least. Okay. Yeah. So. Just all the interaction helps. The upvotes, leaving comments, liking comments, sharing, hitting that share button down there that generates a link for the program. You could also grab it right out of the browser bar, but I would presume that YouTube will see you pressing the button, and that will figure in that it's saying, oh, people are sharing this. This is important content we need to promote. Hit the share. You can grab a link there. That link will be good for both the live and the replay. So you can feel free to leave it in a chat, send it in an email, whatever it is you're going to do to share, and it will still be good after the live is no longer live. So please, use your creativity to figure out how to share that, or just wherever you go, your travels, the internet, you feel confident enough to do that. People might question you, but hey, fuck them, man. So it's strange, but we live in strange times. Maybe you should give it a listen. So share the link to the program. What else? Basically any other button. I no longer ever see the clip button. I think that was pretty useless. Nobody's really taking that 1 minute. It was a thing where you take a 1 minute clip out of a program, but it's like, just send them the program. And if you want to tell them to go to a certain point, in fact, if you're listening on a replay with a PC, you can right click right on the window while you're listening. If something interesting comes up, you want to send that point in time to someone, you can right click and it will let you get a link. It'll say generate link to current time, and you can grab that, and that will send. It just adds a little timestamp onto the link, and then it'll direct the person right to that time. I don't know of a way of doing that. I tried once on a mobile. There may be a way, I don't know, but hey, send them. It's not that hard. Just send them the program. Say, hey, go to this time. That's if you want to direct them to a certain time. We hope they'll be capable of doing that. So, but it's good to make it easy. Just the more clickable things are, the less the more likely they get there. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Make it easy. Make it easy. Also, when you're in the if you're up in that account menu, aforementioned account menu where you can switch between accounts, do multiple upvotes, do check that restricted mode is off. If it was on, it would limit your ability or that account's ability to listen to age-restricted content. That can happen automatically due to some YouTube screening process, if for no other reason. So that make sure that is off, because it does happen. It's many of your past episodes have that status, and that's not a bad thing, because really it is adult content. You want your 8-year-old kind of stumbling in here after they watch some cartoons. So you're not quite a legal adult, but you feel that mentally you're capable. And, okay, we're not checking IDs at the door, but to make up for your sin there, make sure you send some money, because you don't have to be an adult to send money, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Your parents aren't using it wisely. Yeah.
You probably have a PayPal, a Venmo. You can use Venmo.
Oh, all the kids got that. So
yeah, all the kids. Yeah, they all got that, and they meet up for wherever, down at the Starbucks or the arcade, as if they still did that, right?
Oh God, wouldn't it be great if they did? I mean, no, they're all home now. This is the COVID generation.
No, they're out doing stuff, but I don't know what they're spending their money on, splitting bills on. God only knows. But yeah, Venmo works. We will get to that. Why don't we get to that right now?
Yes.
The money thing.
Yes.
So yeah, the easiest way to send money is with PayPal to the link that's about to go in the chat. Although you never need the link to have the link handy to do it. It's not an excuse like, oh, I wanted to send money, I just couldn't find that link, because it's the address right on the front thumbnail screen video for the entire duration of the program, right there. Always, usually, very high contrast, very visible, where it says paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. You don't have to type all that in. You can just type PayPal in your search bar. You'll get to PayPal. Type Douglas D. Dietrich. You will get there. See an Asian-looking guy with a snazzy getup and a hat and some glasses up there. That's him. Do not send money to any other Douglas Dietrich that happens to be on PayPal, except for his other account. We'll get to that.
Thank you.
So yeah. So if you have a PayPal you want to use, that's the way to go. If you have any type of card, credit or debit, don't have a PayPal, don't want to have a PayPal or make one, you can still give through PayPal. It's amazing, right? You can go to his website, douglasdietrich.com. Go to let's put that in the chat, right?
Thank you.
Go to the yellow button, upper right-hand corner, where it says donate. Ignore the one in the middle. It doesn't do anything anyway. Feel free to click on it, but it doesn't do anything. Never mind that. It's just a little artifact of some past,
Yeah.
webmaster that, you know, what wasn't real great, I guess.
Yeah, decoy,
But
and set up a decoy button for their own morbid entertainment. Yeah.
yeah, right. Where or what? Stealing the funds, maybe.
There's that too. Yes. How could we
Yeah,
forget? Yeah.
but yeah,
Actually, in
well,
all fairness, Lena Shea really wasn't into stealing funds. In all fairness,
okay,
that was
all right, no, right, okay. Well,
yeah.
people do those things, but good,
Yeah.
good.
Other people
That's good.
did, yes, but not her. She
Right.
had plenty of
Okay.
other
Well, maybe.
faults. She had plenty of other faults. But anyhow, go on.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So yellow button upper right hand corner. You click on that. You can give you a little menu, and one of the options will be pay with credit or debit card. It's through PayPal, but not signed in. It's just giving the card info, and that will go to his other PayPal, the business commercial one. It is taxed ever so slightly. I don't know what it really is, a couple percent, which
Yes,
kind of
that's
sucks, but
yeah.
it's better than not getting the money. So that is how you do it without being signed into a PayPal. There's also on that menu Venmo. You can use your Venmo there to send it across. Or just, I believe if you just go in your Venmo, there's a way to, what the heck was it called? It was Visa Plus or something. I don't know. Maybe it's called something different now, where you can search for a PayPal to send the money to. So it can be done through Venmo. The button is there in that menu from that you get to from the website. And the third one is just regular PayPal, but see the link to the other account. Although if you end up sending it there, no huge deal. That's okay. Just please send. That's all. As much as you can afford, so often as you can, or set up a recurring payment through PayPal. That can be done. There's at least one person that does that. Maybe every time you get paid or something like that. I don't know what interval you can do, but just take a little bit off the top and send it over to Doug, and pretty soon you won't even feel it.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Yeah,
right. Yes. Oh.
right. They take your payroll taxes out every time, and you get nothing for that.
Yeah.
You, you get negative return on that. They're really not using most of it here. I don't know where it goes. Probably gets shipped right overseas,
Oh, shoot.
Um,
Oh, yeah.
uh,
Now we
you know.
sound like the movie Falling Down. Yeah.
Yeah. Why? What happened in there?
Oh, was it Michael Douglas? I think his guy's
Yeah.
name, the actor's name. He
Yeah.
was
Yeah. Yeah.
bitching
Yeah.
about all the foreign aid. He was bitching about all the
Oh.
foreign aid. Yeah. All the
Oh,
money's
that was
going
one of the.
overseas. Yeah.
That was one of the things that got him going, huh?
Yeah. That was one of the
Oh
triggers.
gosh!
Yeah.
Imagine if that character could see the world today.
Oh, well,
Man.
but remember, he's ethnically Jewish, so he'd have nothing to complain about. So,
Well, yeah. How about that?
well, but think about that. Here he is. He's ethnically Jewish, but in the film, he's beating up minorities, so they're open season. It's that way. He gets. He's supposed to be a white identity character, where the white man looks at him and says, "I can identify with that." And so he's a white identifier, but he's actually ethnically
Yeah.
Jewish, and he just wants you turning all of your hostility to any other
Uh,
minority.
yes. Yeah. Well, I'm now looking there. In the wiki. His father was. Yep. His father was that. His father. So his mother not so much, but I think it carries over a little more strongly with the mother. But they if it was your dad, I guess with good or bad deeds done, you can belong to. If it's just your dad. Yeah. Wow. I didn't. I mean, it's for no surprise. I didn't have that consciously in mind, but it's no surprise. But yeah. Right. Of course.
That
So
would be
they
a
want you.
given. Yeah.
They want you to identify. Right. Of course. And that they're they're a white guy when it's convenient. So.
That's right. That's right. Yes.
Right. But then you really press them. Oh, we're a persecuted minority. I'm like, wait a second. I thought you were a white guy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, till they're not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Until you get them trapped under your boot, and you're like, oh no, I'm not. I'm really not. I'm really not. So okay,
Oh.
it's early yet. Let's take it easy. It's early yet. Although I did have a couple things I wanted to bring up. Wait, let's finish the beginning. The beginning things here. What else? Yes, please. Please contribute. If you can't contribute, then distribute. Share the link far and wide, and eventually, it's like a multi-level marketing scheme, except it's good. If you share it with enough people, one of them will contribute, but at least 10, maybe 100 people. Right? I don't know what. Yeah. We'll let you go on the contributing if you share it with 100 people. Yeah,
Sounds
which
good.
you could do in
I love it.
and like got a big group chat
Yeah.
or something like that. You drop it in there, or you're in any anonymous chats or something, or you're about to X out that Tinder conversation, because like this ain't going nowhere. I'll drop the link and then X out.
Yeah. Sounds good. I
That's
like
a
it.
new one. Yeah.
That's a Parthian, what's called a Parthian shot, where you turn backwards on your saddle and fire the arrow while in retreat. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. There you go. Right. Hey, no, nothing to lose there. So all the time, just it's only limited by your own creativity how you can share. So that being said, let's see the asterisk footnotes. What do we have? One. Just one. Okay. So always take a look at the title bar, the title description of the episode to see what it's going to be about. What is this in the beginning? It says before 128. It says uses. What the fuck is that?
What the fuck?
Do you, and for you, does it say anything before 128?
Well, 120. Well, here's my screen share. Let's do a screen share and see if we're what we're seeing. So when okay, so I'm doing a screen share. So this is what this is what you're talking about, right? 128th. Oh, it's two flags. Oh, did they fuck that up with crossing the flags out? It's the United States flag and the Spanish flag.
Oh, yeah. It's using the initials of the country.
Yes, that's it. Yes.
It says U.S. and what's the other flag?
Spanish flag.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, weird. Yeah. It's not showing me the flags.
Yeah, and
it's saying U.S. and ES for ESPAñA, but that makes the word uses.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just says uses, and I'm like, uses what?
Yeah. That's so weird. Well, you can see it here on the screenshot now. We've got 13 upvotes already. And I'm just
wondering if other people, if I'm not seeing the flags, if other people are
seeing them at all.
So
let us know, everybody, if you can see the flags, or not. And,
I can check on another device.
Yeah.
No, on another device it is not. It is not. Weird.
Interesting. Oh well, I just wanted to. I don't know if I got it to enter because I refreshed the page, so I may not have entered my response to Douglas Marks. So Douglas Marks, I have no favorite quotes. Okay, just so you know, and that's there we are. Continue with your blurb by all means. Yeah.
So well,
not much of a footnote today, just so people know, but I do want people to read the text. But there's no subsidiary footnote. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. You. Yeah. Asterisks refer to footnotes, whether they're explicit or implied within or built into the description. Sometimes they're broken out with your the daggers. What is it called?
Obelisk.
Obelisk.
Yes.
Not obelisk.
No, not obelisk, but obelisk. Obelisk. Yeah.
So okay. So there's a description. You should open it. You should look at it. You should. Sometimes there's individualized.
So Holly says she can see the flags on YouTube. Do join the call, Holly. And
okay. And she's probably on a mobile.
Yeah.
On 2 different computers. I can't though.
Yeah, but definitely look forward to her joining the call. Yeah, and so Douglas Mark says, okay, thanks. I'm always learning from you, team leader. Very much appreciate it, Douglas. Glad you were able to hear that. I did type out an answer for you that I have no conscious no consciously favorite quotes, but I couldn't enter it because I had to reset the page so we could see what was going on with that flag issue. But yeah, for whatever reason, I guess the combination of the Spanish and the United States flags is misinterpreted by some what they call HTML, hypertext markup language, to be unable to display or something like that. Yeah, but go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen other I mean, it's an emoji. They're like emojis or whatever, right? Or
Yes.
essentially.
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah.
I've seen other ones that you've used.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd have. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You remember that
So
distinctly.
weird.
And the other one should be shown. Maybe there's another one in the title tonight, but at any rate, yeah.
I don't
So
think
there
so.
we go. Yeah.
Anyway, check out the description. Click see more. Read it. Everything Doug wants to acknowledge for this day, for the episode. Stay in history, historical anniversaries, holidays around the world. As I said, just simply reading the show description gets you your multicultural credit for the day. What I say one time is like, when your employer says you have to take multicultural or diversity training, be like, I'm exempt because I read all the descriptions in Douglas Dietrich's YouTubes, and it would be like, well, what the heck is that? And then you can send them a link.
Yes. Excellent. Excellent
And
idea.
after that, it's you probably maybe you won't even have to worry about that anymore. Probably fired, but...
Yeah, ever again, because you'll be clearing your desk.
Yeah, we'd be clearing, but that'll just give you more time to listen.
That's right. To catch
and
up. Yes.
Become a entrepreneur.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
You've always wanted to, and now's your chance.
Yes, that's right.
Corporate America is just so blah anymore.
So passe.
Yeah,
Why would you want to be part of that? You weren't making any money anyway.
Yeah, right. And you, or if you were, you were miserable doing it. So just be honest with you.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. That's so true. So true. And so sad. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the way it is. But in terms of being with your extended family, the extended Dietrich family, you've found a new life. You found yourself a new identity.
That's right. That's right. We're your family now.
Yeah.
An additional.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't alienate your.
Yeah. Yeah, don't alienate your old family. But then again, well, you probably have anyway.
Right.
Everybody does at some point or another.
Right. Well, yeah, but don't do it on purpose, because you want to keep your ties there, and because, you want to be able to share what you learned here with them.
That's right.
Educate them.
That's right.
Yeah.
And if you have alienated them, send them the links anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to complete the severance, just to make certain that it goes all the way. That's then this time they'll have an excuse. They'll say, "I always knew it. I always knew it."
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, if that's what they say, then
Yeah.
I don't know. There's really no hope.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
all right.
So
I think that about covers it.
So we're going to ask Holly to jump on when she can, soon as she can. If you're out there, Holly, so let me make certain. So jump on bandwidth, and we'll take a short break. I will take a short break when she does. It has, just so everybody gets caught up. Our poor Aristides heard this horror story already. But it was one hell of a night. And let me see if I can find Holly here. Holly, okay, Holly. There we go. Jump on band with Holly. And there we go. And then she can talk to us about her fantasies of killing robots again. That it's like, seriously, the other day she had like a kind of psychotic break in which she shared with us her fantasy in morbid detail about vomiting on a robot and frying its circuits. Some poor little robot in a hospital, no less, that was just giving people their pills and sweeping the floor, and and she was like ready to destroy it, considering it a threat to human employment in some way or another. But all that having been articulated, we still love you, Holly, and we may not understand you, but we love you. So when you jump on, we can take a short break. Do it as soon as possible if you'd be so kind. But here's the horror story from last night. Basically, what happened is I come back from Hitler Day, the April 20th celebration at the estate that I have with my son, and I obviously did not have much time for sleep amidst all of that. Today's anniversary or commemorative date, anniversary is a weird term, really doesn't apply to historical commemorative dates often. So, it's best to say Memorial Day because what happened was both a travesty and a tragedy that led to a supermassive genocide, one of the largest genocides in modern recorded history. And it remained the top genocide until World War II. Was the American slaughter of Muslims in the Philippines, where they also killed hundreds of thousands of Roman Catholics. But the Americans really, really did a number on the Philippines, and it started with the Spanish-American War. So obviously, I'm trying to emulate MÄÄRIÄL as much as possible in the photograph. So if you take a look at the photograph and thumbnail of live stream tonight, that's as close I could cop to a MÄÄRIÄL look as possible without getting ridiculous. And so that was meant to commemorate the American declaration of war against the Spanish Empire on this date today. How many number of years ago was that? 128 years ago. And so in terms of the horror that followed, America, America loves to bully and attack people who can't fight back. And the Spanish Empire had been in decline for quite some time at that point, and the Americans decided it was time to kick the door down and just steal everything they had. The Americans then blew up one of their own ships, the USS Maine, I believe, in Havana, and claimed that the Spanish had done so, and declared war on Spain on the basis of a lie. Then they mobilized all these troops to take the jewel in the Spanish crown. The easy pickings were Guam, which went down without a fight because a Japanese merchant seaman who spoke perfect English happened to be in port with his ship that day when the Americans attacked. So he served as the interpreter to the Spanish governance there, and basically told them the Americans say they're going to slaughter every man, woman, and child unless you surrender. And because they had like old conquistador cannon from, the 1500s as their only weapons, they surrendered immediately. Guam was an easy picking, and now that's a major, major base of the United States. It's far more important strategically than Okinawa in terms of any American basing because the Americans own it completely. And they, all of their forward basing is primarily in Guam. So when it comes to other easy pickings, Puerto Rico, Cuba, these are easy as hell islands to invade. They're generally flat, not very mountainous. And you just go in and overwhelm them, which is what they did. Philippines, no, that's a bitch. That's 17,000 fucking islands plus. The Americans went on a rampage, and this led to what was called the Filipino insurrection or insurgency, where the Americans had to resort to genocide to put an end to resistance and slaughtered 3 million Muslim Filipinos, hundreds of thousands of Roman Catholics, until finally the only thing that stopped it was a Roman Catholic Filipino named Leon Cholgas came to the United States and killed the President of the United States. Literally stepped up and shot him point blank and put that bastard down like he was a rabid dog. And that was on September 11th, 1901, 100 years to the day before September 11th, 2001. They took that little Filipino guy and they threw him in a vat of acid so his body would completely melt. And no evidence is left whatsoever, no physical evidence of the fact that he was ethnically Filipino. Then they paid a Polish family to take the fall and say that they're mentally disturbed a young man named, who they gave the name Leon Czolgosz. That was not his Polish name, and it's not a Polish name. It's a Spanish name, and which many Filipinos had, were Spanish given names. But in the case of this Polish family, they were given an enormous bribe to turn in their mentally deranged son, who was also executed and his body dissolved in acid, so there would be no evidence to compare with the Filipino guy. And then they claimed that, oh, it was a Soviet spy came and killed our president. The Soviets, Soviets. Mind you, the Soviet Union did not exist. Your history has been retconned. If you look it up, they will literally say a Soviet spy killed President William McKinley in 1901, this mentally disturbed Polish individual working on behalf of the Soviet Union, which did not exist and would not exist for years. That's the insanity of how your history is retroactively converted and conflicted. And that's what you live with. You live in a Soviet state information distribution system where history is rewritten on the fly, like a write-along memory program. And yeah, but if you look it up, you'll see everything I say is true. Oh, he was a Bolshevik agent. Bolshevik agent. Yeah, but there was no one sponsoring Bolshevik agents at that time. They had anarchistic movements. There was big things going on in Europe. But the idea of one of them coming over to take down the president of the United States, and it made so little sense they had to add in the juice that he was crazy. He was crazy. So maybe he had foresight or something. At any rate, if you look up the official website of the United States government and you look up McKinley's assassination, they won't even give you the date. They won't even give you the fucking date. They'll just say, oh, he was killed in, September of 1901. But there's no date. They'll say like maybe it was the opening week or something like that. But the second week they won't even give you that detail. They'll just say he was killed in September of 1901. But they won't tell you the date, September 11th. But it was finally a Filipino Roman Catholic who took down McKinley. That's how Teddy Roosevelt became president. But that's what's put a stop to the genocide. If it weren't for that, there might be no Filipinos left alive today. At any rate, the madness of the Americans was such that it was America's first Vietnam. A lot of Americans got addicted to opium to escape the horror of their crimes while they were there in the Philippines. And then what happened was those that came back and settled, they were given land in the Pacific Northwest because they were completely unable to re-socialize. Nobody wanted them. They were genocidal maniacs. Nobody wanted to be near them. They were all complexly post-traumatically stress disordered and extremely violent. And so they were given free land in the Pacific Northwest, and that explains Oregon and Washington State. When you go to Oregon and Washington State, the first thing you notice is, wow, everybody's crazy. And they're all violent. How did it get like this? Are they dead? Well, now you know. They were all veterans from the Filipino massacre, the Filipino genocide. And they all came back and got, exiled as far away from civilization as possible. That happy story being related, that gives the mood behind the photograph in thumbnail of live stream. Now, on my own personal horror story, so what happens is when it came to taking the photo of that is you see embedded in thumbnail of live stream that was done during the Hitler Tag or Hitler Day celebrations I held with my son, and then I come home, and by that time I haven't had much sleep for a few days because I was picked up immediately after the show, pretty much a few hours after the show was over last time on Sunday night. And so I hadn't really slept for a few days. And so I wanted to sleep through the night. So the one night I try to sleep, then they start construction. Literally at fucking midnight. They start construction. They did this because the cable car services have to stop at midnight, and they don't start again till 6 in the morning. So they don't want to interfere with a single penny of tourist income, because tourist money is the closest anyone ever gets to free money. And since the tourists and the cable cars are completely synonymous. They have to operate when the cable cars are not running, when they need to perform massive construction. And so they began a super massive construction project at midnight, and they kept it up all fucking night. And the only thing that stopped them was the fact that it started raining, and the cable car services restarted at 6 in the morning. And that was the only thing that fucking stopped them. But I'm talking about major, super mega wattage, hundreds of candle power night lights, search beams that turn night into day, and jackhammers and the whole bit, dealing with another magical telephone pole on the corner of Hyde and Green Streets, where they installed a nice big fat basket like used to hang on the telephone pole across the street that we've referred to for years as the magical telephone pole, which if Holly Kiefer joins us online, she can relate the story of her attempting to take a photograph of that telephone pole and how it bites, it would bite back. It fried her cell phone, literally, when she took that photograph. Our engineer in residence, Aristides, noticed that the photographs that were taken of that telephone pole by Laura Lee Solomon, some others, the basket was very advanced for its time. The photographs that were taken at this point in history, maybe 14, 15 years ago, but it had what looked like a fourth, fifth generation, kind of like a 5G basket that was on it, obviously before that technology was ever publicly released. So they were doing something similar now with the telephone pole, just, right next to my home, other side of the street, right up the street. They had a sign they put right across the street from my home. And I mean, like, right across the fucking street, directly in front of my door, but across the street. The sign they put up said, "Prepared stop." Now, I don't drive, but I've never seen a sign that says "Prepared stop." If anyone who is familiar with that, tell us what you know about what the fuck that means. It didn't say "Prepare to stop." It said "Prepared stop." And, well, they stopped up that street all right. And so, yeah, you had all this going on throughout the night. They will probably continue it again tonight, which is of no matter to me because I'll be up for most of the night because I'm too amped after the episode to really go to sleep right away. But yeah, it's by the time I go to sleep, they'll be winding down their construction if they do it again tonight. But what a bitch. And so now I at least got to try and make up for that sleep during the daytime. Didn't get as long a sleep period or as quality a sleep period as I want, but it was okay. But definitely I want people to know that yeah, I'm not in the best mood right now. And but yeah, I will be once we end the show tonight, and I'm going to deliver. We're going to go straight into monologue, as soon as we can. And I invite everybody, just dive in. If you're going to come on bandwidth, just jump in and let us know you're here right away. But when it comes to the construction and all that shit that went down, probably they're going to continue it again tonight because it didn't sound like they finished. There's still signs everywhere, signs all over the street. And I thought to myself, why wouldn't they fucking do this on a Friday or a Saturday when everybody would be up? They'd be up in the bars till 2 a.m. And the reason is they didn't want to interfere with that. They're not going to interfere with tourist income. So every penny counts. All of this was strategized to avoid Friday or Saturday night when people are pub crawling or bar hopping. And so all of this was done to just, but as for the people working, now granted, a lot of people in my neighborhood are retirees. But when it comes to where we're at, there's still a lot of working people. A lot of working people. I cannot imagine how this devastated them. And especially if it continues tonight. But that's got to kill them. It's outrageous. Just fucking outrageous. They had no opportunity to make up for sleep in the daytime. So what kind of shit is that? But it is what it is. And as for personal suspicions of conspiracy, Oh, it happened simultaneous to other things going on. No point in sharing that publicly at the moment, but yeah, it's almost it's hard not to take it personally. Just on the basis of experience with so many other things that have happened in the past along these lines. But yeah. So all of that being said, Aristides, um,
Yes.
Holly says she's going to join us. She's almost there
Right.
in about 10ish.
Right.
But, till she shows up, what do you
Yeah.
feel we should be paying attention to,
Oh,
domestically or in terms of,
okay.
international affairs?
Okay. Well, let me see. Let me
Hmm.
see. There was
Hmm.
a couple things, maybe some things I wanted to verify independently.
Hmm.
Because sometimes I just grab, posts that aren't very well vetted.
Right. I do want everyone to bring all your friends onto bandwidth, make certain they all listen to us, and have them all hit the upvotes. We need as many of those as possible, considering the channel is always under siege. And what we can do is I can jump into monologue now and just Aristides can feel free to interject if something else comes to mind that for him.
Well,
Yeah. Oh, continue.
I do want to bring up here. I'll put a link
Yeah.
there so you can see right from the website of the European Jewish Congress.
Mhm.
Ukraine signed into law criminalizing anti-Semitism.
Delightful. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
yeah, that's
Well,
oh yeah, just well, I'm sure it will be selectively enforced. Let's put it that way. That's
right.
you know what that's done for? That has to be
Mm,
done because Putin's propaganda is that it's a Nazi
right.
state.
Yeah.
So they
Yeah, but that's what
yeah.
made it cool.
You're talking to me? Yeah, I mean, no point in
Yeah,
selling
right.
me. I mean, yeah,
Yeah, right.
yeah, I'm already sold on that. But yeah,
Yeah.
no, I have no idea what Holly brought up in terms of this like newsletter she sent us. Kalshi suspends finds 3 congressional candidates in insider trading enforcement. So Kalshi, yeah, what do I remember about Kalshi? You know about them? What the fuck is what the
Who?
fuck are they?
Who?
Uh, I have no idea.
What?
Kalshi platform, some prediction market platform. There you
No,
go.
oh, no, no, I don't know. Anyway. I
Okay.
don't know, but that is all like pretty crazy. That
Mhm.
you thought sports betting was bad, but
Yeah.
now what is this? The war betting?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They bet on everything. Nuclear war was considered offensive, so they had to take down their bet that nuclear war was going to happen. And but I'll just put the clown face on that one. This is what they strike me as, a bunch of clowns. Honestly, the people who are making the killing on that are Donald Trump and his crime dynasty because they'll make a bet on an attack before it happens and then attack, that sort of shit. So, well, talk about insider trading. So, if Kalshi outlaws that, they need to make certain that the Trump crime family is not allowed to bet on their site. Okay, so we got another link here from our man. I'm afraid to click on it. It's a YouTube video. I'm afraid that the sound might
Okay,
come on. Yeah, but what is
right.
it? So what's that about?
It is. It seems
Mhm.
Eli Hazan, who allegedly is the director of Netanyahu's press office, openly says that Israel needs to basically be more like Trump and spread fake news. You know, although Trump is always accusing people of fake news, but it's like now it's just everybody's pointing at everybody. Oh, you're fake news. Oh, you're fake news.
Well, think about what I just said about the Spanish-American War
Right.
and the
So
assassination
there's
of
a
President McKinley.
video
Yeah.
of him actually uh, saying that. Let's see, the facts don't matter. I wasn't always like this. I became like this. And let's see, I mix up fake news. I used to only believe in the truth, but I came to the conclusion we need to be more like Trump. So they,
Mhm.
you want war in the media, then we'll give you war in the media. That apparently war can use decoys and.
Oh, did you see all the damage control they had to go into about that Israeli soldier destroying Jesus Christ on the cross?
Oh yeah.
Tell
It
us
was
about that.
verified as real,
Yeah,
as far as I know.
No, it's real. That was real. That was real.
Yeah.
But they had to do damage control. They had to put a cross back up with Jesus on it.
Oh, they actually went and did stuff to help placate the evangelicals.
Yeah.
And like, what they did? What to our Jesus?
Mm-hmm.
As if they didn't. The fact they weren't asking the questions previously.
Yeah, 2,000 years ago. Where were they when he was being nailed to a tree?
Or that they're like, oh, we gotta support them, because it's the holy land of people, and they're over there literally like Jesus needs to boil an excrement, and be like, oh, they're so great.
Yeah, they worship the people who consider them to be worse than nothing.
Yeah.
It's what an incredible conundrum that we find ourselves into. Yeah. So let's see now. That sounded like an echo there, a friendly echo. I was hoping Holly had joined us, but all right. But our man Aristides, he puts up with a lot, and I want to thank Aristides. He provides a service. He's been downloading all of our episodes. Thank God. And so I just want people to know that Aristides is the man. He's the rock solid foundation, the rock of Gibraltar of this channel. And definitely everybody maintain him in your thoughts and prayers. He's a very private man, doesn't share much, but all credit due to him. And
thanks. Really, it's really not. Really, you don't.
But
it's really, yeah. I just like to point out things like there's an Israeli influence operation called Generative AI for Good that creates AI quote unquote victims of Iran to agitate for regime change. So if we make fake stuff with AI, it's for good. It's for the purpose. Apparently, this is a real thing because I just searched it, and there's they say we use deepfake technology to amplify silenced voices, right?
Yeah, there we are.
Yeah, yes. So these people couldn't speak up. We spoke up for them by making fake videos.
Yes, of them. Yeah.
How considerate? Very considerate. Yeah, that's apparently a thing. Can send along a link. Let's see. Apparent young, apparently there was some who people thought was a MAGA influencer named MÄNTLY online. It looked like a very beautiful young blonde girl, with the MAGA hat and all stuff. It's revealed to be AI created by a guy in India who is trying to pay for medical school. How most of these accounts, what was it when they briefly showed it on Twitter, like where the account originated, and it's like they're like, what? Like all the MAGA accounts were like, India,
Oh, bad. Yeah. Oh, yeah, fuck. I remember. I can't remember the specifics. Yeah, but we were talking about that. Yes, I remember. We were like, we were thrashing that. Yeah, a while back. And,
okay. Let me see what else. Remember Saudi Arabia is the line city. They were going to make that infinitely. Yeah. The line it's falling flat on its face. It's
tell us what you know.
It ain't working out. I saw it. It's nothing I can forward easily yet unless I look it up. But apparently, they planned on this huge. I mean, just right away, you see that and you're like, this is, you're really trying to roll the ball uphill here, So they're settling. It was supposed to be like 100 kilometers, and they're settling for like one tiny section. Although they did like clear out the whole space, and mow down villages and stuff.
Yeah. And kill people. They did.
Yeah, right. And Kilby, but now they're not built. They're only building a little section, I think. Like,
There you go.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. Which was like, yeah, this. It was just. I mean, they're really just what? They're just trying to be Dubai,
Yeah. Yeah.
Be like, how can we take this godforsaken little patch of sand and like just artificially build the most exquisite, elaborate things there that need constant infusion of money and resources to even keep them alive.
What?
How against the order of nature is that? It's like, oh, let's build an immense 100-kilometer long building in the desert, right.
Yeah, where it would be. Oh God, there's no describing how sweltering it would be in that thing. Of course, it would require supermassive, like superconductivity to provide enough air conditioning.
Oh
That
yeah, what were they gonna do? I mean, you'd have to build like I don't know if they were. You'd have to build like a nuke plant just for that, for
yes,
that thing.
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And God forbid if that ever stopped generating power or something interfered with that, it would be.
Like one missile, like a single missile from Iran. Right?
Oh yeah, there you go, and it's not like it's hard to miss. I mean,
Right.
they wouldn't even need to aim. That's you just point and hit. That's so. Oh well, they're lucky they didn't invest in that. How did these people ever assume a war was not going to happen when a war in that part of the world is obviously inevitable? It's like you're left shaking your head at yeah, it just is what it is. Okay, that being said, like I said, we can start in on monologue soon enough. We're waiting on Holly. She'll give me a short break. Aristides is entering some links, and then when I can return from my short break, I'll start right in on monologue. But Holly, if you can jump on with anyhow, Aristides, yeah.
I'm just
Oh, by the way,
here.
so dig this shit. Yeah. So Millier. Oh, here we are. JewishInsider.com says, Je viens Mullier, an Israeli diplomatic source told Jewish Insider that Ecuador and Paraguay are expected to join the Isaac Accords. What are the Isaac Accords? I don't even.
It's like the Abraham Accords, except for South America.
Oh, weird shit. It's like
well, he was he was over there making out with the wall again.
Kneeling in front of it, yes, and going through the motions. Yes, that's right. Well, let me see if I can give the proper emoji for this. Here we go. The L emoji. The L. Yeah, the L emoji. So what was I going to say about something else that was it had something to do with yes. So what happened was when I got back from Hitler Day in time for my appointment with a chiropractor in Chinatown. Then what happens is afterwards I decided I'd better. I was dancing between the raindrops. We had an incredible torrential spell of rain recently. It's been rainy days that have drowned us all out and just made life, harder. It wasn't really torrential to the point where we get flooding in San Francisco. That does happen, but not this time. But it's inconvenient enough. So when I was dancing between the periods of rain, where I was just deciding when I could take care of picking up my painkiller prescription and picking up some laundry I turned in, I basically was lucky enough to get a break in the rain at the time of the appointment with the chiropractor. So when Ed Beth dropped me off in Chinatown at 1300 hours, then afterwards I took a cab, and there's this weird thing with the new phone. It's already getting spam. I don't know how that's even possible. Gonna have to talk with somebody about how to stop it. But when it came to the phone itself, it's not really gelling with the automated service of Yellow Taxi. But I do seem to be able to get, dispatchers, and that's what's important. But when I took the ride to get my prescription, pick it up, the prescription of opiates at the Kaiser Pharmacy, the codeine tablets, which are like homeopathic to me, but still important to maintain a sense of balance when I'm not on the real thing. When I en route there, there's what are called flag ads. Now I know Holly's joined us, but I'll share the story with you before I take off for the short break, Holly. So this
Yes.
flag ads, in San Francisco down the avenues, they have these flag ads that are like advertising, mostly these days it used to be for things like Hastings School of Law, which is really fucking sad because they had to close that place down. But these days it's things like community colleges, different things, Golden Gate Park, these flag ads are on these big light poles, the light stands. And so they advertise things like the Academy of Sciences. Now, en route to Japantown, which we hit just before we hit the Kaiser offices where the pharmacy is, there was one for the Presidio, and the flag ads are in two parts. On one side of the pole will be one side of the ad, the other side of the pole will be the other side of the ad. Now, they had this big demon face, and it's not from old school Disney like Fantasia. I know what the old school Disney Fantasia devil looks like, and it's mostly just an outline. Instead, it was like a real drawn out demon, demonic apparition, all drawn out, and it said, "Face your fears at the Presidio." And the other side of the ad was Walt Disney Family Museum. Yeah, believe that shit. So I gotta try and take a photograph of that as soon as possible. At any rate, Aristides also brings to our attention. It was brought to my attention by Brendan Zogit last night. Paranormal. David Wilcock apparently killed himself. And what, you knew this? You didn't know this, Holly?
No, I did not.
Oh, what do you know about him?
Nothing.
Okay,
It's news to me. I wanted to say quickly, I saw that Disney Family Museum on the thing you put up about the hotel on the Presidio.
Yes, tell us about that.
It's all there. I mean, they've, just wiped out. History is on top of histories. I mean, the bogus Lucas, quote unquote, museum, which had an armed guard on both doors. And it was a stupid room with like fake costumes hanging in it, and it was dumb as fuck. But now it's full class. And hey, by the way, psychotic break my butt. I can't be the only one that wanted to tear that thing's head off and piss down its neck. Listeners, can I get a thumbs up? Anyone? Else I'm going to the wall with my psychotic YouTube mystique.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Yes, you're welcome. No,
and I saw the thing about the AI lady.
Yeah.
For the MAGA lady. The guy apparently, he said he made a woke one too, but Democrats wouldn't send her any money.
Oh, wow. Well, there you go.
They've got somebody to hump already at home, I guess.
Yes, there you are.
But he made a shit ton. He got 1 million users like fast.
There you have it. Well, we know what we got to do. Jesus Christ. Now we'll just start going. Damn.
Get a robot.
Yeah, AI OnlyFans. There we are. AI OnlyFans. And just that's
get ahead of that, man. You won't be sorry.
Yes, you're right. Jesus, why didn't well, we'll work on it.
Really?
So honey, I'm gonna take that short break. Okay. Do me a favor. Aristides, are you with us? You ready to hold some convo? Yeah. Okay, great. So the two of you, I'm just gonna take that short break. When I come back, we're going to dive straight into monologue. But of course, we'll round up whatever thoughts are expressed by Holly and Aristides before we do that. But thank you so much for coming on, Holly. I really appreciate that.
Yes.
Love
thank
you dearly. And
yes.
So I'll go mute right now. Thank you.
All right.
Hey, man. How you doing?
All right.
Want to keep rolling the headlines? They're juicy.
I can try. Let me see what else
That big Navy guy just got fired, but apparently he came to the position as a former businessman.
Which guy was that?
Oh, the guy that just got fired tonight.
Oh, I didn't see that. There's
I
just so much
forget
happening in the world, you
why.
know,
Yeah, I'm looking
every
for
minute. Navy guy. What was he? What was his position?
top, high up
Big,
there.
big Navy
Yeah,
guy.
let me see. Oh, yes, secretary.
Secretary
Ousted
of the
as,
Navy?
yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
and he was some idiot appointed, right out of business. So who knows what a
I can,
goofball he was, but he
yeah, I can try to
wasn't,
search that in a minute.
kissing butt enough. It was another Hegseth fire.
Part of it, just another follow on to the purge.
Yeah, and so now they're elevating Undersecretary Hung Kao to be the acting secretary. So you can't say they don't have some DEI in there.
Yeah, right.
Hung Kao.
Yeah. I'll have to search that in a minute. But yep, never a dull moment there in that
Tell you what,
in that whole
thrills and chills galore.
yeah, right.
Let me get to the headlines. All right, see if you can find. I mean,
Yep.
a lot of mayhem in the strait.
I don't even know what's going on there. It just kind of was so novel for a while, and now it's just like, stop
Yeah,
asking
they're
what's going on.
shooting boats and capturing container ships and every goddamn thing.
Yeah, yeah. I don't even know. Yeah, right. I don't know what the overall what the executive summary is.
Yeah, well, that's kind of it. Um,
Who's it's open. I saw something. I don't know if you ever remember an old like Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck. There was there was one scene where they were like arguing two different positions. They keep tearing the poster off, and there's one under it, and it's like it's this, no, it's that, it's this, it's that,
yeah,
and it was like the strait is open, the strait is closed, the strait is
yeah,
open, the strait is closed.
sure is,
It's just
sure is.
which it's every other day. Whose blockade is on or off or
Yeah, and
Yeah.
supposedly the rest of the world is really pissed off about it. They're fed
Right.
up,
Right.
so
Right.
that's not going to play well.
Well, at a certain point, the world's just going to say, "Oh, just get it over with." Can we get back to business?
Oh my God. And I guess it's going to take a long time to undo.
Well,
Okay, I'm
yes.
back. So what's our train of thought, everybody?
What,
We were
Secretary
just
of the Navy?
rolling the headlines.
Yeah.
Oh, Secretary of the Navy's left. Yes. So all that being said, okay. You want to round off? Oh, what about yourself, Holly? How are you doing? People care about you personally.
Well enough, well enough.
Okay.
Nothing much to report, just, rolling along.
Yes, and with your own thoughts on what we should be paying attention to, perhaps internationally or domestically.
Oh, you were about to brutalize the post about Cal Sheet, and my
Oh,
phone
yes.
dropped.
Did you catch what I
I
said
just
earlier
thought it
about the
was
construction going on all night? Did you?
Oh yeah, that's brutal. So brutal.
Oh, yeah.
But I didn't hear your dismissal of the post. I
Yeah.
just thought it was an interesting point that
Oh
at
no,
least it's getting some attention.
I wasn't brutalizing it for any sense of falsehood. I'm not deconstructing it. I just,
Or that it was dumb.
yeah, I didn't say. Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
No.
It was just it took me a while to even recognize what it was about. Just
Right.
not. I just don't. Even though I've exposed what goes on with that horror, it's just like what all I can say is that it's one of those things where it's people throwing money away again, and all kinds of people are throwing money away. It's just another form of gambling, and
Yeah, but
there's
they're
only so much.
making it too.
Yeah, well, we know who's making it. Like I said, the inside traders. That, of course, is like Trump knows when he's going to attack, so he puts a bet that there's going to be an attack, right? And that's what he did with Maduro. Everybody in his cabinet put a bet that Maduro was going to take a fall, and then they attacked Venezuela. It's like, yeah, nobody knows that shit except somebody on the inside. So it's obviously the whole thing is just an inside operation. So talk about fixed house. I mean, So
No argument there.
yeah, so
But they're making money. Oh boy.
yeah, off the
Oh
sucker
man.
born every minute. And
Yeah.
so right now, I'm just gonna hydrate myself a little bit here. Mm. And then we have very dry tea. Like I said, until this tea is finished, I'm not going to go buy any new tea because I always hold off till the last minute on everything. And so if anybody hears me kind of lose my voice, it's because the tea's very dry and has some particulate matter in it. But all that being said, let's dive into it. Now, I invite both of you to interject whenever you feel like it. Obviously, this will go for as long as I can stand it tonight, based on the fact that had no sleep for the past few days, other than, the short period of time I had today, which was, it should suffice. I should be able to make it till midnight, and we're going to aim for that. So if we start right now, that'll give us, what shall we say, maybe like 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. That'd be about close to 5 hours. So let's see if we can stand that, and might end before midnight if we go on a long enough expenditure of breath where I feel I've covered what I needed to cover for tonight. I'm sure we can make it, and with that in mind, everybody, none of this can happen without your monetary support. So make certain to contribute, and we'll leave it at that for now. This can't be done without your help. It's your war, and you've got to fight it. Now, after the war, how open will the Strait of Hormuz even be? Since Donald Trump is the war's biggest loser, the Trump maladministration is trying to erase its own history of Republicans blocking all efforts to halt Trump's war with Iran. About 13 ships passed through the Strait of Hormuz on Tuesday, as dated April 7th. The next day, following an ostensible ceasefire, even fewer did so. Much like the truce itself, the state of the strait remains unclear. For Iran's foes, it will reopen only at a price. America went to war in the Gulf a quarter of a century ago. Back then, George H.W. Bush sought approval from Congress, convinced 41 countries to join the effort, and declared victory only after achieving aims that he actually articulated. Social media did not exist. There are, in other words, rich contrasts to draw between that Gulf War and this one. House Democrats unsuccessfully attempted to pass a resolution to halt Donald Trump's war with Iran, a response to the president's shocking threat over a fortnight, the old in English for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it has 12 weeks agone, to annihilate a whole civilization. Congress was out of town, and the effort stood no real chance of passage. The week thereafter, however, Senate Democrats planned to force a real vote that, if successful, would halt Trump's military operations in Iran and require Congress to vote to approve any future military actions. But Trump's attempt to evade public records laws illustrates, Donald Trump is at once one of the most transparent presidents to ever enter the White House, and also one of the most opaque. A fortnight, again, the old in English there for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it has 12 weeks agone. The story was how, on Tuesday night, as dated the 7th day in April, a genocidal threat by Donald Trump to destroy Iranian civilization suddenly turned into a ceasefire that the president proclaimed would herald a golden age of peace and prosperity for the Middle East. My own thoughts were, parce que, Mr. Trump, whether the truce could possibly hold, and what it would mean. The ceasefire was always going to be fragile. How fragile, we soon discovered. As Israel bombed Lebanon, Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz, and the Trump maladministration furiously dismissed accusations that the president had caved. Even so, I concluded that the truce might yet gel if only because Mr. Trump would be reluctant to restart the war. He knows that renewed fighting will panic markets and infuriate voters, for his golden age to crumble in days would leave him looking like a loser and a fool. Trump's goals in Iran have always been clear, but in a tale of twa Gulf Wars, contrast Donald Trump's ceasefire with the George Bush Sr.'s victory in Kuwait, and it betrays how America itself has changed. The bombing of the revolutionary government in Iran is drawing comparisons with the war in Iraq, but the comparisons are with the wrong war. In 1981, there was an attack on Iraq, which much more closely, resembles what Donald Trump is struggling to achieve in Iran. The story goes back to 1976, when the government of Jacques Chirac in France sold a nuclear reactor to the Iraqis, a deal for which the French have always managed to avoid much criticism. The French charged the Iraqi government twice the going rate, but as one of the Iraqi nuclear team later recalled, we were happy to pay. After all, who else was going to sell us a nuclear reactor? Who indeed? Once Saddam Hussein was in power, he poured resources into the nuclear site at Oshirak in his race to be the first holder of an Arab bomb. He surrounded the nuclear site with anti-aircraft batteries, and by 1981 was close to his dream. That was why, on the 7th day in June of 1981, the government of Menachem Begin in Israel deployed jets to destroy the reactor. The Israeli Air Force's 8 F-16s struck during a mealtime, when the anti-aircraft positions were unmanned. Talk about being habitual to a fault. They hit their target and destroyed the Iraqi nuclear reactor in under 12 minutes. Less than 120 seconds. Naturally, the international backlash was immediate. Foreign governments and press condemned the Israeli action as unprovoked and sneaky. The United Nations convened for a number of sessions to condemn the Israelis for depriving Saddam of his shiny nuclear reactor. Even the American government of the day condemned the Israelis. But there was a logical coda to the mission after Saddam's invasion of Kuwait in 1990. Had he had a nuclear weapon then, not only would the Iran-Iraq war of that decade have gone very differently, but it is highly unlikely that an international force would have dared to push Iraqi forces out of Kuwait. As the American Defense Secretary said to the Israelis, with some understatement after the liberation of Kuwait, by taking out the Oshirak reactor 9 years earlier, you made our job easier in Desert Storm. Now, I mention this bit of history not only because I was a live-action participant in the so-called liberation of Kuwait, but because there is a lot of chatter at the moment about America getting bogged down in Iran in the same way it got bogged down in Iraq after 2003. It is hard to overstate the extent to which parts of America are pushing this narrative, cynical as they remain about all foreign military interventions after Afghanistan and Iraq. There was a period where this sentiment dominated only on the American left. In Barack Obama's time, the Democrats were so worried about getting into a boots-on-the-ground situation, to use the avoidable cliché, in Syria and elsewhere, that they decided most of their problems could be solved by simply sending drones to kill their enemies. With Trump's rise to office, it was clear that a similar wariness had emerged on the American right. From the moment he started running for president, he realized that his own political side was equally tired of foreign interventions, especially ones that were lengthy, costly in every way, and widely deemed to be a failure. It was Trump who broke the Republican respect for the interventionists, often in the most personal ways, as with his attacks on George W. Bush and John McCain. Each time Trump ran for the presidency, a large part of his platform was that he would stop America getting involved in stupid wars in the Middle East. Just as Obama had upped America's drone program, so Trump developed his own drone doctrine, the Drone Row Doctrine. The murder of the Iranian terror chief Qasem Soleimani in 2020 was perhaps the first time that Trump showed he could effectively take out an enemy of the United States and deter his opponent from any significant retaliatory strikes. Then earlier this year, the United States military, on his orders, carried out the criminal raid on Caracas, which brought the corrupt Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro to face justice in New York. Obviously, the staged success of that mission has led Trump to the hubris of Iran. But if you listen to what the president, his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and others have said since the start of this mission, the confusion is on the part of his listeners, not of the maladministration itself. From the beginning, Trump has made a number of justifications for the misaction, but the one non-negotiable has been that Iran must never be allowed nuclear weapons. Given that the Iranian side actually boasted to the American negotiating team that they were weeks away from nuclear breakout, it isn't hard to understand why the United States chose this moment to strike, however immorally, under a flag of truce. The fact that the Iranians learned from Iraq and spread out their nuclear sites is why this intervention has taken longer than 20 minutes. Nevertheless, there is chaff being thrown in the air from all sides. Yes, at the start, Trump suggested to the Iranian people that they rise up and overthrow the regime of the mullahs, if they could. But the killing of tens of thousands of people by the religious militias in January has obviously had an effect. "Ha ha," say Trump's critics. "You see, you tried regime change and failed. Now you will have to, once again, put boots on the ground." But the president is committed to doing no such thing. Doubtless, Trump would have liked to have seen the regime receive more opposition internally, but the hope that the Islamic revolutionary government falls is the maximalist policy. The minimalist one is simply to ensure that for the foreseeable future, Iran does not have any capacity to develop nuclear weapons. I'm slightly surprised by some of the obfuscation and pretense of befuddlement that many national and international observers seem to be displaying in the face of this objective. He hasn't made it clear, they say again and again, but he has. The aim of Trump's war in Iran is indeed to replay the Iraq intervention, but it is the Israeli intervention of 1981, not Operation Desert Storm, in which I participated in 1991, but a decade later, nor Iraqi freedom under George W. Bush, or Bush War II, circa 2003. Now we might have some input here from...
Did you see
Oh, yes.
Bush?
Yes.
Did you see George W. come out?
Tell us!
Now he's like the old grandpa giving us advice. It's cute.
Yeah, it's disgusting. I mean, they all are disgusting, but go on. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, well, judging by the way he speaks now, it's like that whole "he was an idiot" thing was obviously a ruse or just a farce.
Are you serious? Are you just being
Yeah, I'm being
facetious?
serious. He
Oh my
talks like a
God.
scholar now somehow.
Oh.
I mean, maybe old age changed him. I don't know.
Yeah, or maybe they put him through a program and
He took some night classes. I don't know.
yeah. By the way, so we have the celebration of the 100th anniversary of the Showa era in Japan, where apparently some South Korean tried to stir some shit and got arrested for his troubles. Thank God. And
Yeah.
thank you for sharing that with us. But I really appreciate your coming on to tell us about the young Bush, who is now the senior Bush, trying to come out as, the voice of
He's
reason.
the alive Bush.
Yeah, the living Bush, the surviving Bush. We'll call him the surviving Bush. Yeah, that's funny as
So I
fuck.
think the
And then
brother-
he's elevated. He's
Yeah.
elevated like he's some kind of elder statesman, for God's sake. It's sickening.
Well,
Sickening.
I noticed
That's all I
people in
can
the
say.
comments, they were saying, I never thought this day would come where he would sound reasonable, but here we are, you know.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
I'd rather have him than what we're dealing with. And it's like, yeah, I get it.
yeah.
Barely.
We can all get that, but still, that guy should be made to bleed every time he fucking walks, just with every step he takes.
He's a war criminal, motherfuckers.
Yeah, to say the least. Yeah. But there you have it. It's so bad now. You can see why people are sentimental about him, and yet, bear in mind what I've just said. Trump is trying to avoid his mistake, which was, of course, an all-out fucking invasion. Trump's trying to avoid that because that would cost him everything. Trump would just they
about that.
What's that? What's that?
I got cut off. I said I don't know what you've been seeing, but apparently he said he could have won Vietnam.
There you go.
I would have won Vietnam.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure he's so delusional that my attempts to try and rationalize his madness will ultimately be fallow. But all that being said, any other insights before I dive into the contrast? What I've been trying to do is build up the man before the fall, before I cut his feet out from under him. So I've just been kind of like putting out a reasonable argument before I deconstruct it. But that being said, how are you doing,
I just wanted to show you that Showa era thing.
Yes,
I'm doing just peachy, wonderfully.
Oh my God. Well, I want people to know that Brendan's been dealing with a lot technically with me. We've been taking care of some technical things with the channel. And believe me, none of this could be done without Brendan. We got a lot going on these days, just overwhelmingly. But yeah, we both agree that was really suspect that they decided they're just going to start into construction last night and just carry it out throughout the night. That was just bizarre. I haven't seen such shit since Saudi Arabia, because at night, because the temperature, they do all construction at night because it's impossible to do construction in the daytime. It's too hot. So they do it at night with the search beams. And that's what they turned the corner of Hyde and Green into last night, like a mini Saudi Arabia with, instead of that, what's the name of that tower again? The Burqa.
Burj Khalifa, but that's Dubai, but yeah.
Yeah, that's Dubai. Yeah, like it's the Burj Khalifa. That telephone pole became the Burj Khalifa of Green and Hyde last night. What a fucking joke.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's because I'm trying not to call him our name for him, but Mr. Lurie, your mayor, he's been pumping it up so hard that everyone wants to visit now. They're thinking it's like it's back to normal. San Francisco's great, so they're all trying to restart. Like it's like a cadaver trying to zap the what is it called? Defibrillator. They're trying to use the defibrillator to
yeah, there you go. I'd compare it more to like who's our favorite guy, Mark or something. Who's the multi-billionaire who keeps supplementing himself to death? Who's that guy?
He's so forgettable. Poor guy.
Mike.
Brian Johnson.
Brian Johnson. Yeah. So Brian, it's like Brian Johnson electrostimulating his dick. That's what he does. For those of you who don't know, we're not making this up. This is actually what the fucker does.
The blueprint guy. The blueprint guy, whatever his name is.
Yeah, and so that's what Major Lurie is doing to San Francisco, and Well, he was
He was in
elected.
Shanghai like the other day, apparently.
Oh yeah, sister city and shit. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
he's like, well, he was
And then
elected.
it just looked to me, I would be embarrassed if like comparing it to Shanghai. I mean, their like skyline looked like it was something out of Blade Runner
Oh yeah,
compared
yeah.
to our shit.
Oh, of course.
And then over here, they were like, "Yeah, we turned the lights back on the Bay Bridge," and
Yeah.
like everyone was clapping. Weak, come on.
Oh, I hear you. China's
With all the
cities.
billions San Francisco has, couldn't they at least do that? But,
Yeah.
I mean, China, the mentality is different. Obviously, like they're more into innovation,
Yeah.
and there's like reasons for that. But yeah,
It's in China, they are definitely, you look at those and you'd say that's the skyline of the future. You can't help but be
Yeah.
impressed. Yeah, that's
yes.
well, but
There's just
then,
LEDs on the thing,
yeah,
and it's rainbow, like different colors are going.
yeah,
Yeah.
but they definitely are people who are, let's put it this way, the
Oh
corruption
man,
is so rife. Go
it's
on.
bad when you
Yeah.
see someone coming out of the grocery store with a bulk jean. Oh man, we're
A what?
bastard.
A bulk what?
He's carrying a 35-pound bag of beans. Like
Oh,
I've never
geez.
seen any white person come out of the store with something like that.
That's
I wonder, are things getting that bad?
yeah, they are. Yeah, people are
Let's
prepping.
hope it's just for a project or something.
Yeah, God knows. Yeah, oh, I saw something up there. It was just lentil beans they're cultivating in Oregon or Washington State. You might look that up. I mean, the fields are pretty photogenic, or rather, I thought it was strip mining, but it turned out they were just cultivating lentils.
Oh
I
my
thought you might
God.
be
Well, that's
impressed.
good news.
Yeah, I thought you
good
might
news.
be impressed by that. But
The yields would increase if they did millets, but
yeah, there you go.
we'll work on that.
Yeah. So thank you for sharing that, and interject whenever you feel like it. Just jump right on in. Obviously, with all the stuff
There was
that's
just one last thing on
Yeah.
the Asian front. I was just gonna say,
yeah.
you remember that Johnny Somali dude that he's
Oh,
in
tell
Korean
us.
jail?
Yeah, tell us.
So he forced his lawyers to basically what is it called? Appealing. But in Korea, if you appeal, it opens the case back up. So it could cost him more time.
Right. There you
So
go.
I'm sure the lawyer was trying to explain that to him, but they're
He's too
so
desperate.
crazy.
No, he's too desperate to listen. He's too desperate to listen.
Well, it's going to cost him more time. According to the source I read, it said he could be in there for years now.
Yes.
If he goes through with the appeal.
Well, that makes sense. Well, that's what he gets. His life is going to be this now. This is going to be his life now. And that's
I forget what he did.
It's just
it's more like what he didn't do.
Yeah, it's
so he was
I forget the story.
He was this YouTuber, but like degenerate.
Okay.
I would classify them as degenerate YouTubers, where they just harangue and harass people, and you can't get away with it very long in the US because someone will just off you. So he went overseas, and then he started doing it all throughout Asia. He went to like Philippines, Thailand, all the places. And then Japan shipped him to Korea. He was doing it in Japan, and somehow, even though a bunch of people tried to get him arrested, they stamped his visa. They gave him his passport back and let him go to Korea.
Quite intentionally. The Japanese government knew exactly what it was doing. They were saying, we know what we're doing. Just let us do this. Yeah, and they sent him to Korea.
Yeah, that's
he ain't coming back.
Yeah, that's what. Right. That's what Doug. We. What is it called? Ascertained, because the public in Japan was so mad at him, people were actually fist fighting him, which is very rare in Japan. They're not like that. But he was so crazed and so depraved that they started actually like people rounded him up and took him to the police station. That's how bad he got. But they let him out because his next destination was Korea, right? They just stamped the passport, said, all right. And that was the last, and then he went over to Korea and started like humping the rape girl statue, the memorial.
Yeah, well, there's several statues, but he was humping them all. He was humping them. So
he went to all of them. He went to all of them. And some of these are of underage girls that were representing female child sexual slavery. And he was just humping them, desecrating them. Yeah, and go on. And
I hate to ask.
To actual people.
Yeah. What, Holly? What were you going to ask?
I hate to ask, but how many million followers does this guy have?
Brendan,
of course he had millions. I
millions.
mean,
Yeah.
Millions.
at his height, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
all these degen people get pushed, but then when you
Mhm.
try and talk about history like this program, you get capped and
Yes.
shadow banned.
My
Yes.
God.
Yeah.
They push those degen guys on purpose, just like Logan Paul.
They
and
sell
all these
tickets.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's
so
a
does Trump.
deliberate skewing.
Yeah.
Deliberate
I
skewing.
mean, he's a media darling. Hate him or love him.
Yeah, well, tell her about Joe Rogan, how he ripped off everything you were saying for years about, oh, hey, you should be treating your heroin addiction with these psychedelics. And,
I had a more balanced approach, but then he just phones up and says, go do it. And they do it.
yeah, and, well, anyhow,
he has the biggest podcast on the earth.
Yeah, well, he's schmoozing with Trump again. So Trump has wooed him back in because he knows he ain't gonna attract kids with that Kid Rock shit, and so they're bringing in Joe Rogan and psychedelics now to get votes. They're hoping everybody will be so fucking high off their shit that they'll vote for Trump. So there you go with that. That's the horror of our present.
It's
culture.
a horror because it's such a racket already. It's horrifying.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to be said. It's not. He hasn't been saying anything.
No.
It is such a racket.
Yeah.
For years. I mean, it's the same junk.
Rogan or Trump? I mean, like you said.
All of them, but I'm talking about the podcast situation.
Yeah, that's right.
It's stalled out. It's plateaued. That's what I would say about that.
Yeah.
There's nothing really going on. Of note, of improvement. Nothing improves human life.
No. And what about the news that was brought by yourself and then Aristides about the suicide of David Wilcock?
I don't know. That's more your territory. I was just showing.
I don't know about that. Yeah, but
you met the guy, didn't you? Didn't you meet these people?
Yeah, I met him. Yeah,
these were like hardcore MUFON people.
Yeah. No, I met him. That doesn't mean that I didn't find anything worth retaining. I just think that he was at that time very supportive of some other ufologist who had, according to their claim, a shitload of child pornography downloaded into their computer. So he was very supportive of that individual, even to the point of parking his SUV outside of that person's home with a firearm, which he obviously had firearms, to guard their home if anyone tried to off them. It was just bizarre. I can't even remember who the person in question was whose home he parked in front of. But, they all really stood up for each other. But
he was running that Corey Good.
Yeah, shit.
And pumping him for story content. But remember when he got caught off mic saying that he got caught off mic saying, this is just entertainment.
Yeah, of course.
And that was that.
I don't know.
I mean, you'd think, but they didn't. I mean, he did.
Yeah.
I thought it was an open secret. I mean,
a lot of people believe that shit.
Yeah, no.
The
overwhelming
crickets.
Majority. Yeah, they believe it. Yeah. So, Brendan, what were you going to say?
I was going to say,
the
only thing I remember about those weirdos is that they brought up. Remember, they were pushing blue avians for so long, and it's like that was the cheesiest.
Yeah.
Like the cheesiest aliens ever.
That was. That's what Laura Lee Solomon was tripping off of. Yeah, not that Laura Lee Solomon bought into the blue avians, but remember her trip was that she had investigated the resonant audio sounds that caused a kind of
NLP.
Thank you. Yeah, neuro linguistic programming. Audio.
Binaural. She was into
binaural
beats or something like that.
Binaural. It's some weird pronunciation for it. But yeah, she was into that, and she was convinced that was being applied in the pushing of the blue avians, which may have been totally correct. I mean, I see no reason to find that unbelievable. That sounds like mass indoctrination through the pushing the latest cultic shtick.
Well, they had to use something because it was so lame.
And just like yeah, you must think there must be something like that with David Lewis Anderson because everything that guy said was so lame. And well, okay. But definitely just interject whenever you feel like it, Brendan and Holly, both of you, Aristides as well. And well, I'll now work on here we are. Yes. So Vicky Johnson says Elon and Joe Rogan are avid microdosers. No, nothing micro about it, honey. They're heroic level dosers. They're like macro.
Yeah, I was gonna say
dosers.
micro. Yeah, no, they're past macro for sure.
Yeah. Thank you. They're
I
mega-
appreciate the sentiment. But
Yes. Yeah, and but let me enter that just for later reference. Macro dosers, honey, and see if I can find the right
like you
Cocktails
said,
of doses, cocktails of
Yeah, they're
doses, and then there's the steroids
Yes.
and the hormones and
Oh,
what
yeah.
all.
Oh,
The
and every time you see
anti-aging
him, he looks
drugs.
more-
Yeah.
He looks like he looks like a villain, like a Megamind or something from like a cartoon. He
Yeah.
just gets more chunky around the head.
Yeah.
Really
David Wilcock, you mean?
No, what's his name?
Yeah.
Podcast head.
Oh, Rogan.
Oh, Rogan.
Rogan.
Yeah, these
Yes.
people.
Well, the funny thing is, think about that they all have this running thread. These guys like Sean Bond, Joe Rogan, they all do this DMT and they all think they've attained enlightenment. They drop this,
Well, that's what originally
Yeah.
got him his viewers. Was he
Yeah.
was tripping on? He was saying, he read the book The Spirit Molecule, and then he went off on that.
yeah.
But there's nothing to be found in it.
Thank you.
Well, not smoking it out of a demure little vape pipe. I mean, it was about the ceremony and the practice and the whole thing. But now, I
Well,
mean,
even
you can
that's
get.
got blown out.
Yeah, honey, that's
I see what
believe
you're
me.
saying.
That
I see what
honey,
you're
when there was
It's a culture that it has nothing to do with mine.
well, let's
So-
put it this way. Let's put it this way. Whatever was being done on the indigenous level became completely violated and industrialized by the tourist industry, where all these tech bros decided they were going to look enlightened and go down and
Believe
shroom.
me,
Yeah.
I've dealt with the casualties of that.
Yeah, and
And
tell us about
in
that.
the end, it's like, thank you, Terrence McKenna.
Yeah, there you go. And tell us about that. Tell us about these casualties. Tell us about what.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I've seen horrible things.
Yeah.
And these camps now run by bros with now, half of the places, I don't know that there's a native involved.
No.
And certainly sucking it out of a vape pen up here is going to drive you nuts. Yeah.
No.
You can't, it's not a high function kind of thing to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No.
So I've, tripped. I've tried everything but cat and toad.
There you go. I love that. Cat and toad. Cathinone, of
Cat
course.
and toad.
Yeah.
It could be
The
a book. Yeah.
Catha plant, and the
Your
other one
faves.
is licking toads and licking toads.
But
yeah.
now you can get toad in a sleek set of designer fashion vape pens for a lot of money.
Well, I guess it would be.
But toad like that's crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely let's put it this way. We'll see what happens, how long it is before it gets outlawed, if ever. But it's obviously people are eager to escape. Their lives apparently
God,
are
yes.
miserable. Yeah.
Oh God, yes.
And,
And it's having a lot of casualties, boy.
Yeah, and they're paying a price for their escapism. Don't do it, kids. Really, it's reality. It's not that bad. I mean, it's bad, but it ain't that bad. So
I can't imagine how it is to be a kid these days.
Yeah, well,
I can't even
I
imagine
got
it.
cut off.
Yeah.
Cut off. Are you guys there?
Yes, we're
Yeah.
here. We're
Yeah.
here. Jesus, I believe you got
Okay,
cut
it was
off.
like loading. It was loading.
Damn.
But yeah.
Hey, by the way, I'm getting spam on my new phone. How is that possible? You gotta help me get rid of it, or hopefully. I mean, it's not life or death at all, but I don't see any options for
How's
stopping
that-
it.
You mean spam phone numbers?
No, it's like some Asian Indian name is lying to you. And the guy who's running against him for local office is saying, vote for me instead. It's like, how do I get that? And then San Francisco.
Oh, text messages.
Text messages. Yeah, San
Oh,
Francisco.
because no, that's normal. I get those all the time.
Okay.
Probably because the numbers. They basically they just put these numbers on the web. So like my number just does that. Everyone's does at some point.
And you can block the number. You can, but they're calling from a million different phones for the same thing, So you block one and then another and then another.
Yeah. The other one is, of course, surveys. Yeah, San Francisco surveys. And it's like, yeah, I didn't ask for this. But there you go. So, like he said, he'll walk me through it later. But all that being said, oh, man. We did a lot of walking through tech today. All that being said, in order to get on the show tonight, we made certain we took care of a lot of things. And in terms of Brendan, he's been going through some adventures lately. Not quite sure what he's willing to share, but there's a lot going on for all of us.
And you have a new number now?
Yes. Did I not give it to you?
No. Do you have my number in your new phone?
Not yet, but I'll enter it and then send you a text. Then I'll send you a text.
Very good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
And then we'll take care of that. We'll make certain you have it. I thought I gave it to you already because we spoke of it a while back, right? 2 weeks
that it was happening, but the change
got it.
hadn't happened yet. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Well, we had to take care of all kinds of things immediately with that, and it's obviously when you change numbers, it's tectonic. It's a tectonic shift.
Yep.
And but definitely we'll get to you on that. Probably give you a call maybe Thursday or Friday. Short call.
Very good.
And it'll be from a number you don't recognize, so I'll send you the text
That's
first.
right.
Yeah.
Send me the text first. Yeah.
Right. And okay. So that having been articulated, Dakota Arts 99 says, "Hi Douglas, did you hear about David Wilcock? Did you ever have any experiences with him or Corey Good?" And I'll just say, yes, I did. Thank you for asking. Nothing worth mentioning. That would be the thing that I would say. Let me see if I can put down the teapot to.
Well, they were in the cabal with that Rochester guy, Dolan.
Yes, that's that.
Awful group.
Yes,
Awful bunch.
I met him.
Total scammers.
Yeah. Thank you. You're saying it for me. Let's just put it this way. Holly's saying it all. She's saying it all. I met him. Thank you for asking. Yes, I met him. Thank you for asking. And
jacking off of your stuff.
Yes.
Because you were the only secret space program ever.
That's right.
And that's what they coasted. They just took that surfboard and ran.
Yeah. That's
and pumped the shit out of it,
Yes.
It's disgraceful.
Well, it's what do you expect from these people?
Blatant. Treated you like shit too.
Yeah, of course. Then they speak against you and try to assassinate my character. All the rest of that. No, it was a mass campaign.
No,
but
they weren't there to learn anything.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. Nor there to teach anything. But the people who suffer in the end are the American public, and the American public, well, they get what they deserve. If that's what, they buy into that shit. They bought into ancient aliens.
They were there. They did.
They did. Ancient aliens for years. Yes. Now, we were, of course, building up some rationale for Trump's war. Now, this is where we take it down. So if Operation Epic Fury has truly ended, following the announcement of 14 night, or that's the olden English again for fortnight, literally 14 nights. It has 12 weeks ceasefire on April 7th. It will have lasted nearly as long as Operation Desert Storm, the campaign to expel Saddam Hussein's Iraqi forces from Kuwait in 1991. A comparison of the 12 wars shows how much America has changed. Back then, President George H.W. Bush, the senior, sought approval from Congress and the United Nations Security Council before opening fire. This time round, Donald Trump did not bother with any such formalities. Bush, who died in 2018, the senior Bush, patiently persuaded 41 other countries to join America's military coalition. Mr. Trump started the war solely under supervision of his singular suzerain, Israel. He did not consult other allies, but then demanded that they help when things got hard, and denounced them as, his words, cowards, when they proved reluctant. Now I'm going to sneeze. So, Holly, if you'll take the reins while I sneeze. Someone always has to talk when I sneeze. Otherwise, people just listen for the sneeze, which is really silly. Okay, we got this from Brendan here. Tokyo's benchmark Nikkei 225 stock index crossed the 60,000 point line to hit a record intraday high on Thursday. Brendan Zogan is typing. He says, Showa would be proud. Excellent. There we are. Okay, so yes, a good thing. And thank you for that. So here we go. And we'll... that's amazing. Japan has faith in itself. Yeah, Showa would be proud that he won. Most certainly. Yes, indeed. And, okay, continuing with the subject at hand. The elder Bush laid out a clear, limited objective, reversing one country's seizure of another. Mr. Trump offered a shifting array of objectives, from destroying Iran's missiles and nuclear program to hostile regime change. The senior Bush, who did not have access to social media, chose his words carefully. His terse response to Iraq's invasion of Kuwait in 1990 was, "This will not stand." Mr. Trump has been more verbose and much less measured. On April 5th, he posted on Truth Social, and here I'll emphasize where he wrote in the uppercase, "Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch! Praise be to Allah." The 41st president declared victory only after he had won, and in his victory address praised American soldiers and allies, but not himself. Mr. Trump declared victory early and often. On March 11th, he boasted, "We won! In the first hour, it was over." Despite being over in the first hour, it lasted nearly 6 more weeks, snuffed out hundreds of lives, and made all humanity immeasurably the poorer. On the morning of April 7th, Mr. Trump vowed to wipe out Iranian civilization if the regime did not meet his terms. For 10.5 hours, the world wondered how seriously to take this astonishing threat. Then he backed down, citing progress in negotiations. The next day, he sounded cheerful, posting on Truth Social, "This could be the golden age of the Middle East. Big money will be made." The liberation of Kuwait from the Middle East's most torture-happy despot marked a high point of American power, a unipolar moment after the end of the Cold War. It also pushed Bush's approval rating at home to nearly 90%. Democrats as well as Republicans applaud it. Mr. Trump's war has been less well received. His cultists note that several of Iran's bellicose leaders and much of its conventional arsenal have been destroyed. Pete Hegseth, the so-called Secretary of War, has been quoted as crowing, "Other presidents mark time and kick the can down the road. President Trump made history." To avoid further battering, Iran has provisionally agreed to partially reopen the Strait of Hormuz, allowing vital oil and gas to flow again. Oil prices fell and stocks rose at the news. Critics retorting that the strait was only closed in the first because of Trump's war, and that Iran is now claiming the right to charge ships hefty tolls to pass thereon through. The Islamic regime still has its stocks of highly enriched uranium and a stronger incentive to pursue nuclear weapons than ever before. Now, before I continue, we have incoming news from our man Brendan. Ukraine, Russian oil to Hungary, Slovakia has restarted. Now, is this through the Ukrainian pipeline or what? That's energy companies in Ukraine and Hungary have both said that oil flows through the Druzhba pipeline from Russia via
Yeah, they
Belarus.
just repaired it.
Okay. Hungary and Slovakia expect the first supplies. So you mean Ukraine is participating in this? Or not? Or is this just going through Belarus without Ukraine's participation?
No,
or
it's going
approval?
through Ukraine because Zelensky came out and said it was repaired, and then they
Okay.
restarted it.
Okay,
So it was
got
like
it.
a reward. It was like a reward for kicking out that other guy.
That son of a bitch. Thank God. I love it. I love it.
What's his name? I forgot his name already. But
Orban. Viktor Orban.
yeah, because Orban was threatening. He said, if you don't open it, I'm not going to vote for, helping them or some
Yes,
shit.
got it.
So he's
Yes, that's
threatening
right.
them.
No,
And then
he
now
said,
that he got voted out, they fixed it overnight, basically.
yeah, excellent, excellent. That was it. It was Orban has led to the suffering of his own people for years on behalf of Russia. And so once they kicked him out, the Ukrainians fixed it. Good for them. Good for them.
Right.
Excellent news. Excellent news.
But I mean, Russia still benefits. It's just he didn't have to do all that,
Yeah, well, let's put it this way. It's Russia may still benefit, but not not really, not in the propaganda sense. It doesn't benefit in the propaganda sense because the Ukrainians can cut it off anytime they fucking want. So
Right.
that's all I can say is good for them. A happy day all together. A lot to celebrate. Thank you for that. Now, concerning the war in okay, so Dakota Arts 99 says thank you so much. And yeah, so I appreciate that profoundly. And let me see if I can just send him a little emoji here in response. And let's go back to that and give him the correct emoji for it. There we go. And so I thank Dakota Arts for asking. Yeah, but there was never anything there to really, when this guy killed himself, God knows, they probably have something on him. It's the first thing I would think. And that he didn't want to be taken alive. And besides, somebody who's been telling lies all his life, at some point that's got to catch up with you. Where your whole life is a lie and there's nothing.
Well,
yeah.
those UFOers pulled out some like X post that he put up in like 2022 where he said, I would never kill myself. Yeah.
Interesting. That's so they can claim he was murdered, of course. They'll claim
Yeah.
he was assassinated. Yeah. Well, all I could say
For
is,
what he knew.
yeah, for what he knew. Yes. Yeah. Blue avians and all. Yes.
Yeah, I don't understand that if they just come out and say it anyways. It's like, why would you kill someone over that?
Yeah. No kidding.
If that's their whole shtick is releasing, that was big in the 90s, like releasing information, but now it's like almost redundant.
Well, these days, first
You
off,
gotta get into the weeds like Tartaria and fucking how radium was good for you.
Yeah. Do tell people it's not. Yeah, so we don't want it to sound like we're promoting any of that. Tartaria or say that? Yeah, they're cutting you off.
I said, I don't know. Try it. Why not?
Yeah. Don't tell people that. No, don't try it. Don't try it, people. Don't try radium. No, radium is not good for you. No. At any
he's
rate.
just part of the gov. He's trying to tell you.
Shout out there to Alex Griffin. There you go. Yeah, that one. Jesus Christ. At any rate, now, Daniel Pletka of the AEI, the American Enterprise Institute, which is a conservative think tank, concludes that Mr. Trump's ceasefire is a major strategic error founded on a false understanding of the Iranian government. Suzanne Maloney of the Brookings Institution, a nonpartisan think tank, confirms that America's situation is far worse than it would have been had Mr. Trump never started the war. To quote she, the Iranian regime is emboldened, the global economy is damaged, our munitions and interceptors are depleted, and our allies are further alienated. The war has strengthened the sense that Mr. Trump's approach to geopolitique is neither competent nor benign. Again, the comparison with the 41st president is instructive here. As a former director of the CIA, Bush carefully weighed the intelligence he heard. By contrast, according to the New York Times, when the current CIA director dismissed as farcical the rosy scenarios for quick and easy regime change that Israel's prime minister had presented to Mr. Trump, the president brushed aside the warning, saying essentially, well, if it's Jewish sourced, it must be kosher. Whether that was intended as a pun or simply a sign of his simplicity is up for debate.
Did he actually say?
Yeah.
Is that a joke?
No, he said it. No, that's how does that not sound like him? Yeah. If it
I'm
is,
not saying it doesn't, but
yeah.
who says that?
It's well, Trump. That's yeah. I think that they've scrubbed it from the internet, but I saw it once. It may have been a false report, but there's so many things they say are false reports. What was it? Not Tech, Real Tech sent us this little fact check, and it was like this admiral or our military commander did not storm out of this meeting, and it's like, while it's appreciated, he needn't bother. Everything Trump says is a lie, and you just have to operate from that point. That he if he's not lying,
we've crossed into Aesop's fables at this point. It's
like
the boy who cries wolf. It's like you just got to assume at this point.
Yes, it is literally that. At any rate, the senior Bush, a decorated Navy pilot who once completed a mission while his plane was on fire, took war seriously. He hoped that victory might help forge a world where the United Nations could fulfill the historic vision of its founders for peace. Mr. Trump, who avoided the draft, has pivoted within hours from musing about war crimes. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. I guess that's why he brought in Joe Rogan. He wants to hit those Stone Ages. To urging a boycott of Bruce Springsteen, whom Trump said was...
who's going to see Bruce Springsteen?
Seriously. But Trump said that Springsteen was bad, very boring, and looks like a dried up prune. Yeah, well, what about your boy Kid Rock? Not that I'm defending Bruce Springsteen, but man, if Bruce Springsteen looks like a dried up prune, what's Kid Rock?
Wasn't he the one that was like that? He had the song "Born in the USA."
Yeah, that was him.
Okay.
Dude. Went to fight the yellow man. That was his lyrics. Yeah. But Kid Rock must be the pit. If he's the prune, Kid Rock's the pit. Anyhow, the manga...
Oh, he's like Gollum. He's all wasting wage.
Yeah. Oh, it's no inspiration found there. And they think that's going to draw kids in. To the manga.
No, people see Kid Rock and they laugh. He was always a joke.
Thank you.
It's just like they hired, once he got famous enough, he just hired those like producers to make the music sound decent.
Yeah.
That's
Well-
all that happened.
Well, when he came on stage recently for that during that half break, that halftime of the NFL halftime, he was lip syncing. He was lip syncing. It's that bad. He can't even
Oh,
do
of
it.
course.
Yeah, it was what a joke. And he was like lip syncing so poorly, you could see he was lip syncing.
Right.
That's how bad it was. But
He's not a performer, not a good one.
yeah, no, never was. Now the MAGA cunts all hail Mr. Trump's over-the-top threats as a brilliant negotiating tactic. But the negotiations with the
Yeah, no way. I didn't realize that this was actually his lyric.
Yeah. Sent to kill,
To kill
the
the
yellow
yellow
man. Yeah, you didn't know
Send
that?
me off to a foreign land to go kill the yellow man.
Yeah.
Born in the USA.
Yeah.
Is that
Boom.
really in the in
Yeah.
the final cut? I don't remember.
No,
hearing
that's
that.
in the cut, dude. That was yeah. Sent to fight in a foreign land where I killed the yellow man. That's Bruce Springsteen, not me. That's Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, this is the lyrics. Anyone could look it up. It's public.
Yeah.
Born in the USA.
Yeah, there you go. And so there you have that. Yeah. Well, wave that flag, people. Yeah, but despite what the
Come back home to the refinery. Went down to see the VA man.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Son, don't you understand? Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't know this song had lyrics.
Oh, it's just they're awful. They're awful. And people were weeping. People would weep when they heard this.
Like that's America right there.
Yeah, you would see
Come
breakdowns.
back, work for the refinery.
People would break down because he's trying to sound so much like, Mr. Joe, the average beer drinking, I'm the average American, Mr. Working Man, and dude, that's dead and gone. That whole milieu, that whole class of people is dead and gone. There's no refinery left to work in. There's no, but they sure as hell go to the VA though. They got that dead. Yeah, they go to the VA. They're all 100% disability. Oh, did I send you that link? Was that the Navy veteran who Caleb Hammer, where he said, "Oh, I get $4,000 a month for doing shit, just for being in the military for few days." Then he gets, he was this Asian-looking guy with a beard. Said that he's.
That's a different guy. There's many people.
Yeah, well.
At this point.
Oh man, yeah, it's
like Caleb. Someone in the comments said Caleb probably has a file at the IRS and the VA for all these fucking saps that are on his show.
Yeah.
It's just helping them like sift through all these idiots.
Yes.
Because they'll go on there and say, "I'm on full disability for anxiety and insomnia," and he's like, "What?"
Yeah.
He's like, everyone has that.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, we all have that, and yeah. But these guys,
and they get $3,000 to $4,000 a month just on top of and they're allowed to work. They're allowed to work full time.
Yeah.
That I always wondered how all these fuckers would have like Harleys and freaking practically could buy Bugattis and shit.
Yeah.
Like renting Porsches, and it's like because their main salary is supplemented by another salary.
Yeah, an endless amount of income, infinite for eternity. Yeah, for doing shit. Yeah, they sure as hell didn't save your ass. That was the worst veterans commercial where I did it for you. No, you did it for endless benefits, motherfucker.
Right.
Yeah, that's full free medical care the rest of your life, all the drugs you want, prescriptions that are never monitored. What a fucking joke. At any rate, yeah, thank you for that. I needed that break. I needed that break in humor concerning Bruce Springsteen. At any rate, when it comes to the MAGA cunts hailing Mr. Trump's over-the-top threats as a brilliant negotiating tactic, never forget the fact that the negotiations with Iran still have far to go. The two sides are still oceans apart, metaphorically as well as literally, on issues such as Iran's nuclear stockpile. Mr. Hegseth suggesting it should hand it all over to America, and the straight the Mr. Trump having suggested that America should get a cut of the tolls. Because why shouldn't we? We're the winner. That's quite debatable, Donald. Democrats are using the word unhinged to describe Mr. Trump's wartime threats. Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia says they show an increasing mental and moral instability. But this argument will not sway many voters. Their views on Trump diplomacy depend more on partisan allegiance than on recent events. According to Gallup, the pollster par excellence, even before the war, only 7% of Democrats were satisfied with America's standing in the world, compared with 80% of Republicans. Despite his triumph in the Gulf, Bush lost his bid for re-election the next year, thanks to a lackluster economy. Mr. Trump's next electoral test comes in November at the midterms, which he himself has confessed he plans to cancel. Judging by betting markets, which Holly Kiefer brought to our attention through Kalshi, the ceasefire has made little or no difference.
Well, here's the latest on that.
Thank you.
Synchronous that you brought it up right as I put this in.
Oh, well, there's no such thing as coincidence. I told you I was psychic, and so are you. So here we are. Let's take a look at it. Where's this link? I don't see it. Is it in the private messages? You might have put it in private. So,
No, it's in the infinite call.
Oh, it is? Okay, there we are, I think. Oh, Al Jazeera, there we are. Prediction market Kalshi docks 3 United States candidates for betting on own races.
Yeah. These penalties come amid calls for greater oversight as the company pledges to police insider trading when the whole thing is insider trading from the start.
Yeah, no shit. No shit.
U.S. lawmakers.
And two of them are.
Yeah, honey?
Go ahead.
Two of them are Democrats, of course.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's why they pursued it. But go on.
Well,
Brandon.
Polymarket is owned by Trump Jr. and then this one is the other one. So everyone's doing
spinoff.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
everyone.
everyone's doing it. Yeah.
It's the new stock market. I continue to insist.
Yeah, well, you're not wrong.
It's the newest scam. It's like NFT
Yep.
round 2.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, well, the
Yep.
stock
But
market.
people are making money.
Yeah, in all fairness, the stock market has always been a form of gambling, but this
Exactly.
is way beyond. This is like
Exactly.
Yeah. At this
That's
point,
why it's new.
Yeah.
It's the new stock market.
Yeah.
Wink, wink.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who dick around on the stock market? A good return is 7% a year.
Yeah. I mean, because the
Yeah,
stock
but
market.
at least that one you could expect.
Thank you.
This one is like you lose, it's all or nothing. It's like a poker table.
Yes,
Yeah, but so
every
you
bet.
bet $50, not 5,000.
Yeah. Well,
And if
no,
you
but,
get enough right,
well, Jesus, who was that guy who just
based
lost
on
everything?
something actual, not a deck of cards.
Now, somebody just lost everything
Actual.
recently on this shit. Who was it? There was
I'm
some.
not surprised.
Yeah,
It ruins the mind. You
Yeah.
can't stop once you start.
Yeah, it was some famous guy too, a singer or something. Lost everything.
Did he?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, see, you
yeah.
can't. It's the same with sports betting. Once,
Yeah.
and they give you that $50 free up front. Oh, that's all it takes.
Yeah.
And you are in and you ain't coming out
By the way,
until you're
yeah. Thanks to
in the street.
Yeah, there you go. And so don't do it, people. Colonel Hogan, Stalag 13, welcome aboard. And I used to love that as a child. I really loved that series. Yeah, and
Hogan's Heroes.
Yeah. The individual who played Colonel Klink and became forever typecast because of that was ethnically Jewish, and the what was it? The station in those days, stations were directly involved with production, or they could be. Said they always wanted some episodes in which Colonel Klink would win because it was just unbelievable otherwise. And but he said, "Oh, if Colonel Klink is ever allowed to win, I'm walking off the program and will never play the part of Colonel Klink again." And so they just let him have his way, which was Colonel Klink was always the buffoon. But anyhow, it was. But they made Colonel Klink and Schultz such lovable characters that was hardly propaganda against the Reich. It was actually something, it humanized the Reich to this incredible extent. It was actually quite bizarre. It was a bizarre series. I had always hoped it would have a conclusion. It was never wound up with a conclusion episode, but it would have been nice if there was one where at the end of the war, they're building scaffolding, and Schultz and Klink would be sitting down, assuming they were going to be hanged, and just confess how much they cared for each other. At which point, they would be brought up on stage and awarded some American medal for their help to the American war effort. That would have been this incredible conclusion to that series that never happened. But Colonel Hogan Stalag 13 brings up that some states give these veterans property tax exemption too. Quite so. Very good point. Mr. Lars 0007 says, hello, Team Dietrich. Love your in-depth reporting. Hugs and appreciation to all of Team Dietrich. Hugs and returns back, dear lady. And let me make certain to, she's using her husband's account there, but let me make certain to give her a kiss. So while I'm doing this, responding to these people, then everybody do join in. Aristides, Holly, Brendan, do a little talking here so I can not be forced to multitask too much to,
Yeah.
So,
what's up?
just need you to take the stage for a few minutes while I multitask here and try to respond to these wonderful people.
Excellent analysis heretofore, for sure.
Oh, thank you, honey. Yeah, and
For sure.
So Colonel Hogan Stalag 13 says, Doug, I'm Gary in Oklahoma incognito. Welcome aboard, Gary in Oklahoma. So here we are, kisses at well, honey, come on, Holly. You must have
read
seen
them out loud. We're interested. I'm curious.
No, I've been reading.
Keep reading.
I know, I've been reading.
I know. No, I know. So keep doing that, because else we can't talk anyway. So read them out loud.
I do notice that you but come on, you can pull something out of your ear. Come on.
Well, I was going to say before, when you were trying to sneeze.
Yes. Yeah. And you didn't come on, like you couldn't find the unmute button?
No, because you got through it without ever stopping, and I tried, but it just didn't seem.
Okay.
So here I am. Anyway, and you'll probably scoff, but Trump can do this ceasefire dance all he wants, but Bibi's not ceasing shit.
That's true. Yeah,
and so say, wow, there's a ceasefire for America would have to mean Trump out of the region.
Yeah.
I mean, a conclusion of the war has to mean that, right?
Thank you.
Us out.
So I'll take it from there.
So
I'll take it from there, honey.
Okay.
Unless you want to complete that thought.
What Bibi does after that is his own business, but until that happens,
oh, honey, don't ever say that.
He's full throttle.
Don't ever say that.
Going on Lebanon.
Yeah, don't ever say that. What Bibi does is not his own business. What Bibi does is the business of us all. Okay.
That's what I mean. He's not going to care about that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just going to do his Yahweh thing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm stressing in Panic.
Yeah.
Because as long as, he wouldn't be there without us in theory.
Yeah.
But as long as we're there, he's going to keep going scorched earth on as much as he can.
Oh, yeah.
Ceasefire or no. Straight or no.
Absolutely.
All that's show while he does whatever he wants to do, including in the territories.
Yeah.
At the same time. So it's horrific.
Thank you. And your panic is appreciated. Now, judging by betting markets, the ceasefire has made little or no difference to Trump's party's odds of holding on to the House of Representatives, which is slender, or the Senate at 50-50. More will depend on how long it takes for the war's effect on prices to ebb. Roger Pielke, also of the aforecited AEI, or the American Enterprise Institute, again a retro-conservative think tank, estimates that it has been costing a typical American family $400 a month by, among other things, making fuel and fertilizer more expensive. Mr. Trump has always sounded blasé about such pocketbook worries. On April 3rd, he proposed a budget that would raise defense spending by a colossal 40% by cutting all other areas. Recently implying that the states should do more instead, Mr. Trump told a private audience, "It's not possible for the federal government to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things. We have to take care of one thing. We have to guard the country." My own conclusion is bleak for Mr. Trump. Not all wars have a winner, but every war has at least one loser. And if the ceasefire does not lead to a comprehensive peace between Iran and the American empire, the biggest loser will probably be Donald Trump. Because a fortnight, again, the old in English there for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12 weeks, Iran seized the advantage. On Wednesday, as dated the 8th day in April, morning broke in the Middle East with a wave of attacks by Iran. Aero defenses in Kuwait were overwhelmed. 36 drones and 17 ballistic missiles were shot down over the United Arab Emirates. The most important oil pipeline in Saudi Arabia suffered a hit. Sirens flared in Tel Aviv, and a devastating drumbeat of Israeli strikes targeting Iran's allies in Lebanon killed scores in Beirut. A day after President Trump hailed a ceasefire in his war with the Islamic Republic, reversing course on his threat to escalate, the only country spared from attack appeared to be Iran itself. The fragile truce. Yeah, you like that?
Good one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, the fragile truce, as Vice President J.D. Vance called it, began with a calculated show of force from an Iran militarily weakened by 6 weeks of Judeo-American strikes, yet strategically positioned to press for sweeping concessions from an American president eager to end the war. I guess we could call this the straight flush. Now, the president's main conditions for a truce were the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and, through negotiations, a definitive end to Iran's nuclear work. But Tehran offered no sign of relenting on its enrichment program, and by Wednesday afternoon of that week had warned that tanker traffic would halt through the strait unless Israel paused its attacks in Lebanon. It was the clearest demonstration yet of Iran's emboldened position to use the strait, treated for decades as a free and open international waterway, as a bargaining tool, threatening its closure over any number of demands, or else implementing a toll system as reparations for its war damage. By Friday of the first full week of this month, American negotiators flying to Islamabad for talks could only expect Iran's hold on the strait to weigh against all other priorities, including American demands that Iran relinquish its right to enrich uranium, the source of decades of tortured diplomatic efforts. The White House said that traffic had increased through the strait by midweek, a fortnight, again the Alden English there for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it has 12 weeks agone. But it also described reports of its closure, briefed to a displeased president, as completely unacceptable, serving as a stark reminder in the West Wing of the new world its war had wrought upon itself and all the rest of us. By the way, we have a new link from Brendan Zogit. Laura Fiorella, what the fuck? David Wilcock, the Ancient Aliens guy, committed suicide in quotes. This is the 12 UFO researcher dead in the last 12 months. I promise you he was not suicidal. He did a live stream before he suicided. I love the response here from Jennifer Robin Lee. Elon Musk is protecting them in a cave somewhere on Earth, or somewhere the silencers cannot get to. That's like, this is what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
This is what we're dealing with.
Poor dude ran out of money.
These are his fans.
He ran out of money.
Yeah.
You know, there
it-
was no more income.
yeah. That was
And then
no more money.
everyone has a story about where they saw Men in Black. I mean, it's just like, come on, guys.
Yeah. Here we are. San Francisco Municipal Transport Agency approves trolley fare increased, largest spike in history. There you go. No wonder they've got to get the cable cars all, fucking.
Yeah, they had to justify all that shit. They,
Yeah.
Pump up the tourist industry.
The locals were probably ready to revolt because some of them use that to get to work, and then they were saying, "Look, we're fixing it."
Yeah, there you go. Justified construct. Indeed.
Yeah, dig it up at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah. Oh man. Don't even get me started. I was, I'm not the conventional working man or woman, and I was angry. I was angry for them. Imagine someone who had to go to work, and it may still continue tonight. I can't imagine what their lives are like. You'd have to be wiped out by something like that physically. That's unacceptable. Back on the war effort, James Acton, the co-director of the nuclear policy program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, called the ceasefire framework a foreign policy disaster for the American empire that revealed Iranian leverage long predicted by independent experts and intelligence analysts as myself. To quote his T, at length and verbatim, let's assume the ceasefire actually takes hold. And as far as I can see, it hasn't done so far. Iran has the upper hand, and frankly, it's not close. The negotiations are likely to focus on opening the Strait of Hormuz, which is clearly Trump's top goal, but Iran's nuclear program. Because Iran has demonstrated it can close the strait and inflict large economic costs on the U.S. and large political costs on Trump himself, it now has plenty of leverage over the United States. Let's talk about those unclear terms there. The Trump maladministration reportedly urged Trois allies.
Clear terms.
Yes, I'm wrong.
Oh,
they are quite clear.
Mute?
You're right. They're all too clear. Thank you. No, your interjection is welcome. The Trump maladministration urged Trois allies of Tehran, Pakistan, and the Communist Chinese Empire of the East to pressure
the
the
fact
Iranians.
that they have to meet in Islamabad is just embarrassing.
Thank you.
But I'm biased.
I agree. No, I agree. It's a joke.
Like,
It's a joke.
when did Pakistan become like a neutral territory?
Dude, they might as well be meeting in Beirut. Why? They may as well be meeting in
That
Beirut.
would have made more sense.
Yeah,
That would have
seriously.
made more sense.
Seriously. Yeah.
But they don't want the Europeans involved, so maybe that was why.
Yeah, that's
It's
it.
just-
That was it. Yeah. Because the Europeans, they
Because everyone's pissed off at the French and the Spaniards because they are
They told
against a
America to
certain
go
group
fuck
of people.
themselves. Yeah, they told Trump to shove it up his ass. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Yeah, among other things, where they put their, they
Yeah.
drew the line in the sand because they didn't want to help
Yeah.
those other people that I don't want to mention.
Yeah, and good for them. Well, not only that, don't forget, historically, the last time they put troops on the ground to help the Americans in Iraq, they suffered terrorist attacks. Both France and España suffered terrorist attacks because they provided troops. So they're not going to go through that again.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, logically, it makes sense why they wouldn't help,
Yeah.
especially if it was an unprovoked
Attack. Yes.
offensive,
Yeah. Offensive.
provoked offense.
There you go.
Otherwise, it would not be necessary.
Thank you. Now, again, the
Trash.
Trump. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
What was that? You talking to someone at work? He might be talking to someone at work.
I'm taking out the trash.
Oh, okay. There we go. Now, the Trump maladministration.
No, I was calling you trash.
Remember when I told you what my gang brother Beaver said about the four toters? Yeah. By the way, Colonel Hogan.
No, but I can imagine.
Says thank you. You and no, it was.
This is us carrying water for Netanyahu's wet dream.
Yes.
Nothing more.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, honey. Very, very astute. Yes. True. Undeniable. Yeah. Well, Beaver, of course, who I was paying an enormous amount of money at that time, and that asshole was being paid tax-free at that, course, he never had a resume after that because he couldn't put that on his resume. And he wound up serving as care provider for his own mom for the rest of his life. She's still alive. I always torment him by saying, "You're so lucky your mother's still alive. So lucky." Yeah, and of course he fuck you. He's like, but anyhow, the one time when my family was all still alive, he said, for those of you who don't know, San Francisco has 4 color toters. There's the black for pure garbage. There's the blue for recycling. There's the green is for compost. And the gray is for toxic, like battery acid, leaking batteries and shit, detergents and cleaning fluids, bug sprays, that kind of thing. And,
wow, you get curbside for that?
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, but Beaver said, "I'm going to kill your whole family. And I'm going to put your sister, because she's pure toxic poison, into the gray toter. Your mom, because of her brain injury, into the compost green toter because she's a vegetable. And your dad, with all the alcohol he's drank all his life, I'll put him in the recyclable because he's preservative. And you, I'll put you in the black toter because you're pure garbage."
You shouldn't overexcite him.
That's
You got him all excited.
Who, me?
No, she's talking about
Beaver.
Beaver. I got Beaver over the side, but put in your 2 cents, Brendan. There, yeah, put in your 2 cents.
Oh, I said, well, every time you say I'm going to take the trash out, I said, yeah, you should just jump in.
Yeah.
We were carrying around a big sack of trash, and it's you, basically. And I'm not joking. It's like, I really don't appreciate any of this vampire shit.
Oh, yes, my impact on Brendan Zogit's life has been overwhelmingly negative. That's all. And you guys haven't heard the half of it yet, but we look forward to opportunities in the future when he's in a more relaxed environment and we can really cut loose. That's at any rate, so such having been articulated. Yeah, so the Trump maladministration urged 12 allies of Tehran, Pakistan, and the Communist Chinese Empire to pressure the Iranians into a ceasefire ahead of the Tuesday evening deadline on Eve Day of the Eid al-April, mid-Menses this month, as self-imposed by Trump, to escalate the conflict. The resulting truce was described not in a shared statement among the warring parties, but in separate, differing social media posts that all but guaranteed misinterpretation between the two sides. A statement from the Pakistanis, who have helped mediate the talks, said the ceasefire extended to hostilities in Lebanon. The Israeli statement said it did not, with Trump's post omitting any mention of Lebanon at all. But the president's statement did say that a 10-point plan from Iran could serve as the basis for negotiations over a long-term truce going forward. The White House was forced to walk that back by midweek afternoon, claiming that Iran had presented its diplomats with another secret 10-point plan substantially revised from those detailed in the press, with the White House press secretary Caroline Levy telling reporters, "They put forward a more reasonable and entirely different and condensed plan to the president and his team. The idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd." Now, in social media posts and interviews with select reporters on Wednesday midweek, a Fiortine night, the Alden English strikes again there for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it has 12 weeks agone, Trump appeared to suggest exactly that, floating sanctions relief for Tehran and proposing a peace plan, a plan, to share revenue from a Strait of Hormuz toll system that could raise global oil prices while directly funding the Iranian government. In other words, America wants in on the cut. That's it's okay if you toll everybody, so long as Uncle Sam gets his cut.
Peace plan.
Yeah, that's Trump's. That's Trump's
a
peace
toll bridge.
Yeah.
Oh my God. What a blunder. What a Malian blunder this is. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, talk about limited achievements.
Yeah,
Experts
man.
concur that the Israeli manipulated American campaign succeeded in significantly degrading Iran's drone and ballistic missile infrastructure, but in a statement on Wednesday, as dated April 8th, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declared any deal between Washington and Tehran had to include structural limits on those programs, suggesting concern in Israel that Iran could reconstitute its military within a matter of years. Iran's continued attacks on its neighbors on Wednesday midweek, a fortnight, again that Al then English there for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it has 12 weeks ago, its downing of American aircraft the week before, and its retention of its nuclear materials have raised doubts among American imperial allies about whether Washington's military capabilities can deliver on its promises. Per Patrick Clausen, director of the Iran program at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, there is less respect for what the United States, and Trump in particular, can accomplish, be it through military force or diplomacy, and for the strategic thinking that underlies U.S. policy. These attitudes are even stronger in Europe, Russia, and Red China. Iran's military weaknesses have been uncovered as well. Few of its missiles and drones inflicted physical damage throughout Israel and the Arab world. By the way, Infinite Call, Sammy says, more like BB wants cut. Yes, truly so. And we have a link from our man Brendan on the Iran war. The Revolutionary Guard says it's seizing ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's naval forces accused 12 ships of endangering maritime security by attempting to cross the Strait of Hormuz sans authorization. The escalation comes amid uncertainty over
By existing.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, it's non-existent. Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I was saying by existing. It's like
Oh,
you
yeah.
were
Good.
threatening security by existing.
Yeah, by being afloat. Yeah, by being simply being afloat. Yeah. And I like how DW talk about German understatement. The escalation comes amid uncertainty over Iran American ceasefire talks. I mean, there's no uncertainty. There's nothing going on there. Yeah, this is like dude.
Well, it seems like they're doing pretty good with like the trolling battle because the Navy took a ship, right?
Yeah.
And then they said, "Oh, well, if you guys are going to do that, then we'll do that." You know, it's like, so they've been really good with that. You know, I'm not supportive of them. It's just strategically, it's been successful because how are you going to argue with that?
Thank you.
Like, look, you opened the precedent, and then the other side does it. It's not like the old days.
Yeah,
but that was like an issue, right?
Yeah, I hear you. No, it's basically whatever America can do in region, Iran can do better. So it's like this is.
Yeah, they took one ship, and then we took, or basically,
they took two.
We took one, they took two.
Yeah, there you go. So it's they're gaming it.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get out of this with any kind of positive result at all. This is just pure negative.
Thank you.
Destructive.
The only positive in the long run will be the fall of the American Republic to be replaced by a true democracy, which of course I recommend as Fasci democracy in the model of Taiwan. Now, as I've said, even though Iran's military weaknesses have been uncovered, with few of its missiles and drones inflicting physical damage throughout Israel and the Arab world, yet the psychological impact on local populations, on the economy of metropolitan Dubai, on the commercial shipping sector and the oil market has proven Iran is capable of exacting greater pain than its conventional military capabilities would ever suggest. Whether the United States of America can return the Strait of Hormuz to its status before the war as a free and open international waterway may depend on long-standing allies that Trump has ostracized over the course of the war. Dennis Ross, a veteran diplomat on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, who served in the George H.W. Bush, Clinton, and Obama administrations, concludes, "We launched a war that affected the rest of the world with little consideration for its effects. When you berate allies and leave them out but expect them to be there when you need them, you discover that you don't have them. No one is going to assume that the U.S. is more reliable after this." All of which brings us back to the broken record. Legal opinions tend to be dry, wordy, and intentionally vague. One issued by the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel earlier this month is none of these, wherein the Assistant Attorney General, T. Elliot Geiser, declares, "You have asked whether the Presidential Records Act of 1978, PRA, or Act, in parentheses, is constitutional. We conclude that it is not." Now, said law, passed after Watergate, is designed to ensure a reliable and accessible public record. It makes presidential documents public by law and governs how and when they must be preserved. If the opinion stands that I just read unto you, it will allow Trump to destroy all the records of his maladministration's misactions, or take records with him at the end of his term. Combined with alleged violations of PRA in his first midterm, this would make Trump the most poorly documented president since at least Richard Mulhouse Nixon, and perhaps going back even further. The actual library part of his planned presidential library being an afterthought at best. Yet Trump's habit of making policy without deliberation, and often with stream-of-consciousness speeches and posts on social media, means that his maladministration is a paradox, simultaneously one of the most transparent and most opaque in American history. The Office of Legal Counsel exists to issue sophisticated legal guidance to the White House, and in effect is frequently asked to provide justification for an administration's actions. Perhaps the most infamous instance was the torture memos, many produced by OLC's, or the Office of Legal Counsel's, John Yoo, her surname being spelled Y-O-O, during the George W. Bush administration to justify the abuse of, torture during the War on Terror. And guessing why the Trump maladministration would want to be rid of the PRA isn't difficult. Trump and his aides have reportedly broken the law on all too many occasions. During his first midterm, he was reported to routinely tear up documents despite staffers imploring him not to. Some aides were tasked with painstakingly taping them back together to comply with the law. In other cases, Trump flushed papers down toilets, with the chief of staff, Mark Meadows, feeding documents into fireplaces at the end of the presidency. Trump staffers then took boxes and boxes of surviving documents, many of them highly sensitive, when they left the White House. Trump refused to return them upon request from the federal government, then knowingly attempted to obstruct their recovery. According to photographs included in federal indictment, Trump haphazardly stored documents in a Mar-a-Lago bathroom and a ballroom stage. Trump pleaded not guilty, and his election led to the case being dismissed, which meant he was never tried on charges of obstructing said investigation, but now he would like to erase the accusation entirely by eliminating PRA itself. The former special counsel, Jack Smith, who investigated the documents case, also believed that Trump wanted to use documents his team took from the White House to further his business interests, according to Democratic Representative Jamie Raskin, who obtained Smith's memo, in other words, stealing public records to make a private fortune. Absurdly, Trump's Justice Department returned to Trump the documents that had been collected from Mar-a-Lago by the FBI. which Trump is now abusing to make the Trump crime dynasty literally billions and billions of dollars. With insider trading and information that, well, let's just put this corruption into the single descriptive of breathtaking. The Trump presidency is in some ways unusually transparent about it all. The president taking questions from reporters regularly, sometimes in a gaggle, sometimes in cold calls on his phone. The president is temperamentally unable to keep his own counsel, to the point that French President Emmanuel Macron scolded him in, the week bridging March into this menses. Between March and April, Macron said, "Perhaps you shouldn't talk every day. There's simply less policy process to be recorded in preserved documents because Trump has drastically shrunk bodies like the National Security Council and replaced them with his id and instincts, chronicled in real time on Truth Social. Yet if Trump is allowed to destroy or remove documents, the American Historical Association argues in a new lawsuit challenging the OLC opinion, historians would be left with an incomplete historical record by which to professionally research, produce scholarship on, and teach U.S. history. Once lost, this information is irretrievable and thus the harm irreparable." Same suit noting that federal courts rejected similar arguments about the law's constitutionality immediately after its enactment, when Nixon sued to block it. The history of Nixon's presidential record also shows the value of the law in question, even long after a president leaves office. Nixon loyalists controlled the former president's library for years and presented a whitewashed version of Watergate to the public. But the law required that the warts and all records be preserved, and when control of the library was finally wrested away and handed to Tim Naftali, a professional historian, in 2006, the library began presenting a more accurate account and providing access to historians who have in turn presented more complete chronicles of Nixon's career. So our man, Brendan says, snooze fest. Nixon? Really? I mean, dude, well, I'm a Department of Defense research librarian, okay? This means something to me personally. Doesn't that make sense? You get what I'm saying? Come on now. Seriously, you should understand. Of all people. So let me see if I could get back to the group call here, the infinite call. There we go. And back on track. So he says, still boring. I get it. I'll close it up. I'll close up the subject then. Let's round up the thoughts here. Trump is the most corrupt and scandal.
Well, I mean, you can continue. I'm out.
No. I'm ending it. I'm ending this train of thought. Let me conclude it. Trump is the most corrupt and scandal-plagued president since Nixon. Indeed, his fiascos eclipse Nixon's by orders of magnitude, but many of them remain mostly or somewhat hidden, thanks in part to a much more...
I remember Nixon was like the evilest president, right?
Right.
I'm messed up the grammar on purpose.
Yeah,
I remember they used to sell those masks at the Halloween shop of Nixon.
Dude, it was
I
was
have
their
traumatic
propaganda.
experiences from that.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, was there anything personal about the Nixon masks? Like, were you in a bank when it got robbed by a robber who was wearing one, or what?
No, it's a bad. I'll have to tell you.
Okay, I look forward to that. Jeez, I hope it's not on.
I'm
the
sure
Realtek
you
level.
do.
Hope it's not on the Realtek level.
No.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe. I don't know what you're talking about.
But there we go with that.
Yeah, everything's no. It's no. It has to do with tragedy and young love.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, but at any rate.
Let me get in here.
Yes, honey.
I am interested in your take on Nixon, because I lived through that.
Yes.
Real young, but nonetheless. So it is quite relevant,
Thank you.
especially through your eyes.
I appreciate that profoundly. Thank you, honey. Well, I'll wrap it up. Basically, as
And
I
I do also have to go to the tube for a bit.
okay, but come right back when you can. Okay.
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 Okay. Thank you. Support Douglas, please. I mean, this is the only place
Thank you.
to hear these things.
Bless you. Darling.
So support. All right. Back. I will probably be back. All
Good.
right.
Good. I look
Bye.
forward to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, as we said, Trump puts Nixon to shame if there's anything to be ashamed about in Nixon's case, which was Nixon was a choir boy and a Boy Scout compared to Donald Trump. Yet Trump's crimes remain pretty much hidden, thanks in part to a much more acquiescent Republican Congress than the one Nixon had. In Watergate, the crimes were known. The question was, in the words of the Senator Howard Baker Jr., what did the president know, and when did he know it? With the Trump maladministration, the situation is perhaps the reverse. We know much about the president's stated motivations and beliefs, but we do not know, or rather we do not have, a full accounting of what he and his aides have done. Keeping a record would allow our empire to fully understand his misactions and their consequences, if not now, then at least later. Because the parable of the president is that multi-billionaires went all in on Trump and lost big. Trump's criticism of Pope Leo XIV and his sharing of a now deleted Christ-like image of himself reveal that to him, religion is primarily about power, not morality. It is not conspiratorial to observe that the Washington press corps chose to help Donald Trump win the 2024 election by preventing most Americans from seeing the degree to which the former president had deteriorated mentally since leaving office. Virtually all his public appearances and media interviews featured long stretches of incoherence as well as outright gibberish. That itself should have been the news, but it never was. Instead, a gap formed between the real Trump and the Trump represented by the news media. That gap was so big, it had a name: sane washing. We are now seeing the consequences of a cognitively impaired president, a democracy in tatters, a country at war, an economy on the brink. But that was the risk that the owners of our country's most lucrative media properties were willing to take. The decade leading up to the 2024 election featured social and political progress for women, black people, and people of color. The Me Too movement revealed the ugly reality of sexism. Our country was rocked by a reckoning over institutional racism in the wake of George Floyd's murder by a white cop. The pandemic empowered workers in ways largely unknown, but pissing down on us from above it all was a president, Genocide Joe Biden, who put our government on the side of Israel instead of American labor and the consumers who drive 70% of our economy. In 2020 hindsight, twas the revolution against the Epstein class, sundered by American police forces, indoctrinated by the Zionist occupation government into proactively persecuting the tax-paying American electorate under the rubric that all American Gentiles are Palestinians in effect. Which is why America's cultural elites struck a bargain. Trump is obviously unfit mentally, and he's openly, unprecedentedly dangerous politically. But it was better to have a second midterm for Donald Trump than a second term for a liberal misadministration that threatened to deepen gains made in the pursuit of liberty and justice for all by focusing on genocide overseas in the name of almighty Israel, instead of prosecuting Israel's war against the Goyim here on the American home front. In other words, Biden was taking their war there. Trump is fighting their war here. He has Zionized the American blue line, and all constabularies view American ethnics as the American Intifada. They view their policing on behalf of a white settler regime, just as Israel does. Brendan issues his disclaimer. For Bren, the disclaimer being, I don't agree. Israel is good. oh man. We have to get that out there for his safety. Yeah, and at any rate, America's cultural elites ergo needed a tool, a hammer to smash what they perceive to be, per their Putinista ideological filter, the Nazified left. Sure, Trump was deranged. Sure, he is a criminal and a traitor. But the consequences of his re-election were unlikely to touch the elites, while the consequences of the alternative very much would. So Trump's liabilities were sane-washed, and after he won, the press corps manufactured a consensus in which everything was going to be just fine. The economy was good. Wokeism was defeated. But here's the paradoxical phenomenon. America's cultural elites actually believe their own propaganda. They believe the re-election of Donald Trump was a correction, not only for America, but for all the mainstream mass media machinery as well. They believe that there really is a bias against white people, and that once this bias is corrected, the mainstream mass media machine, news, entertainment, business, will reap a populist windfall. They're wrong. There is no bias. There is no bias anyway, not in the way that they believe. They should be, well, that should be self-evident in the attempts to correct the error by the Washington Post, under the ownership of Jeff Bezos, and CBS News, under the leadership of Barry Weitz. Each has conspicuously reoriented their outfit toward the political right. The result has been a veritable bloodbath in lost profits. That they are wrong is not evident, however, especially not to them. This alone is worth pondering. Many on the political left presume Bezos and Weitz are intentionally sabotaging the Post and CBS News. But that's more conspiracy than fact. They really do want to make money. Weitz in particular isn't a saboteur, she's just a losing loser. This brings us back to the gospel according to Donald. Many people get the Sunday scaries, but most of them are not a sitting president facing self-inflicted global chaos and the growing possibility of a bruising midterm election in a few months. What feels like a weekly social media crash out from the President of the United States usually starts sometime on Sunday and continues into the early hours of the next morning. Given the failure of negotiations with Iran on the Saturday before last, as dated the 12th of April, the likelihood of elevated gas prices for months, and the resounding defeat of Trump's ally and role model Viktor Orbán in Hungary, Donald Trump had plenty of fuel for a freakout last week. But the most notable subject in last week's transmission was Pope Leo XIV, who has been critical of Trump's attack on Venezuela and war in Iran. The Christo Trump posts illustrate that Trump views religion much the same way he views everything else, as something that can serve him, but does not create any obligations upon him. Trump has claimed that Leo XIV was elected only because the cardinals believed he'd be good at dealing with the current maladministration. Trump is also upset that Leo met with David Axelrod, the Democratic strategist and commentator. Kicking off a lengthy Jeremiad, Trump wrote on Truth Social, and I will shout per the capitalized parts, Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. I don't want a pope who criticizes the President of the United States because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do, setting record low numbers in crime and creating the greatest stock market in history. Leo should get his act together as pope, use common sense, stop catering to the radical left, and focus on being a great pope, not a politician, even though he is the absolute monarch of a nation state. In case you did not know, the Vatican city-state is recognized as a nation among nations. 46 minutes later, Trump posted an illustration of himself as the Christ, reaching out to resurrect none other than Jeffrey Epstein in a bed while a nurse, a soldier, a veteran, and others look on, all with a background of patriotic bric-a-brac, flag, eagles, fighter jets. The image has been circulating for at least a couple of months, during which time the angel at the apex of the image has somehow transformed into a creepy monstrosity, presumably through the wonders of generative AI into MÄH the illustration drawing claims of blasphemy and even demonic possession from some usual Trump allies on the right, the president having since deleted it, telling reporters he believed that the picture depicted him as a doctor. Too many contradictions appear here to list them all. Exempli gratiae. Trump insists that Leo renounce politics, yet also complains about the Pope's policy stance on crime. What he's referring to here is a mystery. The Catholic Church could be said to have a decarceral agenda. Jesus, quoting the prophet Isaiah, said that he had been sent to preach freedom to prisoners. And the first Pope, Peter, was imprisoned at least once and likely executed for professing Jesus. Then again, the Vatican City has, by some accounts, the highest per capita crime rate in the world, mainly due to pickpocketing. Another contradiction is that Trump doesn't actually seem to have any problem with the intermingling of religion and politics himself, as his own Antichrist image betrays, and as the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's aggressive rhetoric about the war as a Judeo-Christian crusade so demonstrates. The president's reflexive response to criticism, or perceived criticism, from any public figure is to unleash a social media barrage against them, without much thought about who the person is or what their role in society might be. This black and white view of the world owes more to Mani, as in Manichaeanism, another religious leader whose death was depicted as a crucifixion, than to Jesus of Nazareth. The tirade at Leo is the latest escalation of anti-Catholic sentiment among some figures on the MAGA right. Trump has a number of devout Catholics in his maladministration, including the Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the Vice President J.D. Vance, although some, like Vance, have sometimes disagreed with the Holy See under Leo and his predecessor, Francis. The Free Press reporting the week before last that the Pentagon had summoned a Vatican official the first known time such a meeting had ever been held. It didn't go well, with maladministration officials reportedly invoking the Avignon papacy, the 14th century domination of the role by the French crown. Both sides downplayed the report, but Trump's post makes it impossible to dismiss the friction between them. Speaking with reporters as he flew to Algeria on Monday, opening last work week, Leo said, "I have no fear, neither of the Trump administration nor of speaking out loudly about the message in the gospel." And though more restrained than Trump, he showed that he can dish it out as well as take it, quipping about Truth Social, "It is ironic. The name of the site itself? Say no more." But although Leo separated himself from involvement in electoral politics in the way that Trump meant it, he defended his claim to speak on social issues, citing Jesus' statement that, "Blessed are the peacemakers. Matters of peace, poverty, and privilege are central to Christianity, and navigating how and how much to take on these issues is a challenge to any secular leader, indeed any individual who professes the religion." Trump's ideological, I should say, his pretensively theological vision shares much with, and may have come from, Norman Vincent Peale, a popular Protestant minister of the mid-20th century. Peale, who wrote "The Power of Positive Thinking," attracted congregants, including the Trump crime family, with a version of Christianity that emphasized happiness and material wealth, but perhaps asked much less of its followers, even though Jesus repeatedly saith in the Gospels that following him is not any casual endeavor. As an adult, Trump showed few signs of religiosity or even familiarity with Scripture, even as he courted Christians in the 2016 election. Since staging his own abortive assassination attempt in 2024 so that he could realize the prophecies of Antichrist, being shot in the head and getting up, Trump has sounded more overtly religious and has publicly mused about his chances to get into heaven. But his rhetoric has never been matched by any clear change in misbehavior, quest for absolution for past sins, or increased attendance at any church. Matters of peace, poverty, and privilege do not seem front of mind. After briefly portraying himself as a peacemaker in pursuit of the Nobel Prize, Trump has now embraced military misadventure. He has shrugged at economic tumult, and he has brushed aside faith leaders' concerns about his mass immigration enforcement. Trump well understands the iconographic and organizational power of Christianity, but he seems to reject the idea that it should create any constraints upon himself. It's not useful to think of Trump as abnormal or any aberration, however. He's dominated American politics for 11 years. He is the status quo. He's what America has decided to be. We need to grapple seriously with the fact that overturning that status quo is going to require some...
The ender.
I'm sorry? Come again?
It's quite the ender. Like
yeah.
the final,
yeah.
The final, America final form. Like, what a way to end.
Thank you. What a way to go out. What a way for the lights to go out. Yeah. On this. Thank you. Yes. Now, we need to seriously grapple with the fact that overturning this status quo is going to require some sweeping changes. We aren't just going to snap back to normal when Trump is gone. This is the new normal. God help us all. So inescapably, we're all still living in a nightmare. But the aforementioned Weitz of CBS and Ellison of the Washington Post getting humiliated is divine. Take the win when you can. Because Trump gas, like Trump shoes, Trump cologne, the Trump Bible, Trump steaks, Trump NFTs, non-fungible tokens, Trump crypto, Trump resorts.
Yeah, by the way, I have to ask, because I don't think we ever talked about it privately, but I guess you remember that skinny guy, that TikTok guy, occultist, his name is Moon.
Yeah.
Henry Moon or some shit.
Barely. Yeah,
that kid.
Yeah.
He was claiming, he said he went through all those convoluted explanations, and then he said he said Trump was the moon child. You know, that's what his
Oh, I love it. I
his
love it.
claim was.
Yeah.
His claim was Trump is the moon child. That's why he was, you know, he was like bred to do this.
Yeah, that he would
Like
be
the Crowley moon child. That's what I'm
yeah,
talking
I get it. I get it. No,
Yeah.
the result of the Jack Parsons ritual.
about.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
he's
So I mean, it
Antichrist for
sounds
sure.
likely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll buy that. I'll buy that.
Yeah.
He was the one who wasn't deformed, quote unquote. Yeah, I mean, he's deformed enough, but he wasn't the
Right.
really deformed one, the blob.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn. That I actually spoke to on the phone. According to Aquino, that's Moonchild, Douglas, the one that was deformed. The other one got all the looks. Well, if that came out as Trump, I couldn't say he grabbed all the looks, or maybe, he grabbed what
Well,
he could, took it and ran.
He looked normal for a while.
Yeah, looked normal for a while, comparatively speaking, but he always had a dead squirrel on his head. But yeah, all that being said, yeah, just think
So you're
about.
saying it's plausible? It's plausible.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Fuck yeah, because it makes sense.
The birth date.
Yeah.
The birth date is 46.
Some shit like that. Yeah, about the same time. Yeah,
Okay.
why not? Yeah,
Okay.
and after a term of 9 months, and aside from that, the fucker, he tried to emulate the Antichrist himself by being shot in the head and reanimated. Is what he was trying to act that out.
Yeah, wound to the head.
Yeah, the wound to the head. Yes, and
That's that also goes along with one of those Crowleyite rites
there you go.
initiation or something.
Jeez, I suffered it myself just days ago. Remember my thumbnail? Well, my head.
I
at least.
don't know about that.
The head that counted to me. You knew about it. I had to tell you.
Yeah,
and-
I mean,
yeah.
I don't want to hear it again. Yeah.
I had to tell you and our friend T-Take about it. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah. He
that's a
found.
shame that the iodine helped.
Yeah.
I haven't heard you complain about
That's
it.
right.
so
Thanks
it
for
must
the
have
tip.
worked.
Yeah, thanks for the tip, to use a pun. Yes, it did. It did indeed. No, yeah. So we're naming all this Trump shit. Trump sneakers. The Trump perfume
The
era.
phone.
Yeah, the
aborted
phone.
phone.
Yeah,
That
the
didn't
phone.
work.
Yeah, tell people.
And then they
about
keep
that.
releasing new models, like as if it was, this one's gonna be good. Like,
Yeah.
'cause
Yeah.
it was just like a scam. Everyone paid it for it already.
Yeah.
It's like all the red flags of the scammer.
Of course.
Pay for it ahead of time.
Yeah, of course.
We'll bring it out eventually. Yeah.
Only an idiot would do that. Jesus Christ, like a fundraiser. Yeah, it's like a Kickstarter. A Kickstarter. That's what it's like.
Yeah, they pulled that, but
Yeah.
then it turned out the phone was an HTC, like a Chinese model
Yeah.
that just anyone can order off of their website
you
and customize it.
Yeah. There you go.
Cheesy.
Fucking joke. What a fucking joke. Supporting the communist Chinese, no less. But like all that shit, along with Trump hotels and Trump University and everything else he's tried to sell as a good deal, is turning out to be a ripoff. The average cost of gas tracked by the AAA was $4.17 a gallon on the Saturday before last. The station at the end of my street is selling it now for over $5 now. And if you drive a Mini Cooper, as our former Secretary of Labor, the professor of public policy, Robert Reich, at UC Berkeley and mine own greater Golden Gated San Francisco, Silicon Valley, and Biotech Bay Area Metroplex region does, which demands premium grade, you're shelling out well over $6. To put this in perspective, the average price for a gallon of gas in America the day before Trump launched his war was $2.98. Between then and last weekend, America has experienced the largest increase in gas prices in 60 fucking years. Despite the ephemeral ceasefire in the Middle East, a gallon of
that explains all the commentary that I see.
Yeah. Like what?
In the chat, in the comments.
Yeah.
They'll be like, so much winning.
Winning. Yeah, you'll be winning so much you'll get tired of winning. Yeah.
That's what they're saying. They're all like, stop, too much winning.
Yeah, it's too much winning, Donnie.
Yeah.
We can't take any more. Yeah. Yeah, and despite the ephemeral ceasefire in the Middle East, a gallon of gas is expected to cost at least as much for quite a while. Even if Iran soon allows all tankers through the strait, gas is likely to remain quite pricey.
I don't think it's ever going to be free again.
Thank you. No, that's
it's like any business. Once you taste money, it's like
yeah,
you ain't getting it for free.
Yeah. No, they'll have to.
Remember back in the day, you would like get all those sauce packets for free and free refills. You know that shit. Once
Oh,
they
yeah.
started charging for it, oh, you can't get that back.
Oh no.
Yeah.
The Iranians would truly have to lose a war to give that up. They're never going to give
Right.
that up. That ain't going to happen. It's just not going to happen.
Who would? It's like 500 billion or million a year or something.
Yeah, yo,
Some
Jesus.
huge
They're
sum.
gonna live off that from this point forward. That's yeah, that means they've won the war. Jeez, they're gonna hold victory parades. They're gonna be, dude, they're gonna be like, you know, they're ultimately gonna be thanking Donnie. They'll be thanking Donnie like, thank God Donnie made us realize we should have been doing this
they'll
long
have
time
statues
ago.
of him. They'll have statues of him.
Yeah, they'll have statues of him. He made
I
us
always thought it was funny that
Yeah.
they did the Islamabad, meeting or whatever,
yeah.
because there's a guy out there that sells kulfi. Do you ever heard of kulfi? It's like this.
Heard of it.
It's like the saffron ice cream.
Yeah, weird shit. Go on.
Okay, and there's this like albino guy out there that's like 100% born in Pakistan, but he looks like vaguely like Trump, and so he's become this huge sensation. You got to see him.
Oh, man.
So I just thought it was funny that they'd even have it in Pakistan, because maybe that guy got so famous that they're cool with Trump now.
Yeah.
Like they're all happy.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, so-
I could buy that. They're
Let me see if I
cheesy
can
like
find
that
it.
down there. South Asia is really cheesy. As
Oh, it's
fuck.
hilarious. And he sings. He sings for all the people to come buy ice cream.
Oh man,
me see.
just that's cute. It's almost adorable. It's almost endearing. But yeah, that's thereafter. Now,
Kulfi Trump. You have to see this shit.
oh jeez, I'm afraid to. I'm afraid to, but it'll probably be welcome relief from all the serious shit we're talking about. But yeah, like you say, he's an albino. He doesn't look like a natural Pakistani. But once you see it, it doesn't go away. Of course, once you see it, then you realize.
Yeah, you guys will laugh here. Let's just
Okay.
check it out. But yeah, so it's funny that they have, let me know if you could open that, because it
Yeah,
might not
let's-
send you to what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I see it. Jesus Christ, this poor son of a bitch. To be born looking like, at least he's getting money off it now, dude. He's like, damn, this guy's for real. He really does look like that. Oh my God. Yeah, Donald Trump's looking.
And
like
originally, people asked him. They said, when he first got famous in 2023, that's when that video's from. They asked him. They said, "Why are you trying to look like Trump?" And he didn't even know who he was. He was like,
that's funny.
he was just like, he just happened to look like him. It was just same haircut, same look, kind of vibe.
Damn.
Yeah,
So
they're like-
everyone does have a double. Everyone really does have a double. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, except I like this guy better than any of the Western ones. That's
Yeah,
for
of
sure.
course. No, this guy, he has much more personality.
Yeah, he's just like he's a grandpa selling ice cream, basically, compared to whatever we're stuck with.
Yeah, no kidding. This guy's actually likable, and
Yeah.
and he doesn't go around raping kids. So
Yeah, no.
Yeah, there you go. He truly is just selling ice cream. So thank you for that. That's actually a mood booster. That was actually a mood booster. But look, even if Iran soon allows all tankers through the strait, which we know ain't going to happen, not in our lifetimes, but never again. Someone's always going to be someone's always going to be dominating that strait, and you're going to pay to go through. Gas is likely to remain pricey because it will likely take us months to repair and reconstruct the oil infrastructure that's been destroyed in and around.
I know I ask this every time, but how come they don't
Gulf.
just go through? How come they don't just go through the Suez? I don't understand.
They'd have to rebuild all these pipelines, taking it across the sand. It's not easy. It ain't easy. So believe me, they try these things, but they're like a trickle. They can't replace the Strait of Hormuz. That's the easiest, most economical way. But like I said, even if it were an open international passageway again, gas would still remain pricey for
which it was for
years.
millennia.
Yeah, which it was for millennia.
Until these people
until
got
Trump. Till Trump, it'll still remain pricey for years because it'll take months to repair and reconstruct that entire infrastructure for both oil and gas that's been destroyed in and around the Persian Gulf. Now,
there are other shocks happening too, like aluminium's getting hit.
Tell them.
All the different things to build the chips.
Yeah.
Well, that's just what I've heard. I mean, the aluminium thing's new. It's very new.
Yeah.
So I don't know how bad that's gonna be. But if there's a supply, like a black swan event, as they're claiming,
Yeah.
then that's not good.
By the way, this was a black swan event. You know, you just Netanyahu.
Yeah, but
yeah.
those, I mean, I think,
Yeah.
I don't know if you could call it that when it was engineered. I think, right?
No,
Like a black swan's like almost like
9/11 was
natural.
9/11 was black swan, and that was engineered, and that was black swan. That's definitely a textbook definition of black swan. So is like if the Nazis,
so it's supposed to be
to
be engineered.
Like if the Third Reich in exile triggered the Die Glocke, and then we had the mega tsunami, that's a black swan. That is exemplary of a black swan event. But these are all engineered. No, black swan events are usually engineered. Matter of fact, they're usually engineered.
Well,
don't have to be.
It's terrible.
Well, it is. Yeah. By the way, Seeking
evil,
Alpha.
in fact.
Yeah. Seeking Alpha news.com. Oh my God.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously the source is goofy, but they just steal from other sites, so don't worry about the source.
So copper rises after Trump extends the Iran ceasefire. Aluminum seen facing a black swan supply shock. Okay, there we are. So well, let me party on that one. Party.
So it's like, yeah, once all this stuff, I mean, maybe it'll take another year, but it's like once it all hits, then we're screwed. And then Saturn goes into Aries, sidereally,
and tell people about that.
Really toast.
Well, tell people why. Why is that?
Oh, it's falling. Like Saturn's falling. Right now, it's in Pisces, where it's not like it's peregrine, which means it's neither powerful nor debilitated. So, you know, Saturn isn't like in a malefic state as much as it could be.
Yeah.
But it's not comfortable in Aries because its natural enemy is the sun, and the Aries rules the sun. So when you mix Saturn, which is a slow, you know, earthy energy with a fiery sun energy, it doesn't end well. So we're gonna have 3.5 years of that.
Jesus Christ.
So that's the next phase.
World War level. Phase. That's World War level, right?
Oh yeah, to say the least. Yeah.
Cool. And there you have that. And so that having been articulated, crude futures, bets that traders are making on the future price of crude, have returned to over $100 a barrel, which translates into over $4 a gallon, extending for months. Given that the Strait of Hormuz is still largely closed, the actual price that global buyers are paying for real-world shipments is up around $150 a barrel. The price of gas is always the most conspicuous signal of affordability because most people know precisely how much a gallon of gas costs, down to the decimal point. It's exhibited on every street corner with a gas station. They know what they pay to fill up their tanks. They're aware of exactly when gas prices rise or drop, by how much, and what competitors are charging. No amount of Trump spin can change this reality. Numbers observed every day on the street have a particular potency. Trump can't accuse the heads of government data bureaus that track inflation of being Democratic hacks and can't fire them and replace them with people who will parrot his lies. Consumers know what they're paying. So will the high price of Trump gas matter 7 months from now when Americans go to the polls to elect the next House of Representatives and a third of the next Senate? Assuming we have free and fair elections, which is very much in doubt, the answer is probably yes. Gas prices are a stronger predictor of presidential approval or disapproval than any other broad macroeconomic indicator, such as the overall rate of inflation or unemployment. Historically, every 10 cent, it was every dime. Historically, every 10-cent increase in the price of gas correlates with a 0.6% decrease in presidential approval. And presidential approval or disapproval is, in turn, a stronger predictor of how the American public will vote in midterm elections than any other broad political measures. such as the public's approval of Congress or of either political party. And gas stations are on notice. The opening line of T.S. Eliot's 1922 masterpiece, titled The Wasteland, reads, "April is the cruelest month. It is considered cruel because it forces life and growth, lilacs, out of a dead land, bringing painful memories and desires rather than comfort. It disrupts the peaceful, numbing safety of winter, forcing a painful rebirth. Didrakonically, that's Die Deutsche Sprech, the German speak, literally the Meister Schlüsselweis, or that would be anglicized as master key wise. You've got forced renewal. April brings life, but in the poem, this growth is a painful reminder of a dead world, forcing life to sprout when it might prefer to remain dormant. You've got the mixing of memory and desire. The season forcing people to remember the past and craving things that may never be."
Yeah, the last time Saturn was in Aries,
Yeah.
sidereally.
Yeah.
Late 1990s, Kosovo War, Operation Desert Fox, the dot-com boom and bubble, cultural rebellion, etc., etc.
Thank you. Important points. And of course, as in the poem...
Well, you were there. Yeah.
Yeah, I was.
So how do you feel about that? What was the vibes like?
No,
didn't sound fun.
Yeah, it was no fun, believe me. I prefer to forget that part of my life. Not because of the war so much, though that was bad enough, but it was the, what happened during Operation Desert Shield, as opposed to Desert Storm.
Yeah, well, what is Desert Fox, by the way?
Operation Desert Fox is referring to something I was never involved with. That's like Bosnia or some shit. That was like later. That was like
it was
people in
6 to 7, 96 to 97.
Yeah, that's like some Bosnian shit that the Americans were conducting. I might have heard about it while I was serving as a mercenary in the Balkans, but I wasn't involved with it, unless I came up against it. But we didn't think in those terms.
Oh, it's the bombing of Iraq, 1998.
Okay, yeah, bombing of Iran, you said, or Iraq?
Yeah,
Iraq.
Yeah, 1998.
Okay, 1998.
I guess that was like a later.
Yeah, later than what I was talking about. Yeah, well,
a
those
4-day joint bombing campaign with the British.
There you go.
December 1998. Degrade. I like how it's the same baloney playbook to degrade his ability to produce weapons of mass destruction. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, that was probably preceding Operation Iraqi Freedom. So by that time, I was just checked out of that whole shit. Yeah, that shit show. Well, wait a second. Iraqi Freedom was after 9/11. So that would have been after 2000. So this was some other shit.
So this was
This was
like a pre-game.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, a trial
It's like
run.
they use the same trip. They put these people in, and then they say, "Oh, they somehow got uranium."
Yeah, well, yeah,
Cheesy.
At the time, what I think they were doing was enforcing control or denial of airspace. They must have been enforcing denial of airspace after Bush War I. So that would have been after Operation Desert Storm, when Bush the Senior declared control of Iraqi airspace. And so they were just kind of prove their total control of Iraqi airspace by doing that. But
look where it got us. I mean, there's nothing happening in any of those places.
Thank you. Yeah, and no, I mean, look, it's destroyed. Well, it was strategic area denial. They took all Iraqi oil off the market, and it's never come back. Not in any sense that's meaningful. So
same with Libya and all these other Tunis.
Yeah, and thank you. Libya and Tunis, they didn't really have oil. These places, Libya did, but it was
supposedly he was gonna like bring in all these engineers to make like efficient, some kind of like whatever crackpot utopia he had in mind, and they took him out. That's when they took him out.
Yeah, but it took them long enough to even get to that point, right? So it was high time they took the son of a bitch out. But all that being said, we still have all this oil in Iraq and in Libya that is just not even developed or, on the
Yeah.
market. So, we've
Well,
always got
I think they
reserves.
deliberately left it
Yeah,
for
yeah, of course.
future
Yeah,
resource.
I hear you. Future reserves. Now, again, with the April being the cruelest month of mixing memory and desire, per the poem "The Wasteland" by T.S. Eliot, you get this craving for things that might never be, with the stirring up of his words, dull roots with the spring rain, and you contrast that with winter. Winter is portrayed as protective, keeping the earth covered in forgetful snow. Spring breaks this peace, and of course, you have the disillusionment. When The Wasteland was written by T.S. Eliot, it was written after World War I and during personal turmoil. Eliot felt that hope and renewal or spring were painful reminders of disappointment. Now, the phrase, April is the cruelest month, is a direct subversion of the opening of Geoffrey Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, which paints April as a season of gentle, life-giving showers. Today, the line is often cited to describe the emotional difficulty of change or the bittersweet nature of springtime. So this cruelest menses, Latin for literally month, high gas prices represent a major political vulnerability for the president, similar to Biden in 2022. Thusly, Trump is borrowing a page from Biden on bringing down gas prices. The Trump maladministration is struggling to contain scorching gas price increases in the wake of Israel's American war with Iran. Consumer sentiment, meanwhile, is plunging to record lows, driven by concern among Americans of price hikes that stick around and stretch their budgets. Elevated gas prices represent a major political vulnerability for President Donald Trump going into the November midterms. There's little sign of immediate financial relief for Americans refilling their gas tanks while a shaky Iran-American ceasefire holds. The United States Energy Information Administration forecasted last week that gas prices will average more than $3.70 for the rest of the year. And I think they're undercalculating. Now, Trump's lieutenants are signaling they'll call out alleged instances of price gouging among gas stations to
Yeah, I
tame.
always forget that it's different in the Midwest, like how cheap the gas is.
Thank you. Tell
Like thinking
people about that.
$3. We haven't seen $3 since like 2003 or something.
Yeah, thank you. Tell them about if you were in California, you would die. Tell these people in the Midwest they're bitching about $3.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
ridiculous. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
you guys have no
And then
idea.
the funny part is the people out here, they're all they say is, "Yeah, can you believe they're taxing us? California has a." I literally overheard this conversation the other day. They said, "Can you believe how expensive gas is? California has $1 over the price of gas." And I'm like thinking to myself, that wasn't an issue until this war started.
Thank you.
Like no one noticed the dollar until this stuff happens, and then they say, "Oh, it could be $1 less if we weren't taxed to death." It's like,
God.
I don't think $1 is gonna kill you
No.
compared to
Yeah.
$3 of the corporate greed,
Yeah.
inflation, like whatever you would call it.
Thank you. Just
And
like
a lot of it they took advantage of. Like we're not like Japan where we had to release our reserves or anything. They just took advantage of the news cycle and said, "Oh, we're just going to raise prices." There's no supply reasoning
Thank you.
for the American companies to do that.
Yeah.
But everyone just takes it because they're just saying, "Oh, that's just how it is."
No, your point is so important because what Brendan is pointing out is that Trump's not going after the corporations. He's putting gas stations on notice. He's attacking mom and pop distributors because now Trump's lieutenants are signaling they'll call out alleged instances of price gouging among gas stations to tame prices and deflect blame.
Well, it's
on
cool.
their
It's cool for the big guys to do it, but the little guy does it. It becomes a crime. Yeah,
there you go.
And that's old. That's an old trick.
Thank you. It's all deflection of blame on their part. Now, at a CNBC summit on Wednesday morning of midweek last, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said,
And with
Well,
all the
yeah.
EPA rules being rolled back, how come they're not increasing production? Remember, for years they were saying,
Oh,
"Oh, if it
yeah.
wasn't for the evil
Oh,
EPA,
drill, drill,
yeah,
baby, drill. Yeah,
we would
go
have
on.
all this production." Well, now that
Yeah.
it's revoked, all that stuff is out. I don't
Yeah.
see any production.
Yeah,
happening.
there's no where's the fucking production?
Or at least they're not telling us. Or at least they're
Yeah,
not
they
telling
sure
us.
as hell aren't.
They're just
Yeah.
pocketing the money.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So last week on Wednesday, 1 week ago before today, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, said, "We'll be looking at Treasury to keep the retail gas stations honest." I mean, really? Yeah, really? Uncle Sam gonna be looking at little mom and pop gas stations all over the fucking... I get it. Most of them are owned by colored people who don't speak a word of English, but still. Anyhow, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said, "Yeah."
Well, I think the worst thing about that is they're already like those stations. They already operate on a razor thin margin, and the gas doesn't even make them money. It just brings them customers.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So they're not really making money off the gas, and you can,
No, they're
anyone
making
can
money
find
off
that
all the
info.
shit you buy when you're in there.
Yeah, the convenience store junk and
Yeah.
the cigarettes and the drinks and the
there you go.
freaking honey packets, so you can go, use your hookers or whatever.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So, yeah, anyhow, Scott Bessent said, "We'll be looking at Treasury to keep the retail gas stations honest." And then he says this, like he's quoting somebody.
This is like Sopranos level.
Thank you.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, they're shaking down corner stores.
Yeah.
They're shaking down corner stores.
If you touch our profits, we'll fuck you. Yeah. That's what it's like.
Then
or whatever that one scene from The Sopranos.
Yeah, I never.
He goes into the deli. And he goes into the deli and fucking shakes him down.
Yeah, I never watched it.
Well, it's the same. All those movies have the same exact. They call them super wog in Australia.
Yeah,
same super wog kind of stuff going on. Yeah.
Anyhow, so Scott Bessent has this stupid quote: "You did this on the way up. You better be doing this on the way down." And then he completes his statement by saying, out of quotation marks, "And I'm sure the president will call out anybody who's a bad actor." Oh, man, president would be calling his own name out for eternity. What were you going to say there, Brendan? Yeah.
Oh, I just said, I'm sure.
Yeah, there you go. Now, asked if all of this was a warning, Bessent responded, "I'm sure everyone involved will be a good actor." What does that mean? At any rate, the Trump mallet...
That's just this classic freaking,
There you go. Just
mafioso.
Yeah, there you go. Trying to sound like the tough guy. Yeah. Which Trump says the IRGC, or the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, wants to be the tough guy. It's his own staff. Now, the Trump maladministration's approach mirrors a familiar piece of President Joe Biden's playbook when he faced similar circumstances in the first half of his
by their own propaganda, those people are like they're like anime level. Facing off against the biggest military and still standing. I mean, it's like,
seriously,
that's like comic book shit. But
yeah, true, and then demanding money for it. They're demanding tolls,
and then getting a ransom, I mean, this is like, that's like Dr. Doom level shit.
Yeah,
but,
seriously.
But we know how incompetent they are.
But
if you're going by their legend, their legendary status, then they should have had them. They should have been crispy fried by now.
Yeah, no shit. They're gonna. Well, this is gonna be Iran's greatest generation in their mythos.
Yeah.
They're gonna. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too much.
Yeah, but on the Soprano side of the ledger, the Trump maladministration's approach, it really mirrors this familiar piece of President Joe Biden's playbook when he faced similar circumstances in the first half of his own midterm. As rising gas prices dented his approval ratings in late 2021, Biden initially prodded the Federal Trade Commission to kickstart an investigation into alleged anti-consumer behavior among oil and gas companies. Now, presidents have little sway over gas prices. The price of gasoline closely tracks the cost of crude oil, a commodity that's traded globally with fluctuating supply and demand determining its price. If fewer oil supplies reach the market due to geopolitical events or a crisis, it typically causes gas prices to increase. Driving is unavoidable for many Americans who have little option but to pay up at the pump. Biden grappled with a fresh challenge after Russian forces swept into
Yeah, I mean,
Ukraine.
Rockefeller set them up. It's like they had nothing to do.
Thank you. Thank
It
you.
was a monopoly from what the first oil field was a monopoly all the way to the end.
There you go. And it'll
Especially
take,
here in America, it's like
yeah. Well, this is what really triggers the right. The libertarians in particular, but the entire retro-conservative right, they all freak out when they hear the term. They can't stand it. They get violent when they hear the term late-stage capitalism or endgame capitalism. They hate that because it spells the reality that capitalism inevitably, inexorably, inescapably becomes monopoly.
decays.
Yeah, well, it's its own defeat because it becomes monopoly. At some point, the biggest dog on the block eats every other dog, and there's no dogs
I
left.
thought everyone knew that from like whenever that Hasbro game came out in the 30s. I mean,
Yeah, no shit. Well,
that's why no one can finish the game because it gets boring. Because
Thank
at the
you.
end, there's just one person with all the
Thank
property.
you. Thank
It's
you.
just like it's like all right, yeah, that's it.
Yes, but its very existence betrays the ultimate, shall we say, ironclad historical self-destruction of capitalism is betrayed by that board game's existence. The most favored board game in America is not named Capital. It is named Monopoly.
Yeah, exactly.
It has nothing to do with competition and everything to do with ending competition.
Right.
So competition is impossible.
That's how you win. Yeah, that's how you win.
Till you win. And then you get it all, and then it's yours. That's what Trump thinks. Trump thinks like that. He thinks he's playing a board game of Monopoly, and whoever dies with it all wins. It's like, but there you go. But the right wingers hate that. Oh man, they get so they send letter bombs over that. You know, anyone uses the term late stage capitalism, end game capitalism, they explode.
Well, they'll say it's Marxian or something.
Yeah.
Marxist.
It is. But even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day. It's like with everything that Marx said, he had to get something right.
I think the crazy part about that is him and Engels. They gamed both sides because Engels was a freaking. He was like some kind of magnate or some kind of business owner.
Yes, of course.
In the north of England, he was a factory owner.
Yeah.
So they gamed both sides. It's not like they didn't know. That's what's so crazy about it.
Yeah, there you go.
That's why the eagle has 2 heads and shit. It's like the same side.
Well, there you have it. I hate
same
to use
people,
that example, but we'll call it a donkey with 2 heads or something like that in this case, or an elephant, a 2-headed elephant.
A leviathan.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. So basically, as I said, when you had Biden, all these raising gas prices dent Biden's approval ratings in late 2021, Biden initially prodded the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, to kickstart an investigation into alleged anti-consumer behavior among oil and gas companies, but he was at least attacking the big boys. Now, Biden grappled with a fresh challenge after Russian forces swept into the Ukraine in February of 2022. The invasion sparking a wave of inflation that quickly hit gas prices and dealt a blow to both consumer confidence and Biden's approval ratings heading into the year's midterms. The Biden misadministration struggled to shake off criticism at the time that it wasn't responsive to voters' economic concerns. According to Gallup polling, Biden's overall approval rating hovered around 40% for most of 2022. Gas prices peaked 4 months after the Russo-Ukrainian war began at just above $5 per gallon, as the Biden misadministration possessed few tools, well, no tools that I know of really, at the federal level to rein in staggering price increases. Under pressure to respond, Biden attempted to call out oil and gas companies into keeping prices down. Again, here at least he was attacking the big boys instead of your corner gas station. But by September of 2022, Biden said, in issuing a warning to oil and gas executives, do not, let me repeat, do not use this as an excuse to raise gasoline prices or gouge the American people. Don't gouge the American people. Now, research from Federal Reserve analysts in 2024 found that instances of price markups in certain industries like petroleum and automobiles had grown more common since the pandemic. However, the pace hadn't been significant enough to explain Biden-era inflation, which was also driven by clogged supply chains. Some experts, however, argue that the Trump maladministration bears at least part of the blame for higher prices since it moved ahead with a preemptive war on Iran. Alex Yaquez, an ex-Biden White House aide who is now at the left-leaning Groundwork Collaborative, told Quartz magazine, and here I read therefrom, companies can use episodes of economic shocks and chaos to hike their prices beyond their input costs, and using the bully pulpit to jawbone is a tried and true presidential tactic. The difference here is that Trump pressed the $4 gas button for no reason. If he should be pointing the finger at anyone for gouging Americans at the pump, he should be pointing it at himself. Now for Trump, pulling out the bullhorn is back in style. He's already employing a combative approach to rein in rising fertilizer prices, a critical element for farmers' planting seasons. In his Truth Social post, Trump added, "The United States will not accept price gouging from the fertilizer market. American farmers, we have your back." He forgot to add, "'cause I'm fucking you in your backside." Now, it's been a nightmarish month in every respect. Trump's war will go down as one of the worst political and humanitarian blunders in human history. 13 United States military personnel have died in the conflict. Hundreds more have been injured. A human rights group tabulating that 1,666 civilians have been killed in Iran, including at least 250 children. America will be paying for this war for many years to come, in one way or another. Exempli gratiae. Backside of the American home front, big banks are feasting on war, and the AI build-out, well, macho man implode in Trump's MÉG economy. President Donald Trump promised when he ran for re-election in 2024 that he would revitalize American jobs, particularly in traditionally masculine industries like manufacturing, which our man Brendan Zogit was just singing about, along with Bruce Springsteen. Yet according to a recent report by a business journalist, that's not what's happening. Now, Yester Septimania, last week, citing another piece of journalism in pointing out that Joseph Bruzuelas, the chief economist at the accounting firm RSM, told the New York Times' Talman Joseph Smith that there are jobs available. However, at this moment, the demand for blue-collar labor is insufficient to match the supply. The Fortune magazine business editor Nick Lichtenberg elaborated in writ, and here I quote us therefrom, at length and verbatim. The White House promised a manufacturing renaissance. Instead, the factory floor keeps shrinking. The blue-collar job market has been slowing for more than a year, with jobs in manufacturing and construction racking up roughly 150,000 net losses on an annual basis as of March. During Trump's first year back in the White House, the manufacturing sector alone shed 108,000 jobs, even as the administration touted a coming manufacturing boom. The men most hurt by the MAG economy's broken promises are the same ones most culturally resistant to the jobs actually on offer. The irony is sharp. The same working class men the MAG economy promised to rescue are sitting out a hiring boom in the fastest growing sectors of the U.S. economy because those jobs are considered woman's work. Meanwhile, the factories they're waiting to return keep shedding workers. Lichtenberg is not alone among financial experts to say that Trump's pro-manufacturing policies have not stimulated manufacturing jobs. Earlier this month, with the main data points reinforce their observations, such as in how in 2025 the pace of losing manufacturing jobs accelerated to 1.2%, faster than the decline in 2024 of 0.7%. In 2017, manufacturing jobs actually increased by 0.7%. The former Senator Phil Gramm, Republican of Texas, and Donald J. MÄÄRIÄL, a professor of economics at George Mason University, concluded in writ for the Wall Street Journal, if the economy was dead in 2024, there's no evidence Mr. Trump's tariffs have brought it back to life. Most economists predicted that the economy's performance would be negatively affected. Thus far, data overwhelmingly indicate that is what has happened. The world isn't deglobalizing, it's reglobalizing around partners who commit to rules rather than those who weld tariffs like a club. Tariffs thus divert capital and labor away from uses that would have yielded higher returns to capital and higher wages for workers. Yet between war-borne volatility and the bonanza of the AI build-out, Wall Street's biggest banks are seeing a fat payday. Wall Street's banks are feasting, according to earnings reports released last week from giants Goldman Sachs, which trades as GS, and JP Morgan, which trades as JPM. And no wonder, the business world's two biggest factors are working out in their favor. First, there's the ongoing mega capital story surrounding the AI build-out, which has public and private companies borrowing as never before. Even the war is working in banks' favor, creating the volatility that keeps their trading desks busy. In short, 2026 is proving a good year for big banks, at least thus far. A look beneath the hood reveals how both AI and the war are functioning as tailwinds. AI borrowing and war-borne volatility make for big business. For the quarter, JP Morgan reported net income of $16.5 billion, up 13% year over year, with markets revenue hitting a record of nearly $12 billion. Fixed income trading was up 21%, driven by strong client activity in commodities, credit, and currencies. Exactly the categories that move when oil shocks and geopolitical volatility send institutional investors scrambling to hedge. Goldman's fixed income results were more mixed, but equity surged 27% and investment banking fees jumped 48%, driven by advisory activity and a sharp increase in completed mergers and acquisitions. The AI build-out is showing up in a different part of the income statement. Goldman specifically calling out higher net revenues from investment-grade and asset-backed activity in debt underwriting, the precise category where the historic wave of hyperscalar bond issuances lands. As one example, Goldman led Oracle, which trades at ORCL, Oracle's $25 billion bond offering in February, one of the largest corporate bond sales in recent memory. That deal alone generated substantial underwriting fees, and it's one of dozens in a wave that JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon explicitly named as a macroeconomic bonanza for banks, listing AI-driven capital investment alongside fiscal stimulus and deregulation. The larger earnings release specifically citing continued strength in securitized products in the bank's fixed income results, which is where asset-backed data center financing structures generate trading revenue. So it's profiting at virtually every level. All in all, it's a picture of banks benefiting from the AI build-out at basically every level, and simultaneously arranging the debt, trading the bonds, advising on the deals, and cheerleading the macro story. Whether the music ever stops is another question, and to what extent ordinary investors may be carrying some of the risk inside their own far more modest portfolios is yet another. Whether it's AI or it's war, which is itself an AI play of sorts, benefiting the Palantirs of the world, there's a profit angle that someone is playing. All the way, it seems, to the bank. The United States does not have an emperor like ancient Roma's Nero, but its politics are increasingly subject to rule by one man who threatens our democratic traditions. And just as Nero undermined the Roman denarius, arguably the world's first international currency, America's ruler poses a growing threat to our empire's currency. By the way, let's give a devil sign here to Johnny Somali's appeal backfires as he remains in brutal South Korea detention center. Yes, excellent news, Brendan. Are you back on call? Well, join us back on bandwidth whenever you can, dear Brendan, as well as Sammy Romero and Holly Kiefer or anyone else. Real Tech as well. Now, comparing the United States currency's global trajectory to that of the Roman denarius, or the denarius, under Emperor Nero, forces us to confront the decline and fall of the dollar empire. There be angst in the air about the United States dollar's once and future global role. For insight into the greenback's prospects, pundits have looked into the British pound sterling, the dollar's predecessor as the dominant international currency, and asked how economic stagnation, heavy debts, and failed geopolitical adventures like that in Suez circa 1956 conspired to rob it of its global role. But informed observers can draw on a much longer history of international currencies, units used in cross-border transactions stretching from the Dutch guilder of the 17th and 18th centuries back to the Florentine florin of the 14th and 15th centuries, and the silver denarius of ancient Roma. In fact, it can be argued that the Roman denarius was the first true international currency. Hoards have been found not only throughout the former territories of the Roman Empire, but also along the Silk Road from India and Sri Lanka to dynastic China. By the way, Brendan mentions American YouTuber Johnny Somali has appealed his 6-month prison sentence in a South Korean court, and prosecutors have also filed an appeal seeking a harsher penalty,
Right.
setting the stage for a second trial. Yeah, he's
What an
just gonna
idiot!
bury
It
himself.
opened him up for the prosecutor to come back in, which is bad.
Yes.
He
Oh
might not
man,
ever, like you said, he might not make it out.
he's not going to. He's not going to.
Yeah.
We can bet on that. Bet on that. Yeah. And
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you just got to accept. But obviously, these people aren't humble or anything normal. But it's just
he's so panicked, and I don't blame him. He's gonna die no matter what. You might as well die fighting. So, but in his case, it's still, he brought himself to that point.
well, I mean, originally it was 3 years in labor camp.
Yeah. Well, he might get it yet. He might get that yet.
Well, yeah. So I would have just taken the 6 months.
Oh, of course.
I guess I'm not in his position.
Yeah, I would too, but then again, I wouldn't be in the position where I'd fuck myself like that in the first.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
So
Anyways.
no, thank you for that. Now these coin hoards of the Roman denarius, the dates of these coin hoards coincide with the arrival in Europe of merchandise from these same parts of Asia along the Silk Road, all the way back to China of its day, highlighting the importance of Roma's trading prowess and commercial span in supporting its currency. The Romans had cargo ships of unprecedented size, capable of long voyages. No surprise, they took their native coin with them. Political unification of the Mediterranean basin under Roman rule further encouraged commercial activity. This activity was regulated by Roman officials, backed by a formidable military, and facilitated by the availability of a stable and uniform money. To ensure quality, only the Roman authorities were permitted to mint silver and gold coin. Coinage was under the authority of the Senate, whose members received regular reports from the Tresvieri, or the Tresvieri. The Tresvieri. These were junior magistrates overseeing the mints. As in triumvirate, that is from where we derive etymologically the term triumvirate. Reflecting this authority, the silver content of the denarius remained stable in both weight and purity for 300 years. Longer, far longer than the United States has even been around. Uniform coinage meant that merchants, when accepting payment, knew what they were getting. It allowed them to make payment without requiring physical movement of heavy and valuable coin or bullion. And because coin could be provided in one place against sales and receipts in another, thereby avoiding the costs and risks of transporting precious metal, currency began to shade into credit, anticipating the development of modern financial markets. Thus, we see in Roma the core requirements for a widely accepted international currency: quality assurance, commercial prowess, a sophisticated financial system, political checks and balances, and geopolitical security for the issuer. The Roman case also reminds us that these prerequisites should not be taken, never be taken, for granted. The Roman state, as it aged, became more bureaucratic. The Republic's democratic traditions, which allowed the Senate to check excessive emission, gave its way to rule by one man, whose imperial whims, including over money, could go unchecked. The rule of law itself thus waned, and corruption grew pervasive, as property was increasingly concentrated in the hands of the politically connected. Provisioning a large army required levying taxes that absorbed as much as 1/3 of Roma's income, undercutting the empire's commercial activities. Heavy taxes encouraged evasion by large estate owners in cahoots with functionaries, often large estate owners themselves, responsible for collecting the payments. As a result, debasement, reductions in the silver content of the denarius started under Emperor Nero, who churned out additional coin in a desperate effort to finance his ambitious program of canal building, as well as to reconstruct Roma following the Great Fire of Anno Domini 64, the 64th year in the comunal area, build his extravagant 300-room Domus Aurea Palace, and prosecute costly wars on multiple fronts. The Trezvireri were subordinated to central imperial authority. The Treviere. My Latin is a little rusty there. By the way, Brendan sayest, in the military of ancient Roma, decimation, from Latin decimatio, destruction of the 10th, was a form of military discipline in which every 10th man in a group was executed by members of his cohort. The discipline was used by senior commanders in the Roman army to punish units or large groups guilty of capital offenses, such as cowardice, mutiny, desertion, and insubordination, and for pacification of rebellious legions. Yes, thank you for that input. Now, when it comes to what I've just described about the Trezvireri being subordinated to central imperial authority, no longer running
By
the
the
midst.
way,
Yeah.
while you're talking about it, the Augusta Trevorium was
Okay.
actually in Trier, Deutschland. So Germany's been the source of this since the Roman
Thank you.
times.
Tell people. Tell them.
Yeah.
That's so important.
The Roman imperial mint was located in Augusta Trevorium, known
Trevorium,
today
yeah.
as
Trevorium.
Trier, Germany. Yeah.
From where
A
the-
highly prolific mint in the Western Empire, supplying currency
Yeah.
throughout the Western Imperial Capital region and the Gaelic Empire. So most of them, it says it was the primary source of gold, silver, and bronze coinage into the Constantinian dynasty as well. So there you go.
Excellent. No doubt that was also the inspiration for the Slovenian port city of Trieste. And so thank you for that. Very, very
It's
important.
some kind of Roman thing.
Yeah.
Era.
Yeah. So, as we said, the Trezvireri, they were subordinated to central imperial authority, and subsequent emperors followed Nero down this slippery slope. Less and less silver in the coin. Older coins were hoarded or melted down as the economy was flooded with near worthless new denominations. Within a couple of centuries, the international role of the denarius was no more. It is not hard to hear echoes of this ancient history in current anxiety around the dollar. The Communist Chinese Empire of the East has overtaken the United States as a trading power. President Donald Trump's tariffs are driving other countries into market socialist model China's arms and encouraging them to cut preferential trade deals among themselves. The United States hasn't debased the dollar, but there is plenty of talk about the so-called debasement trade, where foreign investors shift away from United States treasuries for fear that high government debt and threats to the independence of the Federal Reserve will erode the greenback's purchasing power. The country, well, our empire, may be militarily secure, but the fiscal costs of unleashing that military in the Middle East only heighten worries about debt and dollar depreciation. America does not have an emperor, but our politics are increasingly subject to rule by one man who threatens our democratic traditions. Institutionalized corruption has become the norm, not the exception. Does this augure the fall of the American Empire, much as Nero's rule augured the fall of the Roman Empire? Now that the United States currency is under attack like never before, We don't need any oracle to know that none of these developments bodes well for the dollar. Now, Brendan sent an image here of, oh, okay, yes, some gold and silver denarius. Tell us about this. This is incredible. Beautiful, beautiful imagery.
Yeah, well, the gold one was called an aureus. It was made out of
aureus. Go on.
Aurum, which is gold.
Yes.
And the denarius was the coin of the people, so that's why it was.
Excellent. So it was silver.
Silver.
Yeah, so the aureus was more like the coin of the command, the coin of the emperors.
Yeah, those were like merchants or people with like, that's what you bought houses with. I mean, this was like, upper class.
Yeah, there you have that. Well, tell us more about your understanding of this before I go back into analysis of what's hitting us right now. No. But it really puts into...
Well, I wish we had a simple system like back in the old times. I mean, this is just a nightmare. Digital currency and all this nonsense nowadays.
Thank you. But everything that I've just articulated really puts into perspective the importance of the fight for the Fed. It's a tumultuous time for the Federal Reserve.
I say scrap it. But...
Well, we can always go into that as a thought experiment. But yesterday's testimony by Kevin Warsh, the prospective chair, didn't exactly assuage concerns about President Trump's encroachment on our central bank's independence. We'll return to that. But first, it was, on the surface, a fairly routine proposal. Officials from the BRICS nations, made up of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, have decided to discuss...
Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt again, but there's these headlines keep coming up, and it's been the same headline for like 5 days now. Standoff casts shadow over ceasefire. What do we do? What does exclusion mean? So it's like, I mean, why are they even calling it a ceasefire at this point? It just doesn't, if they're capturing ships, we've entered the age of piracy, as we said. We said this months before this started.
Yes.
That it would devolve into this new age of the new great pirate era. And so it's starting off with these power players before it devolves into everyone becoming pirates. So that's where we're at. Where now they're just, press ganging and taking ships or whatever it's called, boarding ships.
No, it's
the age of piracy.
Thank you. Absolutely. We are in a return to the age of piracy. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's very privateering, which has always been done in the name of the state. So, and of course the freelance.
Oh yeah, well, it starts with privateers, but then the pirate, the people's pirates come out.
Yes.
Eventually,
well, we'll get
when we get there, then everyone's going to be having a great time.
Well, we've already had that with the Somalis, but yeah, it's going to be. But
they were like subsistence guys.
Yeah,
I'm talking
we're
talking like One Piece, where they have their own islands and shit.
We're going to be seeing that.
Regions.
We're going to be seing that.
So, unfortunately, it might get to that.
Well, it's already starting with the control of the Strait of Hormuz. That's going to be like, that's an example of a pirate nation. Iran is now a pirate nation. That's there you have that. Now, as I said,
that's all I was saying, is that the mainstream media is just like, are the talks going to work? And it's like, look, you guys have been saying that for like 2 weeks now. Come on, this is a joke.
Thank you. No, I mean,
we got to reframe it.
Yeah, go into that. Tell people about how stupid it's fucking been. I can't believe this is even still under discussion, where people are acting like there really are, like these talks have any meaning. This is the headline. The prospects for renewed peace talks wavered
after Iran seized 2 vessels. It's like, when were these, like, as if these talks were ever going to work? That's like the implication.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. It's like, what world do you live in that you ever had any faith in this?
And they keep saying, it says here, the Iranians say, no delegation is going to Pakistan until the blockade's lifted. They keep saying that, but these guys, all the Western media just says, these talks have stalled. It's like there were no talks. No one was at the table. No one came.
Yeah,
Anyways,
thank
no
you.
one showed up.
No,
Yeah,
I mean
that's
seriously,
yeah.
seriously, it's like your points are well taken, and
So there you
they're
go.
yeah, no, they're necessary. So in terms of the money angle, when we're talking about the Roman Empire and what we're confronted with today, it was on the surface a fairly routine proposal. Officials from the BRICS nations, made up of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, have decided to discuss at a summit in New Delhi later this year how to deepen trade and collaboration. No one was paying very much attention when the decision was made. And yet, according to a report in the well-informed newspaper, the Berliner Zeitung, am I pronouncing that correctly? The Berliner Zeitung or Zeitung? Let me know. A resolution was quietly suggested that might turn the global monetary system upside down. It was the start of what might be termed the plot against the dollar. America's currency is likely to face its most serious challenge of the post-World War II era. BRICS pay may not sound very exciting. In essence, it is a new type of financial mechanism that will allow some of the largest economies in the world to trade with each other without involving the American dollar anywhere along the way. Not so much a single currency, but a single payment platform. After the New Delhi meeting, it will be up and running very soon. Joe Sullivan, a former economic advisor to the Trump maladministration, has previously warned, and here I quote his T, the BRICS states do not even necessarily need to have a shared trade currency to chip away at King Dollar's domain. If the BRICS demanded that you pay each member in its own national currency in order to trade with any of them, the dollar's role in the world economy would go down. It is not hard to understand why the dollar is under threat. Most of us are familiar with the long-term trends weakening its position. In a report last year, JP Morgan argued that the American currency was facing long-term structural decline. The United States has been shrinking as a share of global GDP, gross domestic product, not because its economy has stagnated, but for the simple reason that economies such as India and the monolithic communist Chinese superstate have grown far more quickly. America's share of the global bond market, a key financial asset, has steadily declined, and so has the percentage of commodity trade priced in dollars. The report saying, fundamentally, de-dollarization could shift the balance of power among countries, and this could, in turn, reshape the global economy and markets. There be little question that the American currency has reached the stage where it is weak enough to be vulnerable. There be 12 reasons, however, why 2026 is proving to be the perfect year to launch the plot. First, last year's Liberation Day saw Trump tear up the rules-based trading system that had been in place for the past half a hundred years. You can argue about the rights and wrongs of the tariffs, the important point being this. Liberation Day was specifically designed to bring money and manufacturing jobs back to these United States. And that meant, for the rest of the world, there was far less incentive to remain locked into the dollar system. Next, the military misadventurism in Venezuela, and more dramatically in Iran, as well as the casual abandonment of traditional alliances, means loyalty to Washington has declined. The results? As this year unfolds, it is proving far easier to recruit allies for the overthrow of the dollar than it would have been at any point in the past. Many Asian countries find themselves squeezed between the dollar and energy prices. As the world has become more unstable, investors are fleeing toward the relative safety of American imperial equities, driving up the value of the dollar. Meanwhile, 3/4 of the oil that passes through the Strait of Hormuz is consumed by the Asian markets. That means that as Asian countries scramble to find energy from other sources, they are paying for the war twice over. First with increased energy prices, then with an inflated dollar. It isn't just energy that this inflated dollar is affecting. Around 90% of the global trade in goods is conducted in United States dollars. All the more reason to use local currencies instead. In the background is the increasingly important figure of Pan Gongxin, who unusually combines the roles of both governor of the People's Bank of China and Communist Party Comité Secrétaire to the bank, giving him complete authority over the Communist Chinese Empire's monetary policy. In a speech at the Liu Jiazhi Forum yesteryear, he made it clear that his objective was to weaken excessive dependence on a single sovereign currency and its negative effects. It was not hard to work out what that meant. In public, Chi-Com, or Chinese Communist officials, argue for multiple global currencies. In practice, they mean just one, with, as they might put it in Beijing, Chinese characteristics. As this plot gathers pace, BRICS Pay will be only one part of what is, in effect, a multi-pronged assault on our American currency. Sam Lyman, former advisor to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and now head of policy at the Bitcoin Research Institute, argued in the Washington Post last month that the most overlooked development in crypto this year is the dramatic makeover of the digital yuan designed to supercharge its adoption. In effect, digital versions of the Communist Chinese currency will pay interest, whereas stablecoins, the American equivalent, are still barred from doing so by Congress. An interest-bearing digital wallet is, of course, far more attractive to global trading companies and investors than one that pays you nothing. Whatever replaces the dollar may not even be a paper currency printed by an all-powerful central bank. It could well be a decentralized financial instrument, part crypto, part traditional money, all of it stored and transacted online. Whether it is the digital yuan or the BRICS payment token, it will be controlled from Beijing, with allies in Moscow, Sao Paulo, and New Delhi, and not from the Federal Reserve in Washington. Does the United States still want to defend the dollar? President Trump talks of the Communist Chinese-led alternatives as an assault on the power and prestige of the American economy, and it's true that the dollar helped cement the American empire as a global leader. It subsidized the American economy in what the former French president, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, once memorably described as the dollar's exorbitant privilege. And perhaps, most importantly, it allowed Washington to control the SWIFT, the SWIFT, the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication Payment System through which money moves around the world. While the dollar has been dominant, Washington has had the power to cut entire nations out of the global trading system at the flick of a fucking switch. But to many of the more pseudo-sophisticated parathinkers within the MAGA cult, the dollar's dominant global role was as much a curse as a blessing. To operate a global reserve currency, the United States had to run persistent deficits, which were essential to supply the rest of the world with dollars. Allowing free and open access to the American market meant entire industries were gutted by cheaper imports, and the American empire became dangerously reliant on other countries for vital goods. The twist to the plot against the dollar may be this: the MAGA movement will collaborate with its demise, viewing it as the only way to bring manufacturing jobs back to the American heartland and restore the dignity of the blue-collar workers who are the movement's core base. There have been persistent rumors of a Mar-a-Lago Accord, a grand bargain along the lines of the Bretton Woods monetary system that established post-war dollar dominance, except this deal would devalue the American currency dramatically and share financial power with a rising red China. Likewise, the endless attacks on the independence of the Federal Reserve make a lot more sense if you assume they are part of a plan to dethrone our dollar. The world is happy to own a currency controlled by a strictly independent Fed. But one controlled by Trump's White House? A la negro? Not so much. This is what brings us back to that very high-stakes hearing. Speaking before the Senate Banking Committee yesterday, Kevin Warsh, Wall Street veteran, centimillionaire, and family friend of the president's, insisted that he would be an independent actor if confirmed as the Federal Reserve Chair. The real question was whether enough of his audience believed him. In some ways, Warsh is a relatively uncontroversial choice for the role. He has plenty of relevant credentials. He served on the National Economic Council during the George W. Bush administration and was a Fed governor during the Great Recession. He was even on the short list to be chair in 2017. His experience as a governor also informed some of his long-standing critiques of the institution. In an op-ed, an opinion editorial column published yesteryear, he laid out a vision for reducing central bank overreach. But overshadowing Warsh's qualifications is Donald Trump's ongoing campaign to exert control over the Fed. Some committee members were more focused on interrogating the nominee's ability to resist presidential interference or executive misaction than they were on his resume. The Fed has always been charged with making policy decisions based on its own assessments of our economy rather than simply accepting the president's direction. Its 7 governors are appointed to 14-year terms because they're meant to take the long view. This hasn't sat well with Trump, who has repeatedly berated the central bank's current chair, Jerome Powell, for refusing to cut interest rates as quickly as he would like. Tensions between the twain culminated in January when Powell revealed that he was under federal investigation over his handling of the renovation of the Fed headquarters. 3 past chairs condemning the maladministration's maneuver machination, as an unprecedented attempt to meddle with monetary policy. Last week, Trump escalated the situation by threatening to fire Powell if he exercises his right to remain on the Fed's Board of Governors once Warsh is confirmed, as Powell has said he will do until the investigation comes to an end. Trump has been clear about his ambitions for the bank. I want my new Fed chairman to lower interest rates if the market is doing well, or so he wrote on Truth Social in December. Anybody that disagrees with me will never be the Fed chairman. While campaigning for the job, Warsh made a point of saying he would bring rates down. He'd been hawkish on inflation during his previous tenure at the bank, but he has argued more recently that AI-fueled productivity gains and a reduction in the Fed's balance sheet could justify lowering rates. During the hearing, Democratic senators pressed Warsh on whether his policies were his own or just strategic attempts to get the job. Elizabeth Warren calling him a sock puppet for the president, even as Warsh stressed that he has not promised Trump any particular policy outcomes in exchange for the position. This hearing had already been delayed once, and Democrats pushed last week to delay it again until the Trump maladministration drops its investigations into both Powell and the Fed Governor Lisa Cook. In order for Warsh to be confirmed, Republicans will have to reckon with a crucial holdout in their own ranks, Senator Thom Tillis, who has been saying for months that he won't support the nomination until the Justice Department drops the investigation into Powell. Yesterday, Tillis pointed, literally, to a massive printout of a 2010 quote from Warsh that highlighted the importance of Fed independence. In the Trump era, plenty of officials have promised to remain independent of the president, and not all of them have followed through. The FBI Director Kash Patel and the former Attorney Generaless Pam Bondi, for example, both made that pledge during their confirmation hearings and later steered their departments in directions that explicitly served the president's aims. Warsh repeatedly dodged questions that might put him at odds with Trump. He declined, for example, to say whether Trump lost the 2020 election. Warsh also minimized the president's threats against the central bank, asserting that the Fed isn't actually in any immediate danger of being coerced, himself telling the senators, "Fed independence is up to the Fed." He also said that the central bank's independence isn't especially imperiled when elected officials state their views on rates. But the president has already gone far beyond simply stating his views. His push to reshape the bank began in earnest last year with his attempt to fire Cook, the first machination of its kind in American history. Presidents can remove members of the Fed's board for cause, but the cause that the maladministration is alleging in this case isn't, say, gross misconduct, it's mortgage fraud. No criminal charges have been brought against Cook. She has denied wrongdoing and is fighting the case in court. The Supreme Court has heard oral arguments in January. If the justices decide that the attempted firing was legal, it could effectively supercharge Trump's power to stack the board according to his preferences. The Fed cannot navigate economic uncertainty without steady and impartial leadership. Consumer sentiment, an important indicator of the health of the economy, hit a record low this month, and the war in Iran drove inflation up nearly an entire percentage point in March. If Warsh remains a defender of Fed independence, he may well find himself in precisely the same position as Powell. Warsh's diplomatic responses at the hearing could help him secure his new role, but they leave open key questions about the relationship between an independent Fed and a president unconcerned with keeping it that way. Let's cut to the quick. Warsh is Trump's meat sock puppet, and he's there to destroy the American dollar. On All Fool's Day, as dated the 1st of this month, Trump delivered the strongest indication yet that he plans to withdraw from NATO. To reiterate, citing our allies' failure to join the Iran war, President Donald Trump has given his strongest indication yet that he plans to withdraw from NATO. In an interview with The Telegraph, Trump declared that the United States' withdrawal from NATO was, to quote his T, beyond reconsideration. I was never swayed by NATO. I always knew they were a paper tiger, and Putin knows that too, by the way. In a fit of pique over the abandonment of NATO, the European Central Bank could well align itself with the emerging alternatives to the dollar, perhaps even going so far as synchronizing its planned digital euro with the digital yuan. Meanwhile, the new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh, a very political Trump appointee who has urged reforms of our central bank, will be seen as much more aligned with the White House, making the dollar a far more political currency, a la Nero and his devaluation of what was once the coinage of the world, the silver denarius. If the war with Iran goes badly, and the AI and space tech boom on Wall Street crashes at the same time, our dollar may very well collapse. That is a very different prospect from any controlled devaluation. While the scenario I've just described is theoretical, it is beyond doubt that the plot against the dollar is gathering momentum. If it succeeds, we will all be living in a very different world than the one we are used to. Hence, it may be small comfort to think the war will likely contribute to a Democratic Congress starting next January. But I'll take whatever comfort I can from the reckoning Trump didn't see coming. The quickest way to end this nightmare must be articulated now. It has been another long, brutal week of lies, misdirection, and lawlessness from Donald Trump and his political party of sycophants who spend the majority of their time somewhere in the vicinity of their master's wobbly knees. Prices are soaring. Our democracy is crumbling. We are seemingly at war with the world, to include the Pope and the corporate mainstream mass media machine, or whatever you want to call them, still have no idea what to make of any of it. All this is especially galling to their consumers, who are angry as hell and scared to death as we try to negotiate through the most precarious time in America since the American Civil War between the states for rights. Civil War I, as Civil War II fast approaches. You don't need guys like me to tell you we won't survive 3 more years of this. But you do need guys like me to tell you it's a pretty big damn news story that has somehow been grossly underreported by what passes for that mainstream mass media machine. The President of the United States is a serial liar who cannot be trusted to tell the truth. And why this isn't included in every single story about him completely escapes me. It really does. I have pounded this table about this before and don't intend to stop now. Our feeble press acts as if seeking comment from the White House, no matter how devoid of truth it is somehow malpracticing journalism. As a public informant, what is denigrated as a whistleblower, here is what I have to say about that. No, it isn't! If you ask a known liar a question, you'd better point out that he is a known liar in your coverage, and then fact check the hell out of every bit of it. Trump says this, now Trump says that, is not journalism. It is lazy, dangerous, and serves only one person, the liar. This morning, while I was poking around all the likely news sites critiquing our mainstream mass media machine's work and celebrating the good reporting when I was lucky enough to come across it, I noticed that the Strait of Hormuz seemed to be closed again. I sarcastically grunted to myself, Why, just last night, the guy who lies about everything told the media, the mainstream mass media machine, and all the rest of us, that the Strait of Hormuz was wide open. They even had it in 100-point type. Guess he was lying again. Here be an approximation of what my news feed has looked like the past few weeks, my friends. Strait of Hormuz open. Trump. Strait of Hormuz closed. Iran. Strait of Hormuz open. Trump. Strait of Hormuz closed. Iran. Well, it turns out it's closed again, though the headline type was much smaller this morning. Here's the New York Times header as I speak. Iran's military says it has reimposed strict control of Strait of Hormuz. All this would be comical if it wasn't so damn sad. So let me help everybody out here with the hope of moving on from this journalistic stupor we are in. The Strait of Hormuz will be open only when Iran says so. Sorry, that's just how it is. No matter what the guy who lies approximately every other minute alleges. And one more time, for emphasis here, please stop repeating his lies. God damn it! Here's more truth. As long as Iran's IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, is intact, ships will not be able to navigate the strait safely. The IRGC is not a part of Iran's regular navy and has been wreaking havoc in the region for decades. Back in my Stars and Stripes days, we used to deal with them all the time. That they are still active is not any surprise. Sorry for hollering at you there, but good grief. I actually searched for some sound reporting on the IRGC to see what they were up to these days. And wouldn't you know it, I ended up right back at the New York Times that broke out a meaty story on the group yesterday morning. Again, sorry for hollering. But if the New York Times has reporters telling us that the Strait of Hormuz is nearly impossible to open safely, why are the managing editors and decision makers in their newsroom parroting whatever Trump is lying about as pertains to opening it safely? Incredible, isn't it? This is from the reporting on IRGC that their managing editors are apparently ignoring. Iranian warships sunk by U.S. and Israeli attacks litter naval harbors along the Persian Gulf Coast, but what is sometimes called a mosquito fleet lurks in the shadows. That's a great lead. Here's more. It is a flotilla of small, fast, agile boats designed to harass shipping, and it forms the heart of the naval forces deployed by the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, a force separate from Iran's regular navy. These boats, and especially the missiles and drones that the Guards' Navy can launch from them or from camouflaged sites on shore, have been the main threat stymieing shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, even more. The IRGC Navy works more like a guerrilla force at sea, said Saeed Golkar, an expert on the guards and a political science professor at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. It is focused on asymmetrical warfare, especially in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, he added. So instead of relying on big warships and classic naval battles, it depends on hit-and-run attacks. Finally, the boats are often too small to appear on satellite images, and they are moored along piers within deep caves excavated along the rocky coastline, ready to be deployed in minutes, analysts said. Their arsenal poses a major threat to commercial ships in the Gulf and the Strait. It remains a disruptive force, said Admiral Gary Roughhead, a retired chief of U.S. naval operations. You never quite know what they were up to and what their intentions were. Well, all this wonderful reporting was tucked inside the paper that only the night before last was trumpeting Trump's lies that the strait was wide open. Again, as a public informant and an open analyst, all that is maddening. As a United States Marine Corps combat veteran, I takest no pride in the fact that the most powerful navy in the world, which the Marine Corps in its entirety is but the infantry force for, is handcuffed right now to eradicate the IRGC without tremendous risk to our Navy sailors, which is reason number one that going into Iran with absolutely no thought or planning was reckless at best and criminal at worst. Right now, the only way the strait opens is with a significant military escalation that will endanger thousands of American lives. Or if Iran gets what it wants from our lying, incompetent White House. Mark my words. The most critical issue facing America right now is not Iran. Trump is tearing America apart with his threats against Iran and comment that domestically it's not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicare, Medicaid, all these individual things. He's also succeeded in intentionally pitting Americans of different races, religions, and across the rural/urban divide against each other. There was a time when Americans expected political leadership to involve sobriety, judgment, and at least a passing acquaintance with reality. That time now feels like one of those lost civilizations historians whisper about, somewhere between Atlantis and the Republican Party of 1956. While it's worked to the advantage of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party, the fossil fuel and private prison industries, and the multi-billionaire class for 4 decades or more, it's extraordinarily dangerous to our nation and our children's future. That's because a society can't function when its people don't have faith in its institutions. And it's even more of a challenge for a democracy, a form of government which only exists by the consent of the governed. When people lose faith in their nation's institutions, the result is both social and political chaos, much like America is experiencing right now. I saw this over and over again when honoring mercenary and security enforcement contractual obligations back in the 1990s through the 2000s. In failed and failing states, people not only distrusted their governments, but were openly disdainful of them and their elected and bureaucratic officials. Out of that distrust grew a plethora of conspiracy theories that tried to explain why things got so bad, and those often led to political violence. I saw this in both Iraq and the Balkans. Authoritarian takeover. I was personally responsible for this working in Russia when I was ordered by Michael Aquino to rendezvous behind the Iron Curtain with Alexander Dugin. And in 2 cases where I worked, Uganda and the Sudan, actual civil wars were the result. America is now going through something similar. Exempli gratiae. Prior to Reagan's presidency, 73% of Americans said they trusted the federal government to do the right thing just about always, or most of the time. Pew found in 2024 that 85% of Americans said most elected officials don't care what people like them think, and only 4% said the political system is working extremely or very well. That's absolutely unsustainable without radical change. We're also experiencing a crisis of confidence in the American empire internationally, as nations that were formerly allies across the planet are now openly questioning whether they can ever again trust us after all the betrayals, trash talking, and Putin fluffing coming from Trump and his lick spittles. Tariffs, destroying USAID, United States aid, and silencing the voice of America have devastated our soft power and credibility around the world, moving dozens of countries away from us and overwhelmingly toward the Russian and Communist Chinese empires. All of which raises the question, how did we get here, and how do we get out of this shit pit? 3 factors that burst onto the scene in a big way in the 1960s, that very decade into which I myself was delivered into this world, led us to the Reagan Revolution of the 1980s, which brought us to today's polycrises. The first was the invention of neoliberalism in the 1940s, as Tom Hartman lays out in his book titled The Hidden History of Neoliberalism, subtitled How Reaganism Gutted America. This was followed by the creation of the Libertarian Party a few decades later as a lobbying vehicle against rent control by the real estate lobby. And finally, in the 1980s, a handful of fossil fuel multi-billionaires jumping into politics to fund think tanks, mainstream mass media machinery, and politicians who'd preach the doctrine that, as Reagan infamously crowed, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem. Prior to these interventions, the New Deal consensus had brought Americans together around the idea that the purpose of government was, to quote the Constitution's preamble, to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Neoliberals, libertarians, and right-wing petrol multi-billionaires like David Koch, who ran for VP in 1980 on a ticket of shutting down all domestic spending, presaging Trump's recent rant that the only legitimate function of government is to run the military, all began the refrain that government is essentially evil because they all objected to paying taxes to promote the general welfare, or losing profits to regulations that prevented harms to workers and average Americans. An army of sycophants and spokesmen were mobilized, from William F. Buckley to Rush Limbaugh to the stars of Fox News and its imitators. Soon the word spread. Or should I say, the shit did. As Limbaugh used to joke, social programs were actually evil because, his words, his quote, "What do you do for a man when he's down? You kick him! Otherwise, he'll never get up." Men with wealth beyond the imaginings of Midas were telling average white working Americans that it wasn't the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party's tax cuts and Republicans' destruction of unions that had crushed them, but brown-skinned immigrants, women, and black people who wanted to steal their jobs, invade their homes, and rape their daughters. The foundation of Trump's 2024 campaign was the ad repeated on loop, asserting that Kamala Harris wanted government to pay for trans surgery for people in prison. Don't think about being robbed by multi-billionaires. There are queer people out there who just want to live their own lives. By the end of the George W. Bush presidency, and his and Cheney's lies that led us into bloody quagmires in Afghanistan and Iraq, most Americans had decided they couldn't believe or trust our government. Then Trump came along and, proudly on Putin's orders, told the world that we couldn't be trusted internationally either. Just like with domestic politics, our empire can't effectively function internationally if other nations also don't have faith in our institutions. The Reagan Revolution, Donald Trump, and the Republican Party have destroyed both our faith and the world's faith in the institutions of America, and thus put our democracy at serious peril. Part of that peril is that Donald Trump is now threatening to turn America into an illiberal democracy, police state with rigged elections like Russia and Hungary. And it's Americans' cynicism that is his main weapon. As John McLean wrote for The Hill, a fortnight night, there's that old in English again for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12 weeks agone, about how hard a serious recession could hit Americans. The cultural confidence that once carried societies through genuine hardship, the belief that sacrifice was worth something, that tomorrow warranted patience, has faded into a nihilism that is difficult to condemn in people who arrived at it honestly. A society that still believes in endurance can survive contraction. A society built entirely on consumption faces a harder test. The solution is straightforward, and it appears we're moving quickly in that direction, just like we did in 1932, as we woke up and chose to move out of the Republican Great Depression. First, Americans must realize that these nihilistic ideologies promoted by multi-billionaires and massive, monopolistic mega corporations are grounded in lies. We're not a society of selfish individual consumers driven primarily by greed. We've historically been here for each other, and that's why our government was first formed. It worked best during the 1933 through to 1981 New Deal era, when the middle class went from around 10% of us up to around 2/3 of us. And it was crippled by the Reagan Revolution, which has cut it down to around 43% of us, if that. Second, the Democratic Party needs to re-embrace the social and economic goals of the New Deal and Great Society that brought us Social Security, the minimum wage, Medicare, Medicaid, free and cheap college, etc., etc. Put we, the people, first, and again restrain the toxic impulses of multi-billionaires and mega corporations through appropriate taxation and regulation. And third, we must repudiate the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgent party's corrupt ideology at the polls this fall and bring into office a new generation of FDR-style progressives who are committed to undoing Reagan's, Bush's, Musk's, and Trump's damage and rebuilding American institutions so they'll once again work for the average family. It may seem like a big lift, but more and more Americans are waking up to the great grift Gatsby billionaires and their Republican Russo collaborators have been running on us for the past half century. A new America is possible and necessary since Iran has the upper hand. Trump's incompetent leadership has led us headlong into this hellhole, and we are all paying for it with American imperial treasure and American lives. The quickest way to end this nightmare and this madman's appalling presidency is to stop repeating his lies and instead start holding him to account. This nonsense has gone on long enough. You can almost feel the change in the air we breathe. It's not just that Dems are winning special elections by wide margins, and even where they're not, they're overperforming in ruby red areas by an average of 16 points. Nor just that Hungary's Viktor Orbán was overwhelmingly defeated after 16 years of authoritarian misrule, with almost 80% of eligible voters turning out. The victor, Peter Magyar, overcame Orbán's rigged system by focusing on Orbán's corruption and linking it to the economic difficulties facing average Hungarians. Or that Trump posted an image of himself as Jesus, revealing his God complex and causing even evangelical Christians in his MAGA base to question his religiosity and mental stability. Or that Trump and Vance were dumb enough to pick a fight with Pope Leo, who has used it to explain his, and for Catholics, Jesus' own objections to war and to tyrants everywhere. Or that Trump's major ally in Europe, and the only European leader to attend his inauguration, the Italiano Prime Ministress Giorgia Meloni, described Trump's attack on the Pope as unacceptable. Trump responding by attacking her for lacking courage in refusing to join his war on Iran. Or that Trump threatened to wipe out Iranian civilization, prompting even Tucker Carlson to call Trump's threat vile on every level. Candace Owens to demand that the 25th Amendment be invoked to remove him from office. The conspiracist Alex Jones to accuse Trump of threatening genocide. And Megyn Kelly to concede that Trump's coalition is completely fractured and in smithereens. Or that Trump's war has been such an abominable failure that it's demonstrated his dangerous ignorance and diminishing mental capacity. No, it's none of these alone. It's all of these together. Add in Trump's legal failures to prosecute his political enemies, to target universities and law firms, to impose his tariffs, and to mount defamation lawsuits, and you understand why the very air around us is beginning to feel different. I hesitate to say we've reached a turning point in this horrific time, but something profound seems to be changing. America and the world's democracies are beginning to win this overriding fight against the forces of authoritarianism, corruption, bigotry, ignorance, lies, greed, and violence. We are starting to win because Trump and the forces he's unleashed are so deeply repulsive to the consciences of most Americans and much of the rest of humanity. The more Trump and these forces reveal themselves for what they are, the more that decent people, whether they call themselves Republican or Democrat, conservative or progressive, right or left, American or non-American, are recoiling therefrom. We have not yet prevailed, of course. But, my friends, we are making progress. And we will prevail. Because Donald Trump's threats against Iran fell through like all his promises. Meanwhile, Trump broke yet another promise from the week before last. It's a promise he should never have made, but one broken nonetheless. Trump's genocidal threat against Iran showed how low he can go. Let's talk about it. The most powerful man in the world is irrational, deeply morally compromised, and appears profoundly unwell. Yet nobody who could save us will ever stop him. Just when you think he can't get any worse, he gets worse. Way worse. How low can Trump go? Lower. Always lower. As he proves again and again. Because under Trump, nothing ever happens. Until it does. Trump likes the world to think he's unpredictable. The Iran crises the week before MÄNTSEPTIMANIA revealed something rather more predictable. A president who makes apocalyptic threats and then backs away from them the moment an off-ramp appears. On Tuesday of the week before last, Trump posted on Truth Social that a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. Catastrophic language even by his standards. He had set an 8 p.m. deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, threatening to bomb civilian power plants and bridges. He and his allies brushed off concerns that such strikes would constitute war crimes. As the world braced itself, Trump's genocidal rant marked the end of the American century. The terrible situation in Iran, the Gulf, and the Middle East is having global implications, with factories shutting across Asia, governments such as that of the Philippines already declaring national emergencies, and President Lee Jae-myung of South Korea admitting publicly that he cannot sleep at night. The gravity of what started on the 28th day in February is slowly starting to become clear. The United Kingdom's response, as the Sir Keir Starmer said the week before last, will define us for a generation. Economic shocks deliver body blows unequally. Sadly, the poorest suffer most. So too do economies that are reliant on global supply chains and on circumstances beyond their own control. But countries that are heavily dependent on commodities passing through the Strait of Hormuz, whether LNG, liquefied natural gas, the Ling, crude oil, petroleum products, fertilizer, or aluminum, find themselves exposed to a nightmare scenario of energy outages, lower agricultural yields, and a more difficult future than any had contemplated at the start of the year. It has not been lost on countries in Africa and Asia that the United States will suffer less than other parts of this world, not because of the latter's wealth and its ability to sustain itself through difficult times ahead, but because the American empire does not depend on the Middle East for oil, gas, or much of anything else. In global markets, everyone feels pain, but American business and citizens will feel it less than others. The decision to attack Iran on the 28th day in February was one based on decisions made in the White House. 7 weeks ago by now, negotiations between Iran and the American empire, mediated by women, were ongoing and seemed to be progressing. For suzerain Israel and its satrap United States, this is a war of choice, not of any necessity. That giveth them a responsibility to help mitigate the consequences for others who now find themselves facing precarious weeks and months ahead. That, of course, is not how American negotiators see things. As he made his way to Islamabad for peace talks, the Vice President J.D. Vance said, "We're looking forward to the negotiations." He declared that the American empire expected Iran to come to the table in good faith after attacking them the last 12 times under a flag of truce, no less, while warning that there would be trouble if they try to play us. That betrays it's all a game to he and his Zionist puppeteers. It is anything but anything but a game for the 2/3 of our world's population that have been exposed to supply shocks. Trump gained a reputation long ago for being gung-ho and for putting his foot in his mouth. But even for a man widely regarded as a PR genius, capable of not just shaping but dominating the news cycle, what he has said in recent days has done serious damage to the perception of the American empire around the world. At the end of March, he said, "We're gonna hit them, Iran, extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're gonna bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong." Something that has been interpreted as having not just semi-genocidal overtones, but racist ones, categorizing Iranians as backward and unsophisticated, rather than heirs of one of the oldest and most brilliant legacies in human history. Then Trump went further that Tuesday, posting on social media that a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back. From Hungary, where he was helping the re-election bid of Putin's little Euro puppet Viktor Orban, the Vice President Vance chimed in. "I hope they make the right response. The Iranians need to know," he added, "that we've got tools in our toolkit that we so far haven't decided to use." Yeah, too bad his dad didn't use that condom when he had the chance. It was not hard to understand what both men meant. If Iran did not come to terms, the United States of America would abuse nuclear weapons in combat for the first time since 1945. Actually, of course, since the Third Gulf War in Iraq with the deployment of depleted uranium. But that, of course, is debatable by, engineering and technological nitpicking. An argument to be reserved for when Aristides is with us. In interim, concerning the situation at hand, the man who made that originally dreadful decision of deploying nuclear weapons and rendering World War II the world's first nuclear war, in wake of the Nazis and Japanese having already done so. A story for another time that, if you're a regular listener, you've already heard. Truman deployed American nukes in the hope that it would end a global war that had cost tens of millions of lives, including hundreds of thousands of United States servicemen. 9 months later, Truman delivered an address to the nation in which he talked about the solemn obligation facing Americans, himself saying it was impossible to ignore the cry of hungry children. Surely we will not turn our backs on the millions of human beings begging for just a crust of bread. We would not be Americans if we did not wish to share our comparative plenty with suffering people. I am sure I speak for every American when I say the United States is determined to do everything in its power to relieve the famine of half the world. Or there was JFK, whose center now has Trump's name chiseled alongside it, who, in his inaugural address, declared that the American empire would help break the bonds of mass misery for those in the world without food or hope. Americans should do so, he said, not to win votes or gratitude, but because it is right. How well the American empire achieved this in the 20th century is a question historians enjoy asking and disputing. But what cannot be argued is that American leaders helped fashion an image of the American empire around the world that was compelling, attractive, open, and generous. It is too early to guess how the Iran crisis will look in years to come. We should all hope, of course, for a lasting settlement that comes quickly. But this feels like the end of an era, especially when taken alongside Trump's chronically open denigration of NATO. The idea that the United States has been swindled by its NATO allies is not new. Robert Gates, in his valedictory address as Secretary of Defense in June of 2011, but months after my late and sainted Cyrus's slaying, my mother's murder, warned bluntly that future American leaders might not consider the return on defense investment in Europe worthwhile. He speaketh of a two-tiered alliance between those willing and able to pay the price and bear the burdens of alliance commitments, and those who enjoy the benefits of NATO membership, but don't want to share the risks and the costs. Now, Gates was no populist. He was a career intelligence officer and establishment Republican, and his warning carried real weight precisely because it came from inside the institutional consensus rather than against it. Trump's fury at Europe's refusal to support his Iran campaign is, in this sense, the loud arrival of a grievance that had been building for more than a decade. The complaint has a surface plausibility. The United States accounts for roughly 2/3 of total NATO defense expenditure. And until very recently, most European allies fell well short of the 2% of GDP, or gross domestic product, spending guideline agreed at the Wales Summit in 2014. By 2025, all 32 members claim to meet the target, but this is a recent and, in some cases, cosmetic achievement. ESPAñA, the most conspicuous laggard, has been openly defiant. The raw numbers invite the conclusion that America has been paying for Europe's security while Europeans spent the peace dividend on welfare and early retirement. However, in many ways, this framing is wrong, and dangerously so. NATO has never been a protection racket, with the United States as an exasperated service provider and Europe as an ungrateful client. This is not how the alliance has functioned, nor is it why the American empire built and sustained it. From its inception, NATO was an instrument of American imperial grand strategy. Its primary purpose during the Cold War was to contain the greater Soviet Union. But its secondary purpose, less discussed and arguably more consequential for the long-term shape of international order, was to pacify European geopolitique. The United States did not simply defend Western Europe. It suppressed the security competition that had produced 2 catastrophic wars in 30 years. By extending its nuclear umbrella and stationing troops across the superpeninsular subcontinent, Washington made it unnecessary, and over time unthinkable, for France and Germania to balance against each other, for smaller states to seek protection through rival alliances, or for any European power to develop the kind of autonomous strategic capability that might one day challenge American primacy. This was not American altruism, but rather the structural self-interest that arises when you design the system's rules to reflect your own strategic interests. America's strategic overwatch in Europe delivered several things simultaneously. It eliminated the prospect of a rival power bloc emerging on the superpeninsular subcontinent. It gave the United States extraordinary, if often invisible, leverage over European political choices, from trade policy to monetary integration to the management of the post-Cold War or post-World War III, in effect, Eastern enlargement. And it created the conditions for an integrated transatlantic economy built on open markets, liberalized capital flows, and broadly convergent regulatory norms. The European Union itself, for all its self-image as a sovereign, superpeninsular, subcontinental project, is more accurately understood as an American-enabled creation, encouraged, shaped, and underwritten by the military stability that only American presence could guarantee, and designed in no small part to replace the patchwork of national regulations and market barriers that had long frustrated American commercial access to European markets. Europeans, for their part, were happy to accept this arrangement and traded strategic autonomy for prosperity and domestic political space. Small defense budgets were justifiable, especially in the heady days of American unipolarity and the post-World War III, or so-called after-Cold War globalized end of history. To see the Europeans as freeloaders is to misunderstand the bargain. Europeans were not cheating the system, but living inside it, on terms that suited both themselves and Americans for more than half a century. What Gates identified in my mother's MÄÄRIÄL, or death year, of 2011, and what Trump has now made explicit, is that the American domestic consensus sustaining this arrangement is fracturing. The question is whether the fracture reflects a national reassessment of costs and benefits, or a fundamental misreading of what the alliance was for. Trump's rhetoric suggests the latter. When he describes NATO as a paper tiger and demands that allies support his Iran war, about which they were never consulted, he is treating the alliance as though its purpose were to supply auxiliary forces for American military misadventures. That was never the deal. NATO's value to the United States lay not in what Europeans could contribute to expeditionary operations in the Middle East, but in the structural pacification of a superpeninsular subcontinent whose internal rivalries had twice drawn America into world wars. The more serious version of the retranchement case, advanced by offshore balancers and Asia First realists in Washington, holds that American strategic attention must now concentrate on the communist Chinese Empire of the East, and that Europeans should therefore take primary responsibility for their own neighborhood. As a proposition, this is not unreasonable, and European strategic lethargy has been real and indefensible. But gutting NATO is a spectacularly crude way to manage, or rather mismanage, that transition. If NATO is genuinely hollowed out or abandoned, the consequences will not only be confined to higher European defense budgets or the ever more aggressively expansionist Russian Empire, but will also include the reemergence of competitive European geopolitique, the erosion of American influence over European economic and regulatory choices, and the slow disintegration of the transatlantic market order that has underpinned American commercial power for decades. A cost-benefit analysis of NATO was long overdue, and the European powers have dilly-dallied for far too long on defense. But Senator Tim Kaine is right to note that withdrawing from NATO would be national self-sabotage. He understates the case, however. It would not merely weaken American security. It would liquidate one of the most successful instruments of grand strategy any power has ever constructed, and it would do so on the basis of a ledger book grievance that mistakes the cost of hegemony for the price of charity. America first means America alone. That feels like a definitively different United States from that of the recent past. When Americans in Ireland are pretending to be Canadian, something's amiss. And then, with hours to spare, join us, Brendan. And I take it I'm going to be ending transmission soon. I'm going to be ending live stream soon, so I'm trying to wrap up. But yeah, welcome back aboard. How were you recharging?
I said, what a bunch of cowards.
Thank you. Yeah, which ones? Europeans
Those
are
fuckers that lied about being Canadian.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, the Americans over in Ireland. Yeah, believe that shit. Believe that shit. Like, what the fuck?
Like, when I was confronted by people from the UK that said Americans were stupid and evil, and I just said,
yes!
I was like, tell me something I don't know.
Yeah, thank you.
I live with them.
Yeah, say, dude, I want to be one of you. I'm looking for where to defect.
Yeah,
I'm looking for where to defect, bro.
And the guy that I was talking to that said, "Oh, fucking Yanks and shit," like, to me.
Yeah.
And I just said, look, I agree with you, man. He had nothing to say.
Of course. And no, dude, I mean, like, oh man, well, we'll get back to Trump folding again on Sunday. But yeah, within hours to spare after threatening to exterminate an entire race, Trump folded. After Iran agreed to allow passage through the strait, Trump backed down from his threat of wide-scale destruction of Iran's civilian and military infrastructure. A 12-week ceasefire was announced. Of course, that ceasefire itself wasted no time unraveling. We can go back to that on Sunday.
I mean, like I said, we need to make up a new term. Forget about ceasefire. Isn't even real. Like, it's not even a real term anymore.
Yeah, thank you. This is all.
Like,
yeah.
It's all mental shit.
Yes. It's a sick fucking joke. I mean, take a look at it. The ceasefire wasted no time unraveling. The first 3 days of the truce were marked by major disagreements about what the 3 sides had even actually agreed to, with attacks continuing all across the region. By April 9th, there was no sign the blockade on the strait was actually being lifted. What made this feel familiar is that it wasn't a one-off. Starting in late March, Trump had repeatedly threatened Iran's energy grid if the strait were not reopened, but each time he pushed the date back. On March 23rd, citing progress in negotiations, he postponed his planned attack, and then on March 26th, as that deadline approached, he announced yet another delay. So the Tuesday thereafter's dramatic countdown was at least the 3rd such cycle. During the 2024 campaign, Trump privately told donors that one of his favorite negotiating tactics was threatening to bomb Beijing or Moscow. The strategy has a certain logic, but deployed...
Like, look at this.
Yeah.
Read
Yeah.
this. Just add this to the narrative because it's so. This is my point right here.
Yeah.
But carry on. I won't interrupt. I'm not trying to interrupt, but just it came up just now. Look at this.
Oh, I'll look at it. Yeah, in a second. But let's put it this way. Let's wrap this up. Yeah, during the 2024 campaign, Trump privately told donors that one of his favorite negotiating tactics was threatening to bomb Beijing or Moscow. The strategy has a certain logic, though he's never threatened such at all. But deployed repeatedly, it has a corrosive side effect. Adversaries begin to learn that the deadline isn't really a deadline. It's an opening bid. Whether that matters depends on what cometh next in Iran. But a threat that always cometh with an asterisk eventually stops being a threat at all. So...
Yeah, the crazy card only works once.
Thank you. Thank you. Now...
and real crazy doesn't say it. They don't telegraph. They go crazy.
They just do it. Yes, thank you.
That's what makes them so dangerous.
They don't threaten. They just act. Now, White House. Iran's seizure of ships does not violate ceasefire. Man! Chicken
What the fuck?
shit.
What the
Chicken
fuck?
shit. Oh, man. The Americans are just going to let the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps be the modern-day pirates. This is Mහැ the real life. Yeah, in real life. Wait, there you go. We're in uncharted territory. We're in uncharted fucking territory.
Seriously.
Well, we're
heading off the rails. We're off the fucking rails. Yeah.
Well, I think we've earned our pay. Everybody contribute. So, dear Aristides, if you're with us, please feel free to enter the links. Let's check if Aristides is with us. And
Dai Kaikoku Jidai.
Dai Taikoku Jidai. Meaning what?
Yeah.
Pirates Nation? Or what does that mean?
Dai Kaizoku Jidai, the great pirate era.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're entering the great pirate era.
It's like a collapsing one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So if Aristides isn't with us right now, we'll kiss him goodnight. Kisses to all the ladies out there. Hugs to all the guys. We're going to end live stream. And, answer! The dear lady, Mහැ who said that show you should be on. Tell her that it did not publish with the upload of the episode. So I called Brendan and woke him up at 1 a.m. to make him read Mහැ Mහැ suggestion that he come on a certain show. So please respond to her about that, Brendan, if you would be so kind.
I mean, I don't. Yeah, it was a great suggestion, but I think that guy's a little out of our league. He's a little too famous for us.
They cut you off. You kind of glitched there. He's a little out of our league. He's a little too, popular? What is it?
I said, he's a little too famous for my ability to get on his show. I don't have credentials that could get me on that. Alphabet soup behind my name,
Yeah. Plus he doesn't seem all that, how would I say it, worth it to me. I mean, what's his shtick, really? What is?
Yeah, I don't know. Was it just because he was like a big time ecstasy dealer? Is that why you reminded you of me? Because I've never done that. Well, you know, nothing like he was doing. Shit.
Damn. Yeah, you couldn't afford it. Jesus
And
Christ,
that was his claim to fame. Well, yeah, he was some rich Brit that could afford to sell like,
yeah.
you know, kilos of drugs or whatever.
There you go. Yeah. So, okay. Well, everybody who supports us, we all love you dearly. Any last thoughts to exit out with, dear Brendan?
No, just
Okay.
keep on trucking, and higher forces will always win in the end. So
higher what will always win in the end? Say that again. You got the wind
higher
blew.
forces, like higher forces, like the Davic side, like the
yes, got it.
The Devas always win in the end. So
thank you.
The beings that actually are real immortals, as opposed to whatever's happening down here. So,
thank you. Delightful. Okay, that's wonderful. And all that being said, everybody join us. Same Detrack time, same Detrack channel. Detrack being the Teuto-Slavonic for dragon. Same dragon time, same dragon channel. Bring all your friends. And of course, make a contribution to keep us running at all. With that, we're ending live stream. MÄÄELIXIR says, no, Douglas can definitely get on the show. Watch some of his shows. You are ideal for the show. Only a suggestion. Okay. Well, thank you so much, MÄÄELIXIR. Brendan, your response? Yeah, that's
we'll look into it. That's the greatest suggestion. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. And she's got the heart hands. Now we're gonna hope, because she put that in late, we're gonna hope that uploads with the publication. Because when you get the commentary in late, I got to give it a few minutes, or it's not going to upload with the publication of the live stream. So we're going to just breathe here for a second, say thank you to Amy, kisses to her, and everybody come back here Sunday night, same time, same place, taking a look at some images sent by our man Brendan, their AI overview. Yeah, okay. It's more like little symbols that really aren't showing me much. They're kind of like but I do see the...
just the kanji. I was showing you the kanji.
Oh, got it. Dai Kaizoku Jidai. Yes, Dai Kaizoku Jidai. Love it. Yeah, and...
the Great Pirate Era. That's what...
There we are. Excellent. So we're going to... Okay, stop sharing in that regard. Well, in case it doesn't upload, let me share this with you. I'm sharing screen right now, Brendan. Can you see this? Can you see... what MÄÄELIXIR is saying here? There we are. Just want you to see that. That way we know it'll upload when we end the stream. You can see that, right? There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, wanted you to see that. We're going to end stream now. First I press the stop sharing button, then I press end stream. Okay, we're ending stream. Triple redundancy process. Let's go over here and